Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts, otherwise you might go floating off into that deep, dark void of space, never to be seen again. Do a few shoutouts here. There's not a lot to be done today, strangely. Although it may have something to do with YouTube not sending out notifications. Up, Fishbone, and Omega Star. 1, 2, 3 in the YouTube chat. That's it. That's everybody. I don't know what's going on.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Well, we got big news here today. All sorts of things in the news. However, perhaps the biggest news of the day, at least around here, is this. That's right, everybody. Galactic News Network. We're having a birthday. That's right. 2-year anniversary of us bringing you the news and commentary on the news. And other sorts of things like analysis, discussions about climate change, U.S. politics, geopolitics, and much, much more, including space news, of course. Ah, boy. 2-year anniversary, everybody. It's glorious. We've made it this far. I don't know how, but we did it. 700 and... how many days? 730 days of galactic news. Brought to you by yours truly and space fams like you who have all helped to contribute to the production of this show. So I want to say thank you to each and every one of you who has been here through it all. And those of you who have shown up since, we started. There's a few of you, of course, who've been here since the beginning. Up is, of course, here. Our first galactic mod ever. She's number 1. And she's in the chat right now. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. Omega Star member for 11 months. Happy anniversary. So sweet. Yes, indeed. Megastar has basically been a member for as long as it's possible to have been a member for. Gotta say, it's been a long, long road to getting to where we are now. Things still aren't perfect around here, I gotta say. There's plenty of things I would like to happen regarding the stream, whatever else. But it is certainly a momentous day. I want to recognize that before we do anything else here today. However, I have to point you to something else. A tragic situation. God, it's weird that there's nobody here. Is it true that YouTube's just not sending out notifications right now? Oh my god, it's very strange. Anyway, everybody, 2nd galactic anniversary. Glad you're here for it. Omega Star with sweet super chat. No, super sticker, excuse me. Much appreciated. Look at that. Look at that fox go. Just, my god. Look at it. It's beautiful. All right, what I wanted to say, if you look down in the left-hand corner. Oh my God, Feral Jane. Feral Jane gifting subs to the community over on Twitch. 5 of them, to be specific. Who got them? Squidator. Banksy Main. Zanu. And Earendel. Thank you, Feral Jane. Much appreciated. You just got the one for Twitch and Discord? Yeah. Well, that's weird. That's very strange. Anyway, yep, 2-year anniversary. However, unfortunately, on this momentous day, we also have a somewhat sizable problem. 2 years in, we got a big old galactic deficit here the month of February, with 1 week left to go. We gotta raise nearly $30 a day. Certainly $30 a stream on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Now, 2 years in, maybe becoming a Galactic patron is the thing to do. Now that you know we'll be here, hopefully for quite a long time in the future. Get yourself a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits. Could do that, only $3 a month. And it contributes to the financing of the Galactic deficit, of course. And I've come up with a new system for the Galactic deficit. So check it out. What we're going to do now, every month, I calculate, as you know, I calculate the Galactic deficit going into the next month. Usually like the last day of the month. And what I'm going to do is, for the first 2 weeks, we're going to make it a green color. That means we'll have a whole month to solve it. 3rd week of the month, we change it to yellow. It's like DEF CON. All right, DEF CON yellow, Galactic deficit, DEF CON yellow. Right now, we're Galactic deficit, DEF CON red. Okay, it's bad. Not good. We got 1 week. We got half of the deficit, more than half of the deficit to solve right now. Otherwise, we might not be able to pay the bills on the 1st of the month. So do consider contributing over there on Cash App or PayPal or Patreon, as unfortunately YouTube and Twitch donations won't be seen until the end of March, or at least the 3rd or 4th week. Sadly, but truly. Anyway, I'm glad to have you all here for the 2nd anniversary show of the Galactic News Network. We've got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Epstein files, Wexner testimony, ICE, democracy, tariffs. Are they illegal? Will the Trump administration be giving people all of their tariff money back? A lot of questions there. What else we got? Ah, yes, Epstein Files Part 2 in the UK. Monarchy taking a big hit to his popularity due to Prince Andrew and the lack of concern shown by the monarchy. What else we got? Olympics news, the weekending report. So we got a long night ahead of us. Thankfully, we've already made a fair bit of progress on completing the Galactic content goal. As always, do not forget that you can contribute to the Galactic content goal by also contributing to the financing of the Galactic deficit. All right, everybody, let's get to the show. What do you say? Oh, what's that sound? Omega Star puppy treats for Laika.
For ask you to finish, President? I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy? This great, the Epstein hoax. Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable. I call it the Epstein hoax. This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein. This guy, this great, it's all a big hoax that's perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And we like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. Are people still talking about this guy, this great, the Epstein hoax? Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein? I call it the Epstein hoax. That is unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. People are still talking about this guy. Yep, we're still talking about it. Still talking about it. Thank you for the musical arrangement. Remix Bros. That's on YouTube. Did I see the Dow song? I did see the Dow song. I haven't watched it yet, though. I'm familiar. I'm aware that it exists. I haven't listened to it yet. Now, if you've been thinking maybe the Epstein files are gonna go away, well, according to the numbers, you might be wrong about that. Let's go to the man, the great Harry Emden.
Extreme interest. This is not going away here.
No, it is not going away. If the Trump administration and Donald Trump in particular believe that they can wish this story away, the American public have a different tune to sing. What are we talking about here? Well, let's take a look at Google searches for Epstein. In fact, in the month of February, it is higher than it's ever been. Up like a rocket, up 900% versus a month ago. And the top name associated with Googling for Epstein, well, it is Donald Trump. So the story...
Oh boy. Google searches for Epstein up nearly 1,000% from a month ago. A month ago, when, you know, we were still talking about the Epstein files a great deal.
Jeffrey Epstein?
Talking about it a great deal, and yet it's up 10 times as much as it was at that point. Somehow. It's hitting a fever pitch. Practically everyone is Googling the Epstein files.
It's actually getting searched more and more and more, becoming more relevant in the minds of the American public.
It's so interesting. This is, more than it was when Congress voted to force the release of them, more than it was when they actually released some of them, more than it was when they released more of them. Now it's the most it's ever been.
The most it has ever been, and the previous highs were also very high.
All right, let's.
Most that it's ever been, and the previous highs were also quite high. Thank you, Harry. Great numbers are just, at least something is up, it's true. Numbers are up big on the Epstein files. If that's what he was hoping for, he's got it. All right, before we get to Wexner, got a couple of other things to talk about. Just more disturbing details, one after the other. But first, let's talk about the relationship between Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein, and the small MAGA civil war that seems to be brewing over it.
New messages between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein released in the Epstein files have ignited something of a civil war in MAGA world. In one message, Bannon suggests President Trump should be removed from office during his first term for erratic behavior. The Department of Justice also released a 2-hour video of Bannon interviewing Epstein for a potential documentary. This is Bannon asking about Epstein's time spent in prison in 2008.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the f have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. Just, it's strange. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning.
What were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
Bannon did not return messages from CNN, but said in a statement to the New York Times that his communication with Epstein was all done to, quote, secure 50 hours of interviews from a reclusive subject. For more on this, I want to bring in David Urban, former Trump campaign advisor and CNN senior political commentator. David, great to see you. You're shaking your head. I want to get to why in just a second. You know, the 25th Amendment reference from the Epstein files has caused some uproar inside the magosphere. It's dated December 31st, 2018, and it's a text exchange between Bannon and Epstein. And we should note the context is unclear, but Bannon says, going to blow him up right out of the box. White House says zero plans to punch back. Fort Apache with no cavalry en route. Jeffrey Epstein then says, in No Soldiers in the Fort, he is really borderline, not sure what he may do. And then Bannon replies, I think it's beyond borderline 25th Amendment. Now, we reached out to Bannon on this exchange and have not received a response, but people like Roger Stone and Marjorie Taylor Greene are speaking out. So tell me about why you were shaking your head and tell me what you were hearing inside the president's supporters.
Yeah, so, John, you said also, you left out General Flynn and many, many others. If you go to Twitter and just look at, MAGA influencers or just Google, or put in the Twitter search, Bannon, Epstein, see what comes up. There is not one supporter, not one MAGA person that's supporting Steve Bannon for a variety of reasons. One, it looks like he signed up to try to rehabilitate a person who committed horrendous sex crimes. You hear him in the interview with Jeffrey Epstein. He doesn't say nobody in prison.
That's actually not true. I think Nick Fuentes has been on Team Bannon lately. I don't think he gives a fuck about this. I know he represents a fairly large portion of the MAGA base. Honestly, this fucking guy annoys me to no end. He's like just this fucking bald douchebag who comes onto CNN all the time. This Republican weirdo. Anyway, let's get to more important shit rather than Republicans fighting with each other and crying about all of their besties being in the Epstein files. Let's go to Kyle Kulinski at Secular Duck. Some horrifying details continue to come out about the Epstein files.
So the Epstein files scandal keeps getting darker and darker and more disturbing, and the cover-up is probably the most pathetic and sad cover-up I think I've ever seen in my life. It is definitely amateur hour. This is Bush League stuff.
Weak.
Now they're coming out and saying, that's it. All right, we released everything that we got. We got nothing else, bro. I don't know what you want me to say. It is the definition of what's called a limited hangout. Do yourself a favor and look that up. Look up limited hangout. I believe there's a Wikipedia page on it, and you'll see exactly what we're talking about here. But it's this intelligence tactic where you only give a small percentage of the truth and then pretend like you gave the whole truth, and then that gets everybody to go, okay, I guess we got everything that we have here. You don't. In fact, where are all the pictures? Where are all the videos? Where's all the talk of the fact that we know Epstein's houses were bugged to the high heavens, which means you have super powerful politicians, you have presidents, you have prime ministers, you have royalty, you have billionaires, you have celebrities on camera doing god-awful things with children. Okay? So, this is just, I mean, the Trump regime is collapsing under the weight of their own lies. Everybody knows it. Everybody can see it. It is getting embarrassing. Trump's average, his average when it comes to favorability now is 38%. That is historically atrocious just a year in, okay? But guys, I believe, and we're going to get to this in a second here, I believe we may have found some of the worst Epstein files. We may have found some of the worst Epstein files. But first, let me show you this. So, Epstein files, investigation suggests just 2% of data released to the public. So we were under the impression it was about 50%. And that of that 50%, it was colossally redacted. That's the sense that I got and most of you got. Well, that's wrong. Analysis by Channel 4 News has identified emails within the latest Epstein files that suggest the mountain of information released by the U.S. Department of Justice could amount to just a fraction of the total, potentially just 2% of the information that the FBI retrieved from Epstein's homes. Epstein survivors have told Channel 4 News that they believe that the Trump administration has failed to meet their request to release all the files. And it's not just their request, guys. It is now the law. The Epstein Transparency Act is in effect, and they've missed a whole bunch of deadlines already. They've illegally redacted the perpetrators and the criminals, and they've illegally released the names of some of the victims, and they're in violation of the law on a daily basis, and somebody's got to go to prison for this. Somebody's got to go down. I hope the Democrats are listening, and I hope the next time they take power, they spring into action, because the most important thing is holding these criminals accountable for what they've done. But only 2% of the actual files may have been released. That's astonishing, given what we already know, what we've already seen in the files. Guys, I mean, you've probably seen some of the segments that I've done. We've done maybe 7 or maybe 8 segments on, going through the specifics, when the Epstein emails came out, when batch 1 of the files were released, when batch 2 of the files were released. Based on what we've already seen, we have allegations of cannibalism. We have virtual confirmation of not only grape, but also torture, also murder and manslaughter. That's all in the stuff that we've seen casually being discussed in emails. But let me keep going, because I want you to see this. Reuters says the following: millions of files related to Jeffrey Epstein suggest the existence of a global criminal enterprise that carried out acts meeting the legal threshold of crimes against humanity.
Yeah, crimes against humanity. That's quite a term. Certainly supposed to have, some amount of gravity to it. Although lately we have not been really following through on at least holding people to account for their crimes against humanity. Unfortunately, like AOC said earlier at the Munich Security Conference, it's been sort of a picking and choosing as to who needs to follow the laws, international laws specifically. And it seems like guys like this don't, as it turns out, in our world. Nope, if you're a billionaire white guy living in the West, crimes you don't really have to pay for your crimes, I guess. As long as you're part of a particular class of people. Yes, unfortunate but true. We're just seeing more and more evidence of that as we go here. Let's go to this
Give truth
part.
That class politics is the end-all be-all. That extreme wealth rots your soul and turns you into a demonic entity based on what these people were doing. All right, but you got to see this one also. Found in the Epstein files, an audio file of a woman saying, "Kill them and dispose of the bodies." Huh? So this is on the Justice Department website, and I'm going to play some of it for you here. Let's listen.
No, you called me after the fact. You didn't call me when the fucking boat crashed. No one called me. Let's get that straight. Listen, I got the message from you midnight. Did it happen at midnight? No. Did anybody think to call me and say they're gonna use the boat to come get some dead fucking dares? No. No, right?
No, you're right.
And now we're dealing with this shit. Look at the boat. Look at the man's boat. This is bullshit.
No, it's a nightmare.
You the head electrician. You like one of the head landscapers. I finally got you a gig as a boat captain, and this is the bullshit I'm dealing with. This is bullshit. Oh, y'all know better than this shit. This man is livid right now with us. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know what. I'm so fucking cross right now, right? This fuck makes no sense.
Extremely. Especially after we had good success with
This is just completely, this makes absolutely no sense.
This is what I got
No
really
sense.
pissed off about. I told both of these guys, I said, you want these dares, you wait for the morning. And then all of a sudden...
But that was the plan, to kill them, wait till daylight, and then we dispose of them properly. And then I get these calls and this bullshit happened. This is the man's crew boat. It's bad enough he don't have another boat.
Yeah.
We don't have another boat. What are we gonna use? A barge? How much money is that gonna cost us to run the staff back and forth on a damn barge now?
Think about how what they're saying here makes no sense. So they keep talking about a boat, like there was some sort of a boat crash. So you hear that and you go, okay, maybe they're talking about a boat crash, right? But then they start talking about a deer. They go, the deer, like there's a problem with the deer. Well, if it's a boat crash, how the fuck can a boat crash kill a deer? Right? Like that makes absolutely no sense. And then they go, kill it and dispose of the bodies. Kill them and dispose of the bodies. What? So, I mean, steel manning them, it's like, I guess they're talking about maybe there was some sort of an accident with a...
No, it all sounds wrong. All of that sounds fucked up. None of that sounds right at all. Not even kind of. Columbia Regan with a sweet, sweet super chat. Real life serial killer stuff. So disturbing. It is. It is disturbing. Truly. Also, I just want to say thank you. Somebody donating to the Galactic Bills on Cash App. Getting us a little bit closer to completing the Galactic financing of... I'm sorry, the financing of the Galactic deficit. We're getting much closer. I'm just realizing I spelled deficit wrong. How have I not noticed that this whole time? It's not how you spell deficit. There's a deficit in spelling over here. Oh, there we go. Anyways, once again, reminder to everybody, today is the 2nd anniversary of the Galactic News Network on YouTube. That's right. 2 full years of this stream. I'm gonna have to skip the rest of this, mostly because I find the way Kyle talks about this stuff to be a little bit, I don't know what the word is, insensitive. Insensitive, I would call it. It's just so I can't watch the rest of this video. I mean, it's disturbing as shit, and feel free to go watch it yourselves, but I just can't do it. Considering what he gets into over there, I just can't do it. Love Kyle, but took the wrong tone for the back half of the video, in my opinion. I don't know. All right.
So you want to see how Fox News is handling the release of the Epstein files and Donald Trump's cover-up? They'll never lay the blame on Donald Trump, even, any conservative media, even if they're breaking with the administration, even if they're critical of it. Go all the way up to like Candace Owens and Tucker, it's very overplayed how they're breaking the conservative movement apart and they're going in an entirely different direction. They still won't criticize Trump.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Same thing. I mean, she does a little, but it's all about their
He's being held hostage by the people around him.
Right. Even when she acknowledges that he was like completely duplicitous to her and used her, and the impulse right now with conservative media to make yourself the main character in every story is really annoying. Just if you pay attention to it, notice Candace Owens is doing it, Marjorie Taylor Greene's doing it. It's about, like, I don't know, selling a narrative to people. When you're selling a conspiracy theory that doesn't really challenge power, you make it a story. It might be easy. It makes it easier if you make yourself the main character. But that's digression.
And you can't really go at the king. I mean, it's like when Francis Bacon had Bacon's Rebellion, he was rebelling against the authority of the monarch, but said he was actually doing it because the king didn't understand how bad things had gotten in the colonies.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the dynamic here. Trump's like a deity to these people, so they avoid it at all costs. But
yep. Donald Trump is basically a god. That's in the Bible. He's a little creepy.
That's in the Bible.
Man to the pivot. 55 stream streak on Twitch. Oh my gosh. $55 stream streak. That's a lot. That's a lot of streams. It's a hell of a lot of streams to make it to. Impressive. Truly impressive. Oh, you have me on in the barn. Time to radicalize the neighbors. Yes, radicalize the neighbors. Listen up, neighbors. Listen up. You're all thinking the wrong stuff, and you be listening to the words I'm saying and the other people talking on this stream. They're saying smart. Most of them are saying smart things.
And by all costs, I mean the cost of, say, like defending pedophilia or downplaying, I should say, pedophilia and Jeffrey Epstein on Fox News. Here is a clip from The Five with two just men I would not want to be alone in the room with, Greg Gutfeld
meet his wife again?
and Jesse Waters. Oh, don't you worry. I have that story on memory. She's named Emma, unfortunately. She was an intern for him when he was married to somebody else at Fox News, and he tells a really fun story about how he got her to go on a date with him by letting the air out of her tires and not telling her in the Fox News parking garage.
Looks
so
like
that
you
she
need a
was
ride.
forced to get a ride with him.
That adds up with what he's about to say.
Yeah, here he goes.
It looks like he's mostly just a fixer, a guy who advises. He helps people with their problems. Sometimes those problems are, you need a girl, and
or some penicillin,
or some. If you need it, he's got it.
He's a sex rabbi.
He should perform at the halftime show next year. Yes. It looks like.
Sorry, I don't follow the halftime.
That.
These guys are so fucking like baby brained. They're just like they're just such like a bunch of useless fucking idiots. And like the fact that they're trying to like retcon Epstein into a fixer, you know, oh he's not a sex trafficker. He's not a criminal. He's just a guy who fixes problems. You need an underage girl for crimes? He's got you. You need some drugs for your STDs that you got from doing those crimes? He's got you. By the way, Hassan now has a soundboard. Yeah, we've been talking about this. Hassan's basically stealing my thunder. Hassan is actively stealing my thunder right now. He's been going at this. He's been at this for years. And now all of a sudden I show up on the scene and now Hassan has a soundboard 2 years later. I mean... coincidence? I think not.
Come on!
It's not better than mine. I know, I've heard it. It's weak. Weak sauce soundboard. But still, I don't think it's any coincidence that Hassan is suddenly using a soundboard. Oh, very rude. It's very rude that he would steal my thunder. As if he doesn't have enough viewers already. As if somehow Hassan needs more, needs to find a way to be more entertaining, to get more people to watch his stream. Oh, the whole internet isn't watching, just half of it. Just half of the internet, I guess, so. Guess we got some work to do over here. Okay. Let's talk about Les Wexner. Leslie Herbert Wexner, or whatever his name is. A guy who's named all over the files, who supposedly gave Jeffrey Epstein just unfettered access to his finances and to capital. Huge sums of capital. In the tunes of over $1 billion, supposedly, was transferred between Les Wexner's accounts and Epstein's accounts. Now, he's been testifying, not under oath, to House Republicans.
Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. My name is Robert Garcia. I am the ranking member, the lead Democrat on the Oversight Committee, and I'm here with many of our colleagues from the Oversight Committee. We're all going to make some brief remarks. I'll introduce them all, and then I'll open it up for a couple questions. And then our deposition is continuing, so we've got to continue that throughout the day. So let me just first of all give a couple overview. So we are right now in the middle of a deposition of Mr. Les Wexner. We are doing the deposition at his estate here. Right now, we are now about 2 hours into that deposition. We are on a break, and we will be going back into the deposition for the rest of the afternoon. So to be very clear, we'll be providing an update now, but there are many, many questions that we have to ask of Mr. Wexner that are important to our investigation. And so that questioning will happen throughout the day as this day moves forward. We're here because we want to talk to anyone that has information about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crime, abuse, and trafficking of women and girls.
Unfortunately, Leslie Wexner has not been all that helpful in providing information, as it turns out. By the way, I just realized I didn't even think about it because we were so early in the stream. We hadn't even started the Galactic content goal. We didn't even start it, but we've already completed it. Thanks to all of you beautiful people. Confetti party time. There we go, folks. Already less than an hour into the stream, we've completed another Galactic content goal. Thanks to all of your contributions on YouTube and Twitch and Cash App. All of your incredible generosity, Space Fams, has made it possible for us to have this entire second anniversary weekending report stream. It's gorgeous, it's beautiful, it's epic, glorious, it's great, it's good, it's phenomenal. All right, we're gonna get right back to it. Mostly because I have a shit ton of stuff to talk about tonight. Victoria's Secret Epstein files. Yeah, we're gonna get to talking about Victoria's Secret just a little bit because I feel discussing Victoria's Secret as well as Abercrombie and Fitch, whatever it's called. I feel that to be relevant to some of the things that Mr. Wexner said in his testimony. Now, this was disturbing. This is how we're going to start it off. Oh, let's see what's going on here. Leslie was asked an interesting question here about what was it again? I'm trying to remember. Oh God, I think it was relating to whether or not he had seen or been witness to Epstein's like involvement with underage girls. I'll just let him take it away. It's really the ending that's interesting.
I'm giving a long answer, but to understand in context, because if I just say yes or no, you won't understand it. And I really want this whole group to understand it. And I never would have guessed I was being conned. Never, ever. The deceit was so subtle. Yes, I know.
Oh, he's just a
Answer
sad
the
old
question.
man. Oh, look at this. Look at the fucking theatrics. Oh, the lawyer grabs him. Oh, are you okay, Mr. Wexner? Oh, you poor old man. You poor feeble elderly man. You were conned by this sick, depraved Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, God. How could he be fooled? How could he be fooled by this man? Oh, it's terrible. It's terrible what he did to poor Leslie. Oh, God. Tricked by this Jeffrey Epstein.
Sure, we all appreciate the stories. We're just trying to answer the questions they actually wanted the answers to.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
I hope it is.
And could I ask you, I think you said in the last hour, it was your understanding that Mr. Epstein, while he was working for you, also had other clients. Is that right?
Yes.
So would that mean that his work for you, you understood it to be part-time?
I wouldn't describe it that way. I knew it wasn't I thought it wasn't full-time because he had other clients of substance, real substance.
As a listener, it sounds like substantial demands that you're describing. You were, and of course are, one of the wealthiest people in the country, managing all of your personal affairs. I would think would typically demand all of somebody's bandwidth. It sounds like that was an issue with the guy before Epstein. How was he able to do that job, but also do work for other clients at the same time?
Well, like Peg does the work now. I think you could supervise the work, overview it, which isn't the work that I do, and say you could do really thorough work if you were doing it 3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because there were accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And it's like, how could you have all silverware in your house and what? And I didn't count forks and spoons. And it's like, Jeff said, people could be walking out with forks and spoons. I said, gee, that's a good idea. We ought to have an inventory. But then there was, I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And she said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said,
I find interesting about this little story from this little monologue from Leslie Wexner. I mean, he seems to be recalling very specific details about his relationship and his discussions with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, there's a lot of details in this story about something that you would assume happened long, long ago, perhaps decades ago. About spoons and forks. And this is all relating to a conversation that he had with Jeffrey Epstein. It's just fascinating that in this moment he can find all of these details about his conversations and his relationship with Jeffrey. It's very weird.
I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And she said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer another question. 5 words, okay?
I'm going to go back. I just want you to all hear this Just gonna turn up the volume on this puppy. Prepare your ears for this. I'm gonna turn the gain up slightly as well, because this guy's whispering. He's attempting to be, you know, clandestine. He's trying to keep this little comment a secret, whispering in Leslie's ear. Oh, I need some sunglasses over here. Okay, thank you, Omega.
Jeffrey, it was just regularly done.
Answer another question. 5 words, okay? Answer the question.
Okay.
Everybody hear that clearly? Everybody hear that? I will fucking kill you.
And I believe you touched on this a bit
If you
earlier.
answer another question, with more than 5 words, says the lawyer, it's verbatim what that man just said. I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. It's a fascinating thing for this guy to be saying. I don't know what kind of relationship Mr. Wexner and this lawyer have, but that... Wow. Wow. He seems very upset with Les for him going on and on about this story. He seemed very, very worked up about that. I wonder what got him so worked up. Maybe that Les is revealing that he actually does remember some details about his time and friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. That could be it. I don't know. I would guess. I mean, I assume if this guy goes to jail, if Les Wexner goes to jail, his lawyer is going to be out a big old paycheck. So, you know, I'm sure he's very upset. He's probably watching his job just disappear in front of his eyes while Leslie Wexner just sort of goes on and on about how helpful Jeffrey Epstein was.
And I believe you touched on this a bit earlier. Were you aware of Mr. Epstein holding himself out to be affiliated with Victoria's Secret?
Only once.
When were you made aware of that?
I don't remember when.
Do you recall who brought that to your attention?
Somebody in the company, probably. I don't remember specifically who.
Do you recall how he was holding himself out to be part of Victoria's Secret?
He was a talent scout looking for models.
Did you ever have the sense that Mr. Epstein had a certain odd interest in Victoria's Secret?
No.
Would he discuss the models at Victoria's Secret with you?
No.
Would he ask you to attend Victoria's Secret fashion shows?
Would he ask me?
Correct.
No.
Did you ever personally invite him to any Victoria's Secret fashion shows?
No. I never invited him to any business event, let alone the fashion show.
So have you heard that in there? Les Wexner just made a number of very declarative statements that he knew nothing about Jeffrey Epstein. His involvement with his own company and his showing up at fashion shows. He's basically saying I had no idea. The wool was all the way down over my eyes. Who knows what Jeffrey Epstein was doing back then? Why would he have an interest in my company? Weird. Now, the thing about Victoria's Secret is that really, even without Jeffrey Epstein, and it's not even just Victoria's Secret, it's actually Limited Brands in general, which is the parent company of a number of different number of different companies you're probably familiar with, or at least was at one point or time. But if you look at a number of these companies, like there's a bunch of very problematic things going on at them. Like, I'm just saying, like, the void of the Epstein situation. Like, those things, like, they need to be investigated regardless. In fact, there's already, in fact, one guy is already, oh wait, was he investigated or he just quit? I can't remember.
Or, sorry, let me rephrase. Are you aware of how Mr. Epstein would have been able to attend Victoria's Secret events if not invited by you?
I would presume he would have called somebody in the business and said, could I come? Could I get a ticket? I know that we were, for business reasons, very careful about the audience that was there, and about, I guess, 2/3 of the audience were employees, store managers, people that had, done heroic things inside the brand, because it was a big company event, and all the CEOs of all companies in the company were invited. And so the people that were outside the company wasn't what I was concerned about. I was more concerned about internally that people came, or that should come, or were at least invited, because if not, it would have been like the right thing to do.
A what now?
So, no. My answer is, I really don't know.
Are you aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any other
good old time? Oh, son of a bitch. How did I get muted? This motherfucker over here. Look at him over here, just hee. Oh, it's all so funny. Look at him laugh. Look at him laugh. Look at him laugh about literal crimes. He's just like, I don't know. How can I? My lawyer said I can't say anything else. I have no idea. I have no idea who was at my fashion show, says Les. It's funny. I don't know. It's hilarious. Having a good time over here. This fucking criminal. This criminal sadist. He's having a great time, just laughing it up. Yucking it up over here.
Are you aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any other contacts?
This fucking creep.
Within Victoria's Secret,
These people
specifically?
are perverts.
Executives or
These
anyone of that
these
such?
people are
I'm
perverts.
sure you knew people, or would reach out to people in the business, but I don't know.
Did you ever make executives at Victoria's Secret aware that you would prevent Mr. Epstein from coming to any fashion shows or around any models?
Not that I recall.
Are you aware of Mr. Epstein bringing any women to Victoria's Secret to potentially model for Victoria's Secret?
No.
He says no, but then he nods his head. That is a tell. That is a tell. As someone who's played poker, that's a tell. You don't say no and then nod your head yes. Like, there's a conflict. There's a conflict going on there in terms of the physical presentation and the words that are being said. No, shakes his head, nods his head yes. What? Which one is it, Les? Did he or did he not? I think that really speaks to like the inner monologue I think Les knows full well that Jeffrey Epstein was doing all of that stuff and more. And his words may be saying one thing, but his body language is saying another thing. Internally, he absolutely knows that Jeffrey was doing all that shit.
Do you know who Jean-Luc Brunel is?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of him, says Les Wexner. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit, Les. Bullshit. This guy just claimed to not know who fucking Jean-Luc Brunel is. That is hilarious to me. That is really funny. That is genuinely funny to me. Because, of course, they're both named in the Epstein files, like, big time. Like, Les Wex, I'm sorry, Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel are apparently, like, close friends. But Jean-Luc Brunel was, like, literally, like, a talent scout in Paris. Like, literally a modeling, he was a modeling guy in Paris. Well known. He's been well known for decades. An entire documentary was done on the guy by 60 Minutes back in the 80s. 40 years ago. And Les Wexner, a man in fashion, has no idea who he is? Fuck off. That's a blatant lie. He knows it. We all know it. There's no way that's true.
Did you ever take a recommendation from Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell about hiring young women or girls for any of your companies or subsidiaries thereof?
Nope.
Did Mr. Epstein ever?
The fact they got this guy in here giving testimony but not under oath, but he's still lawyered up in here, like, it should give you a clear picture of what's happening. Like, this guy's doing everything he can to protect himself right now. And honestly, the GOP is too. Because if they cared, they would put him under oath. They'd force him to testify under oath. So that every single one of his words could be, examined for potential perjury and other sorts of things like that. Because I'm fairly certain he lied the entire time. Most of the things he said in here were lies. Except for maybe that story about Jeffrey Epstein and the silverware.
Suggest to you that he could find models on your behalf for Victoria's Secret?
Nope.
Did you ever consider cutting ties with Mr. Epstein?
Except, Clem, I know what you're saying, but this isn't an actual deposition. This is testimony to the House Oversight Committee. It's just not being done in the House. Look at the title. Testifies. This is not a legal deposition. This guy is not under oath. And this is just voluntary testimony being given to the House Oversight Committee, but not actually inside of the House, so that nobody can actually ask this guy questions. The GOP did this intentionally, right? They allowed him to come to this, like, quiet, private room with a couple of people, and that's it. And that's it. Like, they didn't even force him to come into Congress. They were like, nah, it's fine, Les. Just meet us, meet us for coffee. We'll just talk. We'll count that as testimony. It's insane. It is genuinely insane. He's sitting here lawyered up for testimony that's not under oath and not actually before the committee. It's wild.
Professionally or personally, after he was caught lying that he was a scout for Victoria's
Omega
Secret?
Star gifted a tier 1 subscription to Old Sickback.
I guess the answer would be, if I thought he was, I would have fired him.
Really? Fascinating. Old Sickback just got a gifted sub from Omega Star. Incredible generosity, Omega Star. I
Omega Star
appreciate you
gifted
so
a tier
very
1
much.
subscription to Eric
Another
McKetton.
gifted sub to Eric McKetton. Enjoy that. both of you getting 3 subs from Megastar over here. I just realized we still had a galactic content goal running, an old content goal on Twitch just now. Hey, we completed it. Good job. Yay. Alright, I'm going to keep going through this because we still got a hell of a lot more to get through on Wexner. A lot more to get through on just today. My God. I'm moving way too slow. Somebody else had some words for Wexner. You hate to see anybody going unsubbed. I understand that. It makes me sad, too. It also makes me sad to see people without memberships on YouTube. I'm seeing a few of those. Although we just hit the highest number of memberships that we've seen all year since losing the channel. We haven't quite gotten to where we were at last year, but we're making huge progress on memberships right now. I think we're 175 or something like that. I think the highest number we were ever at was at like
Old Sitback gifted a tier 1
like
subscription
225.
to Wexner 1.
Hey, old Sickback, re-gifting. Paying it forward. Who did you... Let's... Wait. Old Sickback just gifted a tier 1 sub to Les Wexner 1. Is Les Wexner watching the channel right now? Les, is this really all you got to do, pal? Don't you have a bunch of companies to run? Why? Why are you here? Have you nothing better to do, sir? Is my stream of that much importance? Well, I'm glad we've made it. We've I think that's official. We've made it. Les Wexner just got gifted a sub on the channel while we talk about Les Wexner. Enjoy that, Les. Enjoy that sub. You got a whole bunch of sweet emotes that you can now use. They're very enjoyable. Some of them are animated. They move around. And I know old guys like you it's probably confusing to you, but believe me, it's fun. You'll get into it.
Don't be creepy.
Shit, I just got signed out on my YouTube channel. Son of a bitch. Hold on, I gotta re-sign in. To the moon, exactly, old Sickback. I wonder if anybody calls him Wex. That's what I've been wondering to myself. I've been trying to come up with a good nickname. I think Wex. I think Wex is a good word. Good word for him. It's like Lex Luthor. Call him Wex Luthor. Wex Dushore. I don't know. It's not perfect. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. Hold on. All right, I gotta sign back in over here. This is annoying as shit. I hate how this happens randomly. Like, there's no reason for it. I have not been able to understand it. Like, I get signed out. And so it treats me like I don't have premium. And it tries to like get me to watch an ad, and it's very rude. It also causes us great inconvenience on the show. The lawyer doesn't want to go to trial. Yeah, it's a lot easier to just get paid a massive retainer. Way easier to just get paid a retainer and never have to go to court. You know, it's just way better easier to just collect the check. And then call your boss and tell him you're doing a really great job and that you deserve all that money. Rather than actually having to get up and like, do all that work. Go to places, and do things. That's not optimal. We'll call him Wex Wuthor. It'll sound like we're wisping. Alright. Sheila time. Sheila went all in on Les earlier today, posting a 2-part video. Let's get into it. By the way, if you're not already subscribed to Sheila. You should be, because she's been very informative lately.
A guy calls me up. I'll give you an example. It's just a no, because I want you to understand this. It's so confusing to me. He would say, like, I'm providing financial advice to the founders of Google. I'm providing financial advice to Jeff Bezos.
Providing financial advice to Jeff Bezos, you say? Fascinating. We'll get into that in a second. I'll be right back. My phone just died, so I can't monitor my Cash Apps or PayPals or new Patreon memberships the way I get my notifications usually. Sheila with the hair. Yeah, Sheila with the hair. She does have phenomenal hair. That's true. All right, BRB. Gotta plug my phone in.
Providing financial advice for the chief technologist at Google. Wow, I'm in good company because these are really smart guys with a lot of money. And you have to put yourself in the mindset of if my attorney said, he was qualified to argue in front of the Supreme Court, I'd believe him. I didn't say to call the Supreme Court and say, tell me.
I've never seen anyone better at being so full of shit in my entire life. He has the sweet old man thing down. Probably because he's a lifelong criminal. My opinion, but I have something. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm just gonna give you a brief background on who Les Wexner is. He was the owner of L Brands. They own Victoria's Secret, Abercrombie, Bath and Body Works, all of those limited to all of those like conglomerations, okay? And Victoria's Secret, did I mention that? Okay. He is the reason that Jeffrey Epstein is Jeffrey Epstein, okay? Because if you'll recall, Jeffrey Epstein got a job he was not qualified for at the Dalton School, a private school, teaching math. He didn't even have a degree. And he got this job teaching math. And then from there, allegedly, he meets someone's father, some student's father, who worked at Bear Stearns and got him a job at Bear Stearns, where he was allegedly an amazing options trader. Funny, because just the other day, I watched an options trader make a video about how he went and studied Jeff's trades, and they were amateur at best, terrible. He took winning trades and made them losers. Okay. And that was our finance wizard. Okay, great. And so allegedly he did so well at Bear Stearns, according to him, that he went and started his own thing. But there's also reports that he was fired because of sexual inappropriate stuff. Okay. So he starts his own thing where he is only a financial advisor to billionaires. Okay. 1986. Les Wexner starts working with him. 1986 is well before what Les Wexner was just referencing as how he got duped by Jeffrey Epstein. Les Wexner was an early adopter of Jeffrey Epstein. Les Wexner gave for free the largest private home in Manhattan to Jeffrey Epstein. That 7-story house that Jeffrey Epstein lived in was given to him by Les Wexner. He signed over power of attorney to Jeffrey Epstein, okay? This all starts in the 80s, my friends, in the 80s. And what did you just hear him say? What did you hear him say? He said that he was duped by him because, let me give you an example. For example, he would tell me that, like, he was providing financial advice to, like, Jeff Bezos. 1986.
Yeah, in 1986, literally nobody but Jeff Bezos, his mother, knew who Jeff Bezos was. Like, literally, Amazon did not exist in 1986. Amazon was created, started in 1994. And even then, took a little while for people to figure out who this guy was. So we're talking about like a decade. A decade before Jeff Bezos was Jeff Bezos, and he's claiming that that's how he got duped into hanging out and giving over his power of attorney to Jeffrey Epstein. People don't just usually just give power of attorney over to people that aren't like their spouse. You know, like doesn't happen very often. It's a very strange circumstance, to be sure, especially for a man with as much power and wealth.
Started working with Jeffrey Epstein. You hired him. You gave him all of your shit. You gave him a fucking free house in Manhattan. 1986, Jeffrey,
like you realize, like everybody realizes what power of attorney is, right? Do I need to explain it to people? Because power of attorney, it gives you the power of an attorney to basically make like serious decisions on your behalf, right? Like they can just start, you know, like doing all sorts of crazy shit, you know, just like go empty your bank accounts and start new bank accounts for you. I mean, really, my understanding of power of attorney is, you know, your attorneys can do a hell of a lot for you. Pretty much anything. Maybe there's a few exceptions to that rule, but the point is, it's the sort is generally only given to spouses, right? Or in the case of no spouse, like closest family member in the case of death type thing, right? Like in the case of like you like going into a coma or something, right? Like maybe like your sister like has power of attorney in your, you know, like your legal documents or something like that somewhere. But it's very unusual for it to just be some random guy. Like, oh, a random guy duped Leslie Wexner into giving him over power of attorney and $1 billion?
Bezos
Weird.
did not start Amazon until 1994. He wasn't a billionaire until 2007, Les. Till 2007. I'm not a mathematician, but hey Siri, what's on? That's 21 years, okay? That's 21 years that you were already working for him before Jeff Bezos was the name, okay? Before Jeff Bezos was a billionaire, okay? Don't be fooled by this guy pretending like he's some kind of like sweet old man who...
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. That's a really good point that Sheila just brought up, because I was just going until like people knew generally what Amazon was. Like I was like, people knew about Amazon by like, I think like late 90s. Like people were talking about him like in the late 90s. Like is like this guy who was trying to upend an old business of book sales, and that was back when he was literally just doing book sales. But people were familiar with him somewhat. That's what I was going off of. She's going off of actually, I think, a much smarter metric, which is being a billionaire. Because why would it matter if Jeffrey Epstein was managing the money of Jeffrey Epstein, a guy who was running an unprofitable company, a completely unprofitable company that really hadn't disrupted shit at that point. Like even in the 90s, right? Like that's because that's where I was going from. But she makes a good point. He wasn't even a billionaire until later. Oh, Megastar gifting another sweet subscription over on Twitch to Kaname-kun. Much appreciated, Omega. Incredibly generous. Why am I disappeared? Oh my god. My camera, nobody can see me. Hello. I'm here. My god. I'm just sitting here talking. Nobody can see me.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Had billions of dollars and had no idea he was being duped. He was just so stupid he accidentally became a billionaire. And then the first, some fucking guy who comes and says like, hey, I can manage your wealth for you. He was like, oh wow, I've been doing such a terrible job of becoming a billionaire all this time by myself. Yeah, absolutely. Here's power of attorney to all of my accounts, and I'm gonna give you a house in Manhattan. Go fuck yourself, Les Wexner. What a fucking lying sack of shit. All right, back to what I've got for you, okay? So, on June 14th, 2014.
Yeah, and even back at this time, a 7-story Manhattan mansion, still millions of dollars. Certainly not the cost it would be now. I don't know the exact selling price of that thing, but I'll bet even back in the, what was it? What year did she say that he gave him a house in the 80s? Even the 80s, I'll bet is worth something like $2 million. Which in today's dollars, I mean, today's New York property market, how much is Jeffrey Epstein's mansion worth? $56 million in 2019. It sold for 51 in 2021. Oh my God. Jesus.
JEE is making like these like.
That's actually, I just want to make a point because 2021, oh my God. Since 2021, the housing market, like in terms of the value of homes between 2021 and 2026, oh my God. I'll bet that went from 51 to like 75 million. That is wild. This is a wild gift. This is a wild fucking gift when you think about it. When you really put it I mean, honestly, 7 stories in Manhattan is just generally just fucking insane. But that price tag is ridiculous. Oh my God.
There's a series of these and they get longer. He like stops at one letter, sends himself the email, and then it's another one. See, he stopped at the H in the last email, and then he starts writing again. And that's not even the. Then there's this version and this version, and here we are. Okay.
You think there's a sex crimes discount on the property? Honestly, Glitchmaster, you're probably right. I'm not gonna lie. There was probably a sex crimes discount. It's like, just so you know, the former owner did a whole bunch of sex crimes here on the property. It's still lovely sconces, you'll notice on the walls here, and this is where you'll see bookshelf that was in the Epstein files. I can just imagine the real estate agent trying to sell the Epstein mansion. Oh God, you're probably right. Discount.
This is over the course of a couple of minutes. Wexner, necklace, mother suicide, Sharon, taxes, New Albany. That's where Les Wexner lives, the New Albany, Ohio house. Bankrupt, never ever did anything without informing Les. This is from 2014. Les Wexner said that he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein in 2007 or 2008 when he was under criminal investigation. Okay, great. Because that's when he realized that he had stolen millions of dollars from him. Got it. Never, ever, where was I? Did anything without informing Les. Questionable as to unrelated third party, Jack Kessler, Stanley, Jerry, my personal, taken advantage of, taken advantage of. That's probably a reference to when Les Wexner said that he was taken advantage of by Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. Understand, scared. I would never put Les in harm's way. He never called. Sale of trust, put call, despond, Dick Gray, Susan, followed, put in fake secretary, took an attorney. I would never give him up. This is a letter to Les Wexner in 2014 from Jeffrey Epstein. But hold on, this is notes for it. I got you. Blah, blah. I would never give him up. Craig, Lurson, every day, 24 hours a day, security, Jenks house, New Albany, again, Aspen, Jiz Lane, stood by, father, brothers, Wexner, apartment, house, Forrester, mother, money, rescued, Ted, Dana, Shelley, Concord, skiing, Hollywood, support before and after, Dershowitz. What could it all mean? They cut ties. Allegedly, in 2008, according to Wexner, which, by the way, I kind of believe, based on what I'm about to show you, I kind of believe he probably was like, I have nothing to do with you. Like, I'm disavowing you.
This shit is unbelievable. Utterly unbelievable. I mean, there's so much corroborating, like, evidence out here, and, like, some of the, like, unhinged ways in which they communicated with one another, it just sort of, I feel like it somehow increases the perversity of it all. I don't know why. It's like they just sort of, they like speak in like strange like poetry to one another, like weirdly typed, like so many like typos and strange prose used in these files. Like these guys had really weird relationships with one another. Just the way that they talked to each other was just creepy. Does she have to say Ghislaine? Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Sheila's gonna be saying Ghislaine every time.
You fucked up and you're on your own. You know what I mean? And here he is, because I saw an email from Leslie Groff trying to get his new email address to contact him. So I think he probably did for his own self-interest. But here in 2014, this letter. And I think those were all just notes. He was brainstorming for this letter. Les, I am truly sorry to hear you have been the target of an extortion attempt by the same girl that has tried to extort Ehud Barak, Alan Dershowitz, and Prince Andrew, formerly. I guess that she is either using bottom feeder or she is being used by them. I am certain that John Ziegler, who cares, has transmitted my suggestion that you and I sit down together. So that means they had a conduit. They had someone that they were communicating between, okay? And now he's trying to get a sit down with him directly. I was told that the family had no interest in a meeting. As I did not ask for meeting with family, I find that answer unsatisfactory. I
just did a quick cursory Google search. And look what comes up. John W. Ziegler of the Ohio State University Board of Trustees. Now you might be asking yourself, why is that important, StreamLord? Oh, a lot of strange things have happened at OSU. Including Les Wexner being apparently a big donor to the Ohio State University, as well as a number of other strange things happening at OSU, including a bunch of like sexual, what do you call it? It's like a sexual assault allegations against faculty members at OSU by students. Like, there's a bunch of things we've talked, honestly, OSU, it keeps coming up OSU over and over again. It's kind of creepy, actually. Like, the fact that we've talked about OSU so many times recently, like, it should lead us to some concerns. Reddit. 4 days ago, Leslie Wexner and John Ziegler have buried OSU scandals for nearly 30 years. He's the presiding partner of Ziegler, Triggs, and Little LLP. Ooh, fancy. A limited liability partnership.
Not once done anything but protect your interests. I owe a great debt to you, as frankly, you owe to me. I was not surprised by your reticence to sit with me when my bad judgment with women became a cause célèbre. As I'm sure you recall, you didn't sit with your mother or sister or Sharon when a conflict arose, as I did it for you. You didn't sit with Jack Kessler, Stanley, or Stanley's son. I did it for you. I never asked to see you. I never sent you a request, Abigail, his wife, and I sat. She asked many questions. She made many unfair, aggressive, and false accusations, none of which have been fully answered without violating a confidence.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bits. Quick reminder to my TX Space fams, early voting runs through the 27th. Be sure to get out there and vote, or make sure you're registered. Ballot box with ballot emoji.
Oh, yes, Omega Star. Thank you for that donation. The bits are appreciated, but the message even more appreciated. Get out there, Texas Space Fams. Early voting. Going through the 27th. It's a big one. It's a big one. Make sure to get out there and vote. And right now, the Galactic News Network is endorsing Talarico in the Senate race as of now. After having done a small amount of research, I do feel he is preferable in this primary to any of the other candidates. Sorry, I was about to say something else. I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what I was about to say. It was in response to something that Sheila was just saying. Now I can't think of it.
Aggressive and false accusation, none of which have been fully answered without violating a confidence with you, many of which I did not answer, some that I did. You and I had gang stuff for over 15 years, a great deal of it that she was unaware of. I had no intention of divulging any confidence of yours, no matter what accusations she made, and she made quite a few. As I'm sure she told you, I didn't argue with her, threaten her or you, or in any way did not behave as I had always, putting your interests first. I always told you I would never, under any circumstances, give it up. I'm out.
This letter is wild. The way that he's talking to Les, I mean, this is like the letter you send a close friend, right? Or at least somebody that you want to think of you as a close friend. I mean, the tone of this letter. Like, he's trying to be like, look at me. I have been here through thick and thin. I know everything. Why would you be upset at me? I'm here. I'm here to help you in whatever way I can. You're clearly being targeted by some sort of deranged person right now. And I just want to help out, pal. Like, it feels like he's really, like, it's a close friend just trying to convince his friend that he's not the reason for why this bad thing is happening. That's what it feels like to me. Manda voted. Very good. Very good. Yeah, just get out there and vote. Get out there and vote. That's the important thing. Exercise your democratic rights, your civil duty. Put your vote behind the person you think is going to do the best job. Not just for you, but for everybody, really. That's the one thing I wish people would take to the ballot box more, is to actually think about the community. 20%. You know, like at least 20%. Just like for like 1/5 of a second. Just think about what it's going to do, not just you. Was there a point to that? Where was that going? To this next video. That's right, we're not done with Sheila. We're not done with Sheila. She had another excerpt. And more questions. And a fairly good point. Regarding Les Wexner. And certain timeline.
So I just found this letter from Jeffrey Epstein to Martin Weinberg, who was one of his lawyers. Dated July 15th, 2015. Ask Zeiger to check on location, March 8th, 2001. I found this email because in that June 2014 letter that Jeffrey Epstein, wrote to Les Wexner, he says, I am certain that John Zeiger has transmitted my suggestion that you and I sit down together, and I opined that that's their middleman. John Zeiger is Les Wexner's lawyer. So I thought, self, why is Jeffrey Epstein 1 year and 1 month later telling his lawyer to contact Zeiger and say, cryptically, check on location March 8, 2001? It sounds like an escalation and desperation to me. It sounds like maybe he didn't get what he wanted from this letter where he said, I have kept your confidences, motherfucker. Do you remember? Do you remember how loyal I've been? And then this letter's kind of like, but I don't have to be, because tell him to check his location March 8th, 2001. So I'm thinking, what happened in March of 2001? This photo was taken of Virginia and the former Prince Andrew at Ghislaine Maxwell's house in London. This is the first time that she was introduced to Andrew and the first time that he raped her. First time.
Illegal.
So this was March 10th, 2001, right? So I'm thinking, it's like March 8th is 2 days earlier, is the insinuation that Les Wexner was also in London at that time. Because we know that Virginia said that she was a victim of Andrew and of Dershowitz and Ehud Barak and Les Wexner. And in this letter that was written in 2014 by Jeffrey Epstein to Les, it says, I'm truly sorry to hear that you've been the target of an extortion attempt by the same girl that has tried to extort Ehud Barak, Alan Dershowitz, and Prince Andrew. So March 10th is the first time these two meet. This is the first time she's victimized by him. But this publication was able to confirm that Jeffrey Epstein's jet flew to Paris on March 6th, 2001, continuing to Grenada, Tangier, and London before returning to New York. And we know that they're in London on March 10th. The trip started on March 6th. So would this mean that perhaps Les Wexner was in Grenada or Tangier or Paris on March 8th? 1 year after he sends a letter to Les Wexner starting off with, sucks that you're also being accused by Virginia. Did he write an email saying, I can easily prove and corroborate her story? Why don't you tell your client to check his location on March 8th? I don't know, man. I'm just spitballing here. But does anyone know Les Wexner's location? March 8th, 2001? Anyone? Another thing I want to point out too is in some of the videos I've watched of Les Wexner's testimony, they're asking, do you know Virginia Giuffre? Do you know this person? Did this was she at your house? You took advantage of her on this day or at this place and your location here or your property here? And he takes issue with that. I didn't own that property, like that kind of thing. His response to her, like, no. This is a 80-something-year-old man, right? This is a billionaire, right? This is a guy who, when also in this same line of questioning, is asked about his staff. How many staff do you have at any given time on the property? I don't know, like 20? Do you think that he knows his fucking staff? Other than, like, let's say his personal secretary, right? Seems like the type, and they're asked about his personal security, like, when did you have security, that kind of thing. Do you think that this is the kind of guy who, like, remembers people? You think that he would remember the full name of one of his victims? You think that he gives a shit about their names? When he says, I know the name from, like, the news, I guess. Like, do you think that he would ever take the time to give a shit about the name of a child that he's about to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and do you know what she means? And here's the other thing that this is why, like, I've been saying that it's so worrisome and so problematic that the DOJ released so much information on the victims, which they weren't supposed to do. Because guys like this, Les Wexner, I mean, they have access to the files the same as everybody else. And when the DOJ releases that information, all of a sudden, people like that can put the pieces together and suddenly they may have identifiable information of victims. Maybe phone numbers, maybe addresses. Who knows? You know, you give a statement to the FBI, they might want to call you back, reach out to you, you know? And so oftentimes they ask for that kind of stuff. And that really, you know, like it makes me. That's the thing that I worry about, like most. Like when I think about that, I'm like, you know, like guys like Les Wexner now have a veritable like black book of their own victims. They can now pour over. It's too late. They can't pull the genie back in the bottle, right? Guys like Les, there's no way that his lawyers didn't download full copies of the files, right? Like, please. Guys who are in the files, they have their lawyers downloading this shit, like, immediately. So that they themselves can go over and so that they can know what the DOJ has to some degree, right? So you got to figure, even if they go and try and redact it, none of that matters now. None of that's changed. Okay. All right. We are way past the normal first break here. That's my bad. Just a reminder, everybody. Today is the 2-year anniversary of the Galactic News Network. That's right, February 20th marks the day 2 years ago when I decided that this show needed to be a thing. I was sick and tired of all the problems I was looking at and not feeling like I was doing more about it. And so for 730 days, I've been trying to bring you your news 5 days a week. It's become an 8-hour show. I looked back recently, and when we first started the stream, we were doing like 4-hour streams. I don't remember when I switched to 8-hour streams, but we've been doing those for a long time now. Space seems stressful. Earth is probably more stressful than space right now, depending on where you're at. All right, everybody, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without your donations, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a lot of great ways for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups and the subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. But right now, we do need your support, most on places like Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, while also simultaneously financing the galactic deficit. That's right, people. A lot of great ways you pick. Honestly, though, liking, subscribing, following, these are simple and cost no money. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is coming to an end. The show is about to begin once again. So, you better get yourselves back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, people. Here we are once again, third half. Sorry, second half about to begin. Got confused on my halves. Half confusion. It's really my fault. It's really my fault. Okay. Okay, where did we end the first half? Ah, that's right, talking about Les Wexner. With Sheila Zolnor. Now, I want to get into our own little discussion about Les Wexner. Because, you know, the problems with Les aren't just Epstein files related, although they certainly are. They are related to that. But not every single thing going on with him is necessarily problematic as it relates to Jeffrey Epstein involvement. Les was problematic in his own way. It would seem that his companies had a culture of abuse. And it goes back quite a ways, those allegations. Let's talk about the dark side of Victoria's Secret. To get us started, here's 60 Minutes Australia. Oh, wait, before we do that, almost forgot. My phone was charging before the break. Finally turned back on, got to check it, and two beautiful people donated over on Cash App. May Wormy and one other person. The other person, unfortunately, did not say whether or not they wanted to be mentioned, so I don't want to blow their spot up if they'd prefer to be anonymous. However, feel free to mention yourself in chat. And I'll shout you out then. But thank you, May, and anonymous other. We have made serious progress on the galactic deficit today. I was getting really worried that we wouldn't complete it, and now we're at least feels like we're on the right track. Feels like it's more doable. Oh god, that number's been stressing me out. All right. Honestly though, both of the people who donated on Cash App said happy anniversary. Thank you for that. It's very exciting. Full 2 years of Galactic news. I had no idea how long this would be able to go for. And now with all of your help, looks like we'll be heading out into the future, 2027 and beyond, hopefully. Fingers crossed. All right, the Victoria's Secret time. Of course, Victoria's Secret is part of L Brands, the company owned by Les Wexner. So chill. Ay, 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 ay. The supermodel, what do they call it? The supermodel Super Bowl? Yeah. Sounds like a place that Jeffrey Epstein would love. The things that she details here just sound incredibly abusive. Every single aspect of all this just seems just incredibly abusive, whether it's physical abuse or emotional abuse. Seem to be. It is fucking disturbing how these women are turned, women and girls are turned into objects. And I don't think that it's a coincidence that the same men who are in the Epstein files are the same men who are objectifying women on a market scale, like on a literal, like, commercial scale. It's just, that is abuse. Oh my God. She started abusing herself, basically. She started beating herself up because she'd internalized the abuse. Started shaming herself because she couldn't survive on just water. It's unconscionable. That is so disturbing. To starve yourself to the point of not being able to function as a human being. Can't even walk a flight of stairs. Can't even walk a flight of stairs. Can't, just can't do normal human tasks on a day-to-day basis because you're so malnourished. Yeah. Just to please, just to please a couple of guys at the top. The Epstein class. Half an inch change. And they're like, you're fired. Oh. People who are saying that are completely disregarding the fact that this woman was experiencing these things before she was even an adult. Right? Like, to claim that it's like on her, it was her choice. Like, she was a teenager. She was 14 years old when she started getting into modeling. Like, these things are being told to her when she was young and impressionable in her formative life stage, right? I think it's a big... I just want everybody to hear that one more time, because this is really where everything starts... everything we're talking about, I shouldn't be laughing, but everything we're talking about here starts to really coalesce, if you will. Things start aligning. This wouldn't be acceptable if this creep was her father, let alone her boss. That is insane. Can you imagine the same thing happening to you at work? Your boss coming over and saying, "Are you sure you need another piece of bread?" Like, oh, you're looking a little like, oh, are you sure you need the calories? Like, fuck that. Fuck that shit. But it seems like a culture of abuse was the norm at Victoria's Secret, a place where Jeffrey Epstein seemed to run around carte blanche as some sort of recruiter. And, having free will to do whatever he wanted to whomever, and apparently he wasn't the only one. Seems like all these guys are running around and treating women like objects and like garbage. And apparently some women were trafficked by Jeffrey Epstein vicariously through these modeling agents, whatever, like, through his modeling agency or whatever it is. I forget exactly what, like, how that all went down. But he also apparently also brought people to Victoria's Secret. It's not clear if any of them ever became Victoria's Secret models. I get the sense that he was, in fact, just using it to prove that he could possibly get women jobs at Victoria's Secret as models, and as another way for him to hold things over their head, essentially. Like, I think he was using these shows, like, for two purposes, right? To traffic women who were interested in modeling, and then also to show that he had, I mean, essentially the world's biggest, the Super Bowl of modeling, as they said. He literally could get you access to the Super Bowl. I mean, as a model, what a guy to know. I mean, gosh. And I'm just speculating to some degree on that last part, but I don't think that that's crazy. I don't think that's at all crazy. That kind of guy, a predator like that, there's almost no way in my mind that he wasn't doing something like that. Essentially leveraging his relationship with Lex Wexner with his victims, basically saying, I could make you a model. You're just going to have to, you're just going to have to do some stuff for me. I'll get you in there. You want to go to the show? Like, there's no way he wasn't doing something. The more I talk about it, the more I'm like, this absolutely fucking happened. Now, another company which was bought by Les Wexner in the 90s. I think it was like early 90s. Actually, it might have been the 80s. Oh, no, I think it was the 80s. Hold on, let me look this up. Hold on. Can't type. That's good. Yes, okay, here you go. Let's read a little, before we get to this next video, I just want to read a little bit on the history of the company known as Abbercrombie and Fitch. The Abercrombie Company was founded in 1892 in New York City by David T. Abercrombie as an outfitter for the elite outdoorsman Ezra Fitch, a wealthy lawyer, real estate developer, and a devoted Abercrombie customer, who bought a significant stake in the business in 1900, and in 1904 it was incorporated and renamed Abercrombie and Fitch Co. Fitch eventually bought out Abercrombie's share of the business, becoming its sole owner from 1907 to 1928. The company was an elite outfitter of sporting and excursion goods, particularly noted for its expensive shotguns, fishing rods, fishing boats, and tents. It even outfitted Theodore Roosevelt's safari and Admiral Richard E. Byrd's expedition to Antarctica. Ernest Hemingway was also a regular customer. The gun with which he committed suicide in 1961 was purchased from Abercrombie and Fitch. By the 70s, A&F was struggling to compete with lower-priced competitors while trying to maintain its high-end image. It was known for holding an extensive inventory of lavish items, but high operating expenses forced A&F to shed its highest-priced items, such as an $18,000 gold and onyx chess set. Yeah, that cash flow problems there. In 1988, Oshman's sold the brand and its operations to one Leslie Wexner. And his vehicle, The Limited, the parent company of several retail clothing chains, including Victoria's Secret. Under The Limited, which later rebranded itself as L Brands, A&F gradually shifted its focus to young adults.
Don't be creepy.
Hired Mike Jeffries. That name's going to be coming up in a second. CEO in 1992, 4 years later. And in 1996, spun off as a separate, publicly traded company, which eventually grew into one of the largest apparel firms in the United States. In 98, the company launched a children's product line, Abercrombie Kids, for 7 to 14-year-olds. And in 2000, A&F launched its Hollister Co. subsidiary, a new concept focused on the optimistic, laid-back California lifestyle. And in 2026, they announced a baby and toddlers collection as a part of their Abercrombie Kids line to include... honestly, they just keep going younger, and I just want you to notice that. Like, that ever since Les Wexner took over Abercrombie and Fitch, they started focusing on kids. And, like, every few years or so, they're like, can we focus on even younger kids?
They make me sick.
Like, did you notice that trend? It's like, let's talk about teens. Actually, can we talk about even younger than teens? How about babies?
They make me vomit.
Speaking of Abercrombie, did you know that they also happen to have a rather disturbing corporate culture where allegations of rape and other sorts of sexual coercive business practices were taking place? Oh, that's right. CEO Mike Jeffries was accused of harboring a culture of credible sexual abuse at Abercrombie and Fitch. A guy who was, I would point out, put there by none other than Leslie Wexner. Let's just I know we just got done talking about it, but I just can't stop. I cannot go into this until we make it clear, perfectly clear, that 4 years after Leslie Wexner bought Abercrombie, he appointed Mike Jeffries as its CEO. He put this guy here. I mean, certainly it's not a surprise, but I don't think it's a coincidence that these guys are friends, that Leslie thought he was the right guy for the job.
Bombshell news out of the world of fashion hit the headlines today. Former Abercrombie and Fitch CEO Michael Jeffries and 2 others arrested. They're charged with sex trafficking and interstate prostitution. So Jeffries, seen here getting in the back of a police cruiser, faces a judge in about an hour in Florida. And CBS News correspondent Christian Benavides joins us live. He's in West Palm Beach today. Christian, these are some disturbing allegations. Quite a network here.
Reed, just absolutely horrible allegations. This is just so disturbing. The defendants in this case, Mike Jeffries, the former CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch, Matthew Smith, his partner, and James Jacobson, who, according to federal prosecutors, was hired to sort of facilitate what they're calling sex trafficking, facilitate these sexual acts that...
Wow. Shocking. A guy whose buddies with Leslie Wexner was officially accused of sex trafficking by the federal government over a year ago for his activities at another company in fashion. All these guys are in fashion, and all these guys are doing sex crimes. At this point, I think there's no more lines to be drawn. I think we get it. It's really, honestly, pretty gross and disturbing, and yet somehow not that shocking when you really think about some of the things that have come out of the fashion industry over the years. Sorry. Go back to this.
Happened, according to officials. What federal prosecutors say is that they targeted young men who were looking for a career in modeling with promises of career advancement.
and they would show up to what federal prosecutors are calling a casting couch operation. Essentially told that they were going there for an interview and turning into just this horrible, horrible situation. According to the indictment, Jacobson allegedly had the victims do a tryout with him before these alleged victims would go on to meet Jeffries and Smith. All of this after they were allegedly told to sign non-disclosure agreements, were given alcohol and drugs so that they could perform these sexual acts for the former CEO of Abbercrombie and Fitch. Just absolutely very disturbing allegations here. According to officials, the crimes allegedly occurred, or at least the probe goes back to the late 2000s up until March of 2015. Mike Jeffries was the CEO of Abbercrombie and Fitch from 1992 to 2014.
It's just disturbing. All right, I'm afraid we're not quite done with this one. We're going to get a little bit more in-depth, in fact, before we end this discussion. This one's from ABC News from last year.
Tonight, the shocking arrest of the man who helped launch Abercrombie and Fitch to must-wear brand status. The accusers numbering more than a dozen. Their allegations horrifying. Here's ABC's senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky.
We're here today to announce the arrest and charging of 3 defendants.
It was a stunning announcement.
Yeah, I was
Former
right.
CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch.
I was right. I had a feeling, and I had to double check it. This was actually not last year. This was in 2024. This was over a year ago, October. He was charged in October of 2024.
Michael Jeffries, Matthew Smith, and James Jacobson.
The former CEO of one of America's most celebrated brands, Abercrombie and Fitch, arrested along with his romantic partner and a business associate.
Right to jail, right away. Prostitution enterprise lasted at least from the end of 2008 until early 2015. They spent millions of dollars on a massive infrastructure to support this operation and maintain its secrecy.
Jeffries, who stepped down from Abercrombie in 2014, is accused by law enforcement of using his power and wealth to traffic and sexually exploit more than a dozen young men around the world, many of them aspiring models.
This guy looks like a villain. Like, I hate to profile someone based upon how they look, but this guy just looks like a fucking villain. Like, he should be in, like, a Bond movie or something like that. I mean, look at him. He's so creepy. He's got his little boat shoes that match his little sweater. Looks like he's wearing even a matching bolo underneath it. He's got to wear a polo underneath the sweater. But then he's a polo and sweater, but then white yacht shorts. Right. Okay. That makes sense. Creepy. He's a creepy looking dude. He looks like he genuinely belongs in the Epstein files. You know, like this guy, I'm fairly certain this guy, like, was born in a country club or something.
More than a dozen young men around the world, many of them aspiring models. The 16-count indictment includes charges of sex trafficking and prostitution. At the heart of the case, the allegations of 15 John Does.
So it's jaw-dropping and shocking in every twist and turn of this case. We've seen R. Kelly go down on similar charges, and in the Southern District of New York, Sean Combs is facing the exact same charges.
When I saw the charges come down, I said perhaps this is a continuation of the reckoning that I think we are starting to see in this world of arts and entertainment moving forward.
The arrests are relief to those who have alleged in civil lawsuits they were victimized.
What feels like an evil villain continued to use his power to harm a lot of people. And I don't think he feels bad about it.
To anyone who thinks they can exploit and coerce others by using the so-called casting couch system, this case should serve as a warning.
Jeffries and his romantic partner Matthew Smith were arrested in Palm Beach, Florida. Jeffries is now released on a $10 million bond while Smith remains detained. Their attorneys issued identical statements saying we will respond in detail to the allegations after the indictment is unsealed and when appropriate, but plan to do so in the courthouse, not the media. Jacobson was arrested in Wisconsin. He appeared in a Minnesota courtroom and was released on bail. His attorneys declined to comment. Court documents allege the length Jeffries, his partner Smith, and their business associate Jacobson used to lure young men to sex events around the globe, from New York to Europe and Morocco.
This indictment is that these three men would use the allure of a modeling career or being associated with Abercrombie and Fitch to seduce and also allegedly rape many of these men.
Prosecutors said the itineraries for some of the events made no mention of sex and instead resembled those often sent to models for photo shoots. Jacobson allegedly acted as a recruiter for Jeffries and Smith.
Jacobson engaged in, quote, tryouts with men across the world where he would typically pay them to engage in sex acts with him.
The federal indictment alleges that prior to sex events, the John Does were physically groomed, including at times shaving men's genitals without advance notice.
There were two things that stood out to me to the indictment. One, the network that was made and used to facilitate the sex trafficking, but also the use of drugs to induce erections so that people who could not or would not participate in sexual acts were forced to do so.
The defendants pressured the men to consume alcohol, Viagra, and muscle relaxants known as poppers during the sex events.
At the sex events, the indictment alleges staff controlled the entry and exit and directed men to wear costumes and use sex toys. Prosecutors claim the victims were sometimes paid for attending the events and forced to sign non-disclosure agreements.
You can't NDA crimes, okay? I would like to point that out to everybody. NDAs are for proprietary business information and things of that nature. NDAs do not keep you from divulging crimes, okay? That's the law. You don't get to just be like, hey, you don't get to tell anybody about this crime we just did, okay? Because you signed your name to this paper. If we just did a crime to you, you can't tell anybody about it because you signed your name. It's like, no. Actually, you can, and you're saying stupid things right now. Oh my god, these people are all tied in with one another. I just found it interesting that they brought up Paris. This went across the country and across the world, and they went to that cut shot of, like New York, Paris, and I'm trying to remember the other places, but all I could focus on was the Paris thing, because we just got done listening to Les Wexner say that he doesn't know who Jean-Luc Brunel is, who was basically like the king of modeling in Paris, right? Like he ran, before he died, an agency called Karen Models, which is still in existence to this day. It's that big that even after this guy was accused of sex crimes and then died in jail, they kept doing business. You can find their website; it still exists. They don't allow Wikipedia to have a page for them, but they do have their own website. It's fascinating. But it's just fascinating how Les Wexner could pretend to not know one of the biggest modeling agencies in like Europe. Essentially, is basically what he was saying when he said that. Who? Jean-Luc what? I don't know.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
It's a staggering fall for the once highly successful CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch.
Mike Jeffries expanded Abercrombie and Fitch from a small apparel store in the United States to a massive enterprise throughout the world.
Jeffries helped turn the brand into a cultural phenomenon.
In the mid to late 90s specifically, Abercrombie and Fitch was everywhere. It was very much giving coastal, prep boy energy. Very preppy,
That's hot.
Very country clubby, very much the moment.
Popular among teens, Abercrombie's marketing campaigns in commercials like these, selling sexy images of shirtless men and barely dressed women. going viral before the word viral was part of the lexicon, and sparking controversy too.
The boundaries were absolutely pushed about what was socially acceptable at that time to get this attention. So what you saw in these advertisements a lot of times were a lack of clothing. It's a clothing brand, but you didn't see a lot of clothing.
The Abercrombie look immortalized in songs like LFO's 1999 hit Summer Girls.
I like girls that wear Abercrombie and Fitch.
Everyone wanted to look like a model at Abercrombie. It was influential in our music, to the way that people dressed and the way that people acted.
Some of the models became Hollywood heavyweights: Channing Tatum, Ashton Kutcher, Jennifer Lawrence, Olivia Wilde, and Heidi Klum.
For an aspiring model to land an ad with Abercrombie and Fitch, I mean, that's kind of the penultimate, especially if you're a young male model. The opportunities aren't as vast for you as they are for your female counterparts.
But the company's sales began to sputter in 2011. Jeffries stepped down in 2014.
You gotta wonder why. Why? I don't think you have to wonder very much. But one wonders why the male modeling opportunities were more extensive at Abercrombie than perhaps at other agencies. Ugh. These people disgust me.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
The brand has also come under scrutiny in the last decade. In a Netflix documentary, White Hot, The Rise and Fall of Abercrombie and Fitch, former models spoke out.
Abercrombie said it wasn't that we were being racially discriminated against, it was that we weren't good looking enough.
In today's criminal indictment, Abercrombie and Fitch is not accused of wrongdoing, but prosecutors allege Jeffries used the potential of an opportunity with Abercrombie to lure young men. When ABC News reached out to the company, it declined to comment. In 2023, the BBC aired a documentary featuring several former models accusing Jeffries of sexually exploiting them.
What happened to me changed my life, and not for the better.
Barrett Paul was one of those who spoke out to the BBC.
As a young person, you tell yourself this is just part of what the industry is.
Paul was a model when he says he crossed paths with Jeffries, Smith, and Jacobson in 2011.
Being able to get into a meeting with the CEO meant you had a very good chance of becoming one of the models, and you know, this was the draw. This is why I was an easy person to prey upon.
He claims he was invited to attend an event at Jeffries' estate in the Hamptons. Paul thought it was a chance to audition to be an Abercrombie model.
You know, I was told that there could be some things that were not your normal interview. However, this is your chance. You're not going to get another one like this. And I was given Abercrombie and Fitch underwear to put on. I walked into a scene that would make most people extremely uncomfortable, extremely nervous, scared. There is not just them, but other men in there doing stuff that I was not comfortable with. And then there's other men in there completely dressed in Abercrombie and Fitch clothes.
What happened still haunts him.
I was stripped of what felt like my humanity. I felt like a piece of meat.
For years, he stayed silent. He says he worried speaking out would ruin his career. Now he's part of a class action lawsuit filed last year representing at least dozens who claim Abercrombie's crucial support allowed Jeffries to successfully rape, sexually assault, and coercively sex traffic Barrett Paul and numerous others. Jeffries and Abercrombie and Fitch have both denied the claims and filed motions to dismiss the civil lawsuit and the claims made by Paul.
I think.
Yeah. Right. Oh my god. These stories are fucking just disgusting. Every single one of them. You've just been hearing just untold depravities. Day in, day out. It feels like for months now. the deeper we get into the Epstein files and all the adjacent people and all the crimes that have been allegedly committed, it is just so disturbing. Oh my God. And just for everybody, in case there's anybody who's just showing up now who missed the lead up to all of that, the reason we were talking about Abercrombie and Fitch, right? The reason we're talking about the crimes that were allegedly committed at Abercrombie and Fitch is because the CEO of Abercrombie and Fitch was put there by none other than the owner of Abercrombie and Fitch at the time, Leslie Wexner, the guy who testified earlier this week about his supposed knowledge of the Epstein, of Epstein and whatever else, and crimes being committed there. It's another instance of sex trafficking allegations surrounding another company involved that Les Wexner literally owned. Not just involved in, but that Les Wexner owned. That's two. How many coincidences until a pattern, you know, is established for people still doubting about any of this stuff? Two of Leslie Wexner's companies, both, you know, having sex trafficking allegations surrounding them, as well as Wexner having, you know, direct ties to Jeffrey Epstein, ties that he's pretending he doesn't have. Fact is all of these guys were hanging out, and we just gotta pick. If we could just put all of these Epstein files guys together in a photo, I think we'd start to see the patterns. They're all like the same guy. They're all like the same ancient old white guy with way too much money and power and access. Donald Trump, Howard Lutnick, Bill Clinton. I mean, there's so many people in these files. It's honestly easier to just name people who aren't in the files at this point. It's the entire Epstein class. It's the entire, you know, it's the entire elite. It's the entire 1%. They're all in it. It's the whole oligarchy. The world oligarchy is in it, including a number of monarchies and other sorts of governmental institutions, from Israel to the United Kingdom, from Africa to Russia. I don't know why I'm laughing. It's just because it's so absurd. Just how interconnected this fucking network is. I think that's part of it. It just seems so it seems so fictional. It feels like a fictional story, right? And in fact, is there's a lot of movies. Some people have been asking about how some movies line up so perfectly with some of the things that have happened in the Epstein files. But it really does. It feels like some sort of horrifying thriller. All right, final Epstein files related story before we move on to other things tonight. We've been talking about this long enough. Let's go to New Mexico, the latest on Epstein's former ranch. A ranch that is now technically owned by a Donald Trump donor and TPUSA endorsed political candidate in Texas. That's who now owns the ranch. However, state of New Mexico has apparently reopened investigations into that very ranch. Here's the Associated Press from 8 hours ago.
Mexico's Attorney General has reopened an investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's former Zorro Ranch as allegations swirl about what role the secluded spot played in sexual abuse or sex trafficking of underage girls and young women. Attorney General Raul Torres' office said the decision was made after reviewing information recently released by the U.S. Department of Justice. There are thousands of references to the ranch in the documents released by federal authorities. New Mexico's initial case was closed in 2019, but state prosecutors say now that, quote, revelations outlined in the previously sealed FBI files warrant further examination. The investigation is one of several major developments in the continuing fallout from the release of the federal government's so-called Epstein files. In Washington, D.C., members of Congress are still working to lift the veil with more testimony from powerful people. On Thursday, video was released of a 6-hour deposition of billionaire retail mogul Les Wexner. He remains defiant that he didn't know of or participate in Epstein's crimes, doubling down on the fact that the two weren't friends. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is
bullshit. By the way, all the photos that I've been seeing of Leslie Wexner and Jeffrey Epstein make it seem like they were big time friends. All the photos I've seen of them together. Look at this. Here's one. Look at them. This is old. Look at that. Look at this. Leslie Wexner still had some hair left, and is way less wrinkly. But there he is. There's Leslie, and look at him. Look at him having a great time. Here's them at what looks like to be some sort of fashion show or something like that. Hold on. Why is my browser being stupid? Where did that go just now? Oh, here's the photo of them hanging out at a fashion show. It would appear. He's looking directly at Jeffrey Epstein, it would seem. Although he is wearing sunglasses. But they're literally sitting right next to each other. I think that's Ghislaine. So I guess they're one apart. They're literally right here once again, right next to each other years later. This is many years. This must be in the 20 teens. It would appear, from what I can tell. It's just fascinating how he wants to pretend that they weren't friends. Right. Okay. Just happened to be in a bunch of photos where you two look like you're having a great time together. It's just so unbelievable. It's just so wildly unbelievable. Anyways, I guess we'll find out what New Mexico uncovers about Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch. All right, let's move on to some other topics. And we still got a hell of a lot of other things to get into. It's been a very busy week. The weekending report, very long list. I don't know how I'm going to get through all of it. I should have bought food. I should have bought food before the stream. Now I'm thinking about it, and it's a terrible plan. All right. Let's move on from one kind of crime to another kind of crime. From one big case to another, Jeffrey Epstein. Free Luigi Mangione. Well, one man tried to free Luigi earlier this week on, I believe it was Tuesday. It's a fascinating story from CBS New York.
Man accused of trying to break Luigi Mangione out of jail using a pizza cutter was arraigned in Brooklyn federal court this morning. Mark Anderson of Minnesota pleaded not guilty to one charge of impersonating a federal agent. Court documents say on January 28th, Anderson claimed to be an FBI agent when he went to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn and demanded the release of a specific inmate. A federal law enforcement source tells CBS News that inmate was Mangione. Anderson was allegedly armed with a pizza cutter and a barbecue fork. He faces up to 3 years in prison if convicted.
Barbecue fork guy. Oh my God. Anyway, one unhinged man tried to free Luigi with a pizza cutter. It's not the best plan. I'm fairly certain he needs psychiatric help rather than prison, because that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. I think Luigi's, innocent until proven guilty, just like every, red-blooded American. But first off, if you, just to play devil's advocate, if you actually wanted that to go well, really, pizza cutter was the plan? How is that gonna work? How does the pizza cutter and the barbecue fork? How does that result in a free Luigi? I don't understand. It just does. The math ain't mathin' over here for me. I know we watched that yesterday, but considering it's the week ending report, we had to watch it one more time. I mean, come on. It's some of the funniest news that we're going to get all week. You were rooting for him? Yeah. He was just preparing for a picnic. That's a good point. That's a good... Manda should be a lawyer. Manda should be a lawyer over here on Twitch. On the Twitch chat. It's a great point. Maybe he was just getting ready for a picnic. He's got the barbecue fork. He's got the pizza cutter. All he needs is the barbecue. He's good to go. Oh, God, terrible. This is a terrible segue. Oh, God, I can't do it. I don't even want to say it. Unfortunately, we've now... this happened unintentionally. This happened fucking unintentionally. From barbecues to incinerators. From crimes of justice to crimes committed by the justice, not the justice system, I guess. I'm of course talking about this horrifying story that some people have been demanding I cover in the Discord. And that is related to this disturbing story. This clip from Kyle Polinsky.
That's on YouTube.
According to him, the DHS concentration camps are building incinerators for some reason.
What you talking about?
So the other week on the show, we talked about how they are currently building a bunch of former warehouses that they're retrofitting to become ICE concentration camps. Okay? I believe the number we came across in the articles we read, it was 23 different former warehouses that are becoming concentration camps. NPR even reported on one of these places where it's like the town storage facility and the federal government is just taking it. They're just stealing it. And they're going, this is ours now. And they're going to turn that into a concentration camp. And the town is like, wait, excuse me? What? What are you talking about? What are you going to do? That's insane. That's insane. Well, apparently Migrant Insider has this new article out. And Pablo Reports, the Twitter account, he does phenomenal work on this. It's his reporting. And there's this other mechanism that they're using by which they're basically increasing the funding massively. So they have this colossal budget to build out these like ghost concentration camps around the country. Now, this should scare everybody to fucking death, okay? We already know this regime sent people to CCOT in El Salvador. Well, guess what? There's detailed reporting. People were raped and tortured there. They were raped and tortured. They were so desperate, they cut their hands, were bleeding, and would write messages into their on their sheets with the blood from their hand. This is a nightmare. This is an absolute nightmare, what we're talking about. Not only that, they also had Alligator Alcatraz, which many people, I think, were correctly calling Alligator Auschwitz. Now, I believe that was eventually shut down by the courts. But it was, this big, long legal battle. And about 4,000 immigrants are missing after being sent to Alligator Auschwitz. 4,000. 4,000. And nobody even talks about that. Nobody even talks about that. I mean, I'm sorry. That is disgusting in the sense that our media is not doing their job and our Democratic politicians are not doing their job. If you're not... 4,000 people went missing at a place where they bragged about the brutality and the sadism of it. The whole point of Alligator Alcatraz was to be sadistic. Every time it rained, the place would flood. Okay? Just the same as all these other places. Moldy bread, fucking food with worms in it. You don't get taken to get your medicine if you have healthcare needs. They don't take you to the hospital when you're sick. Okay? People getting all sorts of diseases in there because it's unsanitary conditions. And nobody even talks about this, okay? But this gets even darker. I know you're going, hold on, Kyle. How can it get darker than literal concentration camps?
What you talking about?
Oh, it can. Oh, it can. And it's going to. I hope you're ready. Here we go. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators. Incinerators. So in the reporting on this from Migrant Insider, again, I'll read this for you one more time. In fact, here, I'll click it and make it bigger. Medical and death. The services extend to medical waste management with specific protocols for biohazard incinerators and certified inventory of evidence reports for full-service laundry operations. In other words, in Trump's network of concentration camps, they're building incinerators. 4,000 people are missing from ICE custody. Lawyers can't find them. Family members can't find them. Friends can't find them. There's been at least 40 people who've died in ICE Gestapo custody under Trump's second regime. One of them, there was evidence, was literally lynched, found hanging with his hands tied and his feet tied. And that's just one person. There's horror stories that are beyond imagination. Even other ICE agents have come out. Some of them have retired and resigned from ICE, and they're telling their stories. And they're saying stuff like, look, I'm against undocumented immigration, but this is treating people in a way that is just not, like, you're immoral. You're unethical if you do this thing. This is torture. This is torture. This is taking away their human rights. These are right-wing people who are retiring and going, I've seen this in the history books, if you know what I'm saying. Incinerators in the concentration camps.
Yeah, that should be genuinely disturbing to everybody. That they're going to be, I mean, honestly, these guys shouldn't be in charge of a fucking book of matches, let alone a fucking incinerator. Half of these guys haven't seen a lick of training. And we know about all these fucking crimes that are happening under their watch. We're really supposed to be okay with that? We're really supposed to be okay with them having incinerators at these places? These places, like, lawless fucking concentration camps? We're just gonna let them put incinerators there and just accept that? It's already, like Kyle said, a bunch of missing people. You want another way for them to start making people go missing? It is disturbing. It's fucking disturbing. We need to shut it down. We need to shut this whole shit down. Not a partial government shutdown, full government shutdown. And if not, we'll just do a general strike until this is all over. I'm done with it. I'm done with the invasion. I'm done with the oppression. Done with the... I'm playing fast and loose with our civil liberties. In fact, I'm done with being tread upon, as it turns out. I'm about to start flying a goddamn Gadsden flag around here. So I'm sick of it.
That's too much, man!
Wait, where is it?
Where's
my sound? There it is.
This was America! Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America. I was on the wrong goddamn thing. Alright, I'm gonna move on from Kyle to status quo news. More protests that have been ongoing in Minnesota.
Partisan politics. They're playing politics when it's coming to people's lives.
As a soldier, you don't want the U.S. people to be your enemy. That doesn't make any sense.
I think Donald Trump is a child. I think that he is I think he's bummed out that people aren't supporting him the way he wants to be. I think he's reacting in a way that's absolutely absurd.
It has to be said that the president has done a pretty masterful job of getting stories like the Epstein files and the state of the economy out of the news by putting the suffering of Minneapolis on the front page of outlets like the New York Times.
Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Rizla, thank you for the super chat, pal. Quack is back. Call it a quack attack. All right, I guess we can do that. I guess we can do that. It's a quack attack.
What the corporate media covers up.
I am out here for my two kids. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old at home. They are two boys who I want to be proud of where they grow up. And we have a lot of community here. We have a lot of family, and we want to fight to protect it.
Want to fight to protect it. You're talking about your two children. I'm a new father myself, so thank you. But seeing what happened, what's happening here in the country right now, certainly gives me pause about the future that my child might be growing up with. Is anything of what's happening in the community right now registering with your kids? And if so, how are you explaining what's happening to them?
Yeah, my children joined us for their first protest at the No Kings event a few months ago. They are seeing what is happening in their community by hearing that their friends are scared or that their teachers are scared, and they want to take care of our earth. My son was born the night of the fires in Minneapolis when George Floyd was murdered. And so this is not a new feeling to us. We want to raise our children with the education, knowing what is happening, not sugarcoating it, so that they're prepared to fight for the same future we want for them.
How does it make you feel as a parent, that this is registering for them, that they aren't able to just have that carefree childhood that they probably should have? I mean, what's the emotions that come up in you when you think and see them grappling with these problems that are happening around them in their world?
Yeah, it's unsettling to the nervous system, right? I mean, I think the greatest hope that I have for my kids is that they can learn how to feel calm, that they can learn how to feel a part of something bigger than themselves. I don't have religion to fall back on. I have people, I have love, and the support that is being shown in my community across cities, Twin Cities, Minneapolis. I was born in Woodbury. I spent some time in Menominee, Wisconsin. This is where we want our kids to be, is Minneapolis and St. Paul, the people.
There we go. Status Quo News, talking to some of the protesters. I got some more footage here. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Talked to her for a super long time. And I got to keep this stream moving. I'm moving so slow. We're oh God, are we really already 3 hours in? How is this possible? This is ridiculous. 3 hours into the stream already, somehow, Space Fams, I don't know how. And you know what we're doing every single break? Today, we're celebrating the 2-year anniversary of the Galactic News Network. That's right. On February 20th of 2024, the first stream of the Galactic News Network went off on YouTube, and YouTube alone. Now we're on both YouTube and Twitch. Doing 2 streams on YouTube, 1 stream on Twitch. Big Big changes around here. 730 days of galactic news brought to you by space fams like you. I appreciate all of you very, 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 very much. It has been all of you that have kept us going around here. You watching the streams, you donating the streams, you all becoming patrons and members and subscribers on YouTube and Twitch and Patreon. So many likes, so many hours watched by all of you people. Watching it all happen. Lately we've been growing. We've been growing in a way that makes me optimistic about the future. I appreciate each and every one of you so very much. All right, everybody.
Donut Secret House just shared 100 bits.
Hey, thank you, Donut Secret House, for the bits over on Twitch. 2 wonderful years. Exactly, Sasha. It's beautiful. Two years to the day. Onwards and upwards, space fams. Onwards and upwards. All right, everybody, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do the messages slightly differently today. Let me do it this way. Because I just want to introduce people to something that perhaps they're not familiar with yet. But if you want to get us a galactic birthday present, besides from donating on YouTube or Twitch, or helping us finance the galactic deficit on Cash App or PayPal or Patreon, there are actually other ways technically for you to donate, although super chats are always appreciated. Thank you, Frizzla. Happy anniversary indeed. Now, some of you may not be familiar with the newest way available to all of you to donate to the stream. Silas with another super chat over on YouTube. No, super sticker, excuse me, a dancing pear. Aww. Look at that pear dance. Go, pear, go. It is beautiful. It's 2 years, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to make new ways. Maybe one day we'll be able to, if we can ever go profitable, if we can ever have a month where I have extra money, or like multiple months in a row where I'm actually like putting more than $1 together after paying the bills. Maybe we'll be able to start doing galactic merchandise. I do like to think that that's possible. I do like to think that's possible. All right, but here is the newest way available to all of you space fams to contribute. Throne. That's right, this is the website where you can go and you can buy things for me. Drinks, snacks, candles, bike equipment. I even added this. I've decided my new e-bike that you all funded on Throne, which, I mean, some of you must be familiar with, because a number of you got onto Throne and helped us crowdfund that e-bike. Decided it's basically it's the Black Stallion. So I've added this to my wish list, a tiny 2-inch black Bronco badge, chain lube, random shirts, whistles, because of course we're trying to make whistles hot. We're trying to make whistles hot right now, as we all know. I've been saying it ever since Minnesota started whipping out all the whistles. I decided that that was the thing to do. So you could buy me an Aztec death whistle, or a cool vintage elephant whistle, or a sweet, sweet catstronaut fridge magnet. Look at that cat. It's wearing a space helmet. So cute. All right. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep updating this thing with things that I need. Honestly, they only take 7% on top of the cost of the items, which is technically better than what it would be if I were to use your YouTube or Twitch donations to go buy in the same stuff, right? You know what I'm saying? Because if you are only paying 7% more, then I'm not paying 30 or 40% to my corporate overlords. Technically, actually, that winds up working out. It's all buy StreamLord some lube. Yes, I need bike lube. I need bike chain lube. It's true. Although right now, really, the most important things is, of course, completing the financing of the galactic deficit. We're in red, by the way. If you guys missed this update, here's a space update. I've come up with a new system to explain easily to the space fams, all of you viewers, just how dire the galactic deficit situation is. It's going to be a color-based situation. It's going to be like DEFCON, DEFCON orange, right? We're going to go from green to red throughout the month, right? We'll start off green, we'll be okay, then we have the whole month. But now, 1 week left, still have to somehow put together 200 bones on Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon. Okay, everybody, quick break. Enjoy your tunes. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Oh, shit. Wait. Orb Rumor, thank you for the super sticker. I almost forgot to mention you. Cool. It is cool. Very cool. Very cool of you to donate, in fact. All right. Real break. It's happening now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, everybody. The break is over, and the third half of the stream is about to begin. So, get back in those seats, otherwise, you're gonna miss it. All right, folks, we are officially back from the break. Third half. It's beginning right now. Immediately, if not sooner. It is beginning. We ended the second half on the ground with status quo news at an ICE protest demanding the end to the terror campaign being waged against their state. Oh, before we do go to that, though, I want to say thank you to Thomas Walker for the super sticker and Frizzla for the super chat, as well as the PayPal. It's Frizzla spending money over here to tell me that he's giving me money. Wow. Thank you, Frizzla, and I will update the Galactic content. I'm sorry, the Galactic deficit over here. Another $20. So very appreciated, really. All of you. We have made massive progress on the Galactic deficit today. I can't even remember where we started. I think that's like $100. I have to say, you're all so very beautiful. It's like 4 of you who contributed to the financing of the Galactic deficit today. Omega, May Wormy, Frizzla, and one other unnamed person. That's incredible. At this point, I was thinking we're screwed. We've got 1 week left in February. We're only halfway through the financing of the Galactic deficit. There's no way we're going to do this. And now we're like 3/5 of the way. Maybe more. Maybe 3/4. Can't do the math right now. My brain isn't working. My brain no working. All right, back to status quo. And I have no sound.
City, people are canceling recovery groups. People that are in addiction that need recovery. People are scared to go out. I'm having friends sending me their locations that are minorities because they're worried that ICE is going to come and take them. Good working, positive people. And we're all in fear. City has been shut down quite a bit. There's been nobody out on the streets until now. And the fear that ICE is causing. I was out in the Whipple building, and all the people from different states, it feels like we're being invaded. Minnesota is a good state, and there's a reason why they say it's Minnesota nice. We care about our people. We are not aggressive, but when they come and they're backing us into the corner, what do you expect? We can't trust our federal government. Who can we trust? We can't even trust our police right now.
When you say, what do you expect? what do you feel like is the reaction that's merited here from the Twin Cities? What is left to you for recourse when you do feel backed into a corner?
It feels like right now that the people are being backed in the corner because we are being invaded on our state, and we are being backed. People are isolated. People are not out and about, and we're tired of it. What can we do? The people that we elect, why are they not defending us right now? We feel betrayed here.
Saying feeling betrayed by their own elected officials for not doing enough to resist what is happening here in the Twin Cities area.
This is people's life, and right now it's all about partisan politics. And right now you don't play politics when it comes to people's lives.
Joshua, some of those leaders.
Strong message from this Minnesotan man. Wearing what I think is a Chicago Bulls. I'm just noticing a Chicago Bulls balaclava. I could be wrong. I think that's it's like a Jordan branded balaclava right there. 23. All right. Incredible. Very strong words from that man. Although very reasonable. Strong yet reasonable simultaneously. Honestly, it's beautiful to be spending this day together. Honestly, it's been quite a crazy week. A convergence of holidays, too. Let's not forget, we started off the week with, wasn't it? It was President's Day, Lunar New Year's, Ramadan. Right? Like, that's how we started off the week. President's Day, Lunar New Year's, then Ramadan. And now a Galactic 2-year birthday, anniversary celebration going on here. Oh, and on top of that, it's just been a fucking crazy news week as usual. And people have been protesting ICE not just in Minnesota. They continue to protest ICE wherever they're doing things, and they haven't stopped their activities in Los Angeles, California. One woman was brutalized by police at an ICE protest for no other reason than just existing. Shot in the face, this young woman. Whatever, I'll let them start this off. KTLA 5 with the story from 2 days ago.
Now at 10:30, shot in the face. An LA area resident is speaking out after she says the LAPD nearly blinded her with a less lethal round during an ICE protest last month. Jasmine Loma says she was peacefully protesting near the Metro Detention Center when she was struck just below the eye, metal fragments embedded in her cheek.
Now she wants the LAPD held accountable. Mary Beth McDade live in Van Nuys with details and reaction from Loma. Said it's a story you'll see only on 5. Mary Beth?
Yeah, Mike and Chair, she says that she was not being confrontational or violent when all of a sudden that she was struck in the face, leaving her scarred for life.
Basically, the thing, it exploded in my face. Like,
look
inside,
at this young woman. Look at her. Look at her eye. Look at her face. She's been disfigured. She's a beautiful young woman. She is clearly young. I don't know how young, but she's wearing braces, for the love of God. They shot a woman so young she's wearing braces.
This is ridiculous.
Just for protesting.
Help! I'm
Just for protesting.
And metal, and I still have metal remaining, like little rocks.
Jesus Christ.
Jasmine Lomas says this was the result of being hit in the face with a less than lethal round by an LAPD officer during the National Day of Protest.
Fuck you.
January 30th. She tells us.
Fuck you for that photo. Oh my God. I was not ready for that. I did not. I listened to this story earlier. I did not watch it. Son of a bitch. Oh my god, that was gruesome. I cannot believe what my eyes just saw. I'm not going back. You're going to have to scroll back on YouTube. Fuck off. Holy shit. Boo. Boo this government. I'm done.
They make me sick.
These people are perverts.
These people are perverts. How can they continue to do this to the American people? Like, this shit cannot stand any longer.
Happened around 6 p.m. near the Federal Detention Center in downtown LA.
From what we were seeing, it wasn't chaotic or anything. So we got a little closer to the detention center, and we seen there was already tear gas and stuff. So we decided to move more towards Temple and Alameda.
The 25-year-old after-school aide says she was waiting for her ride to pick her up when people began running towards her.
All I heard was get out the way, so I don't know if it was the police or the crowd that was yelling.
All of a sudden, she says, she was struck in her cheek by what her attorney believes was an indelible paint bullet.
Paint bullet? That's not paint.
By what her
oh my god. That's not, how is that? That is not paint. Those are metal shards. Those are like little BBs. It's like a shotgun shell. It's like a little shotgun shell. Fuck off.
Few protesters then guided her to a nearby EMT.
He helped me with the bleeding, and from the reactions I could tell it was like really bad.
She tells us she'll need several surgeries and now suffers from constant migraines and PTSD.
First, I want to make sure she gets the medical attention that she needs.
Jasmine's attorney, Paul Agabala, intends to file a claim this week alleging the LAPD used excessive force, and then he plans to file a
I thought I was upset about this story from the thumbnail and from listening to it. Watching it made me 10 times angrier. Oh my fucking god. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is untenable. At least she can see, I guess. I guess silver lining, she still has her eyesight. Unlike that other protester. Honestly, a lot of these brutalities we've been seeing, these injuries have been happening in LA. It's this ongoing situation. I'm sorry. I'm going to
civil rights lawsuit.
We don't want this to happen to other people. We feel that your constitutional right of protesting peacefully is very important.
He and Jasmine also want to see a change in LAPD tactics when it comes to controlling a crowd.
They should not be aiming or shooting at someone's face.
Yeah. They should not be aiming or shooting at someone's face. Full stop. That seems like a given. Holy shit. Is that right? No. Sacre bleu. C'est inconceivable. Well, holy cow. I don't know if this person wants to be made known now due to the fact that they didn't say, the rule is, people, the rule just for everybody. The rule is to include your name in the message that you send with your donations on Cash App or PayPal if you want to be made known for your generosity. Otherwise, I'm going to err on the side of caution and assume that you want to be anonymous. It's the same thing I do with the Patreon members. In fact, there's a number of Patreon members who still have not responded while I'm talking about this. There's a number of you out there. A number of you haven't responded to the Galactic questionnaire, and due to my concerns about doxing you unintentionally, your names do not appear. On some occasions, I've chosen, over time, I give people a lot of time, but eventually I'll, maybe put you in, using your initials. Assuming that's probably not enough information to dox anybody. But beyond that, gosh, all you gotta do is respond to the message that I sent to you on Patreon. However, somebody just donated an incredibly generous donation on Cash App, for now anonymous unless they make themselves known, in the chat or otherwise. So incredibly generous that we just went from a halfway completed. At least earlier today, it was halfway completed. Code Red Galactic Deficit to a fully completed Galactic Deficit. Somehow, shockingly, thanks to all of your incredible generosity in literally one stream, we went from halfway completed on the Galactic Deficit to completely finished. And I'm somewhat speechless. I felt like I would have a speech for this moment. I don't. I'm sort of shocked. I was worried as fuck. I was very, very concerned. We had 1 week left to complete the deficit, which was only halfway done. And now it's completely finished. I have no words for it. I have no words. I'm changing the confetti color again. I'm not happy with this color. I'm not happy with that color. Okay, yeah, let's go with that. I'm fine with that. Okay. Anyway, you know who you are. You just donated enough money to complete the Galactic Deficit. Genuinely, my mind is boggled. No more goal. It's gone. It disappeared from your screen. That's because it's done. Thank you so very much. Holy shit. I'm blown away. Multiple confetti parties today. It's been all confetti all day. It's been an all confetti all day party. Okay, people, back to the show. From horrifying news to great news, back to more horrifying news. That is our life around here. Certainly my life. Oh, that really takes a big weight off of my back, I gotta say. The message which you sent, I'll at least read that. I hope you can relax. I can. I can relax now. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I feel like we got this now. You know, we got it. We got it. Everything's good. We get through February, get through March. Honestly, 2026, it's going to be great. Onwards and upwards, Space Fams. You're the horse. You're the horse. That's right, people. If you didn't know, on the Chinese zodiac calendar, it's the year of the horse, 2026. That's why I have this little red plushie horse on my desk. People on Vertical can't see it. I gotta remember to put the plushie on Vertical. Honestly, I gotta do some updates to Vertical. But I've just had so many things boggling my mind. Alright, let's go here to I've Had It. The I've Had It podcast.
That's on YouTube.
With Jen and Pumps. Does Pumps have a name? I just go by Pumps. Pump seems good.
As a country, we're all watching what's going on with ICE, and now there is the budget of ICE. Is the government going to be funded to pay for all of this depravity that is going on? And so, representative from Arizona, and I'm going to butcher her name, Asani, gave something that I thought was complete clarity on the issue.
American streets terrorizing people of all backgrounds, racially profiling people. As I'm sure everyone has seen, 2 U.S. citizens were murdered in broad daylight by these federal agents. And that is, to me, that's foreign policy. If our domestic situation is one that people are fearful to travel to the United States, that immigrants from all over the world are trapped inside our detention centers, where I have been several times, and the conditions are horrific, an absolute stain on the United States that I think will last for decades. That is an example of an agency that needs to be abolished immediately the next time there's a Democratic president. And we need to rethink what immigration enforcement looks like.
Just knock it down to the ground. I don't even think we should wait.
Absolutely. It is a state on foreign policy. Truly it is. I mean, it is deterring our neighbors, our allies, and people from other countries from just coming here, just generally speaking. Like across the board, in every country, outside of the United States, people are second guessing coming to the United States. And I'm just talking about in legal ways, right? For vacation, for business, for whatever. People are like, I'm not sure I should do that. Some governments have issued warnings about coming to the United States over ICE specifically, to be clear.
A Democratic president. I think absolutely we cannot talk about better training, more rules, because this administration doesn't give a shit about rules or court orders or laws. They're going to do whatever the fuck they want. And so I agree with her. And I thought she said it very well. It has to be abolished.
I don't think there's any question. ICE needs to be abolished. Abolishing ICE is the moderate position in the United States of America. It is not a far left position. It is a moderate position. However, moderate Democrats are beholden to corporations that exploit people, and they have played pick and choose with human rights, and it has broken them. And I believe with everything in me that Hakeem Jeffries and Chuckles Schumer are not the men that need to be in these leadership positions in the Democratic Party. And I can tell you just a lot of deep reasons, but I'll tell you the simplest reason. MAGA doesn't hate them at all. Nothing. There's no content whatsoever. MAGA is not scared of them. MAGA never tweets about them. Donald Trump never talks about them unless it's to ridicule them in a very patronizing, condescending way. They feared Nancy Pelosi. They feared other Democratic politicians. And that's how I know, because every Republican should wake up. Every MAGA Republican should wake up and say, I hate Hakeem Jeffries. I hate Chuckles Schumer. They are fighting us so hard, tooth and nail. And that's all you need to know, because you never see it, ever. They are
because they're not fighting. That's why. It's because they're sitting there and they're doing nothing. Doing fuck all. They're actually helping them with everything that they're doing. They're holding their hands as they go. You know, voting for their budgets, funding ICE. Stupid things like that. Okay. Now, just a reminder of other things that happened this week. I figured we would watch at least one of these. I think we'll do this one. Let's go here to Democracy Now! Which one do I want to do? I think I'll do this one. Democracy Now! From a couple of days ago. They were remembering the life and legacy of Jesse Jackson, who unfortunately passed away earlier this week.
Well, tributes are pouring in from across the globe for the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who died on Tuesday. The civil rights icon and two-time presidential candidate was 84 years old. In a statement, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said, quote, "From Selma in the American South to Soweto in 1979, where he visited following the death of Steve Biko, Jesse Jackson defied the architects of apartheid and executors of brutality to declare that all people are equal and that justice would ultimately triumph over injustice," unquote. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres praised Jackson for his, quote, work against racism, against apartheid, and for human rights. Former President Obama cited Jackson's presidential campaigns in 1984 and 1988, saying, quote, "In his two historic runs for president, he laid the foundation for my own campaign to the highest office in the land." This is an excerpt of the Reverend Jesse Jackson addressing the Democratic National Convention in 1988.
When you see Jesse Jackson, when my name goes in nomination, your name goes in nomination. I was born in the slum, but the slum was not born in me. And it wasn't born in you, and you can make it. Wherever you are tonight, you can make it. Hold your head high. Stick your chest out. You can make it. It gets dark sometimes, but the morning comes. Don't you surrender. Suffering breeds character. Character breeds faith. In the end, faith will not disappoint. You must not surrender. You may or may not get there, but just know that you are qualified, and you hold on and hold out. We must never surrender. America will get better and better. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. Keep hope alive on tomorrow night and beyond. Keep hope alive. I love you very much. I love you very much.
That was the Reverend Jesse Jackson in 1988 running for president. In a moment, we'll be joined by Bishop William Barber. But first, Juan, we want to turn to you. Juan Gonzalez has been covering Jesse Jackson for decades. Can you reflect on your time covering Reverend Jackson here and in other lands?
Yes, Amy. Well, I first met Jesse more than 40 years ago, back in 1983, as he was preparing his first run for president. I was a young reporter at the Philadelphia Daily News back then, and the first national presidential convention I covered was the 1984 DNC gathering in San Francisco, where Jesse gave his now legendary first convention speech, urging the Democratic Party to adopt a program of true social justice. A few years later, in 1990, during the historic 5-month labor strike at the New York Daily News, where I chaired the strike committee of the newspaper guild, Jesse was pivotal in rallying support for our cause. He joined Governor Mario Cuomo, Cardinal O'Connor, Mayor Dinkins in speaking at a massive rally in support of our strike in front of the Daily News. And Later, during Christmas week in 1993, I traveled with Jesse, labor leader Dennis Rivera, and a handful of others to Cuba, where we met with Cuban leader Fidel Castro, and Jesse convinced Fidel to allow Fidel's granddaughter to leave Cuba and reunite with the U.S. with her mother, who defected. I was stuck.
Okay. Unless we're going to end that clip. You know, I think we'll watch a tiny piece of one more Democracy Now! Clip. This one was from 11 days ago, before the passing of Reverend Jackson. Discussing Black History Month, which of course it is, at least for another week.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman.
Oh. Wait. Sorry, Nermeen. Don't mean to cut you off there. Frizla, thank you for the super chat and the question. Why is the horse sad? Sasha G. Sasha, the horse is sad. I thought we discussed this on at least one or two of our streams earlier. But, since it seems like some people don't know, I will add a couple of clips into my list for later tonight when we talk more about Lunar New Year, when we get to the China portion of the stream. But in case you don't make it till then, an accident turned into a viral trend, turned into a red plushie on my desk. That's one thing I've been meaning that I think I might do. If we start getting like more donations on Throne, I think I'm gonna like add like a Hassan style shelf of stuff to the office, or maybe over here. Like I could probably do it like, hold on, if I move myself out of the way, I could probably do it around the corner from the TV. You see what I'm saying? I don't know, one place or the other.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh with Amy Goodman. President Trump is refusing to apologize for publishing a racist video that depicts former President Obama and Michelle Obama as apes. The video was posted on Trump's Truth Social account late Thursday night, where it remained for 12 hours before it was deleted around noon on Friday. It prompted rare criticism of the president from Republicans, including Tim Scott, the Senate's only black Republican. Scott said, quote, "It's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House," unquote, adding that he was praying it was fake. But speaking to reporters aboard
I would like to point out something out, because this was from 11 days ago. Tim Scott, who said this was the most racist thing that he had seen out of this White House, attended Donald Trump's Black History Month event at the White House. So maybe I guess it was offensive, but it wasn't so offensive that Tim felt it necessary to do or say anything about it beyond a single tweet. He went there. He was smiling. We saw him over there. He was having a good time, yucking it up at this event. So I guess not racist anymore. Totally fine.
Refused to apologize.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things. I looked at the beginning of it. It was fine. They had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered. If you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff from The Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud.
For more,
very strong
go to
post.
Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Wisdom Cole, Senior National Director of Advocacy for the NAACP. So President Trump tweets out a picture of the Obamas as apes, doesn't take it down for more than 12 hours after there is not only Democratic but Republican outcry. Can you respond to him now refusing to apologize for this tweet, Wisdom? This in the middle, we'll just add, of Black History Month.
You know, Amy, I have to say I'm not surprised. You know, this is disgusting and despicable display of a racism from President Trump.
Yes.
Disgusting
yes,
and probably illegal.
All right, now another disgusting act of the president and of the Trump administration was 1 month ago to tear down a slavery exhibit at a former, one of the founding fathers' homes in Philadelphia because it offended, I guess, it offended Stephen Miller, maybe, or somebody like that. It offended some white nationalist somewhere. The discussion of slavery, you know, history.
Developing right here and right now tonight on Independence Mall, a piece of Philadelphia history was removed this afternoon by the federal government. Crews dismantled plaques telling the stories of the 9 enslaved people who lived in the president's house and were owned by President George Washington. Last year, President Trump ordered National Park staff to flag any displays that might be seen as disparaging to America's past.
It's not disparaging to America's past. It's accurate to America's past. And it's just the white nationalists who object to talking about it. That is it. Anybody who finds this to be disparaging of the former president, at which point you just don't like history. You just have a problem with the existence of facts. That's not on the rest of us. We shouldn't all have to deal with you and you ripping down history just because you don't like it. Just accurate, you know. It's not glorifying slavery. It's just discussing it. It's not saying, you know, it's really not saying anything other than it really doesn't even, like, most of these they're not even condemning of George Washington. They're just discussing the facts of the matter. I mean, it is condemnable, but you get what I'm saying. Like these plaques were not just like George Washington sucked, end of story. No, they were just discussing the history of the people who lived here at the house of the former president, the first president. President Cherry Tree, you know the guy. Now, some people took it upon themselves to restore history there in Philadelphia last week. CBS Philadelphia with an update.
Choppers up over a large rally to restore the slavery exhibit at Independence National Park. It started a little over an hour ago. Now, the displays were removed by the National Park Service last month following an executive order by President Trump. The city of Philadelphia filed a lawsuit seeking to have the exhibit restored, and numerous groups are backing that lawsuit.
Well, reporter Liz Crawford has been covering this for us, and she is joining us now live from that rally. Liz.
Well, good evening, guys. One of the groups backing the city's lawsuit is Avenging the Ancestors Coalition, and that is the group that organized and put on this rally here today. It's actually just wrapping up now, but we had about 200 people here spilling out into Market Street a short time ago, many of them holding signs that say, "Restore the truth and don't erase history." Now, the president's house here at 6th and Market Streets was once the home of former Presidents George Washington and John Adams. The slavery exhibits detailed the lives of 9 people enslaved at the home while Washington lived here as president. Now, on January 22nd, the Park Service removed the displays following an executive order by President Trump. 34 panels are now being kept in storage by the Park Service. Now, again, there were at least 200 people here earlier, all of them with the same message to restore the exhibit. There were several speakers at the podium, including many elected officials.
When I first saw video of plaques that Black leaders, activists, intellectuals, and historians had struggled to bring to light over many years, it had been a source of great pride to me to represent this district and to represent this land, where 9 enslaved people, enslaved by the first president of the United States, labored here. They labored in conditions of extreme unfreedom, of captivity, and yet built a history.
Now, shortly after the exhibit was dismantled last month, the Park Service told CBS News Philadelphia it was following an executive order by President Trump to review interpretive content to ensure parks tell the full and accurate story of American history. And just new today, Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Montgomery counties are all filing a brief and joining the city of Philadelphia in their lawsuit against the federal government. In Old City, Liz Crawford, CBS.
I like this guy over here in the full-on revolutionary soldier outfit. The tri-point hat. I wonder how much that set him back. Tea party dude? Yeah, it looks like that guy's about to do a tea party. Something like that. All right, one last clip about Jesse Jackson, because this happened earlier today, like literally right before the stream started. This came out. The family of, as well as a number of other people, had asked for the body of Reverend Jackson to be put in a place of honor at the U.S. Capitol. Essentially in an attempt to give the opportunity to everyone to see him one last time, essentially. What would have been like a national wake. Unfortunately, but perhaps not surprisingly, little Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, denied that request.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Reverend Jesse Jackson will not lie in honor at the U.S. Capitol. House Speaker Mike Johnson's office denied a request from Jackson's family, citing precedent that the rotunda is typically reserved for presidents, military leaders, and select officials.
You'll notice he said the word typically. You'll notice he said the word typically. Now, I don't have the list in front of me, but it is not, the word typically is being used intentionally because of the fact that it isn't always used for elected, you know, like, this is bullshit. This is complete bullshit. He's like, oh, you know, he's just trying to find a way to be like, I'm just trying to disrespect Jesse Jackson. I just don't like Jesse Jackson and what he stood for, so we're not gonna let his family like have this honor, essentially. That is what's happening. This is disgraceful. Mike Johnson is a piece of shit.
Icon died this week at 84. Jackson's daughter spoke about the decision.
Other people had that idea, and the speaker has authority over that branch of government and over the Capitol. I think that the speaker has his decision, he has rendered it. What we want is for the people to get a chance to be with him.
A public visitation for Reverend Jackson will be held next Thursday and Friday at Rainbow Push headquarters in Kenwood.
Well, there you have it. Jesus Christ. These people hate history. They just hate it. Well, particular parts of history. They just like they want to erase certain things in people, specifically people like Jesse. We didn't let Charlie Kirk lie in honor. Did anybody ask for that? What did Charlie Kirk ever achieve exactly? Achieved looking like an egg? Maximum egghead shape? I mean, his only real, supposed redeeming quality in life was having the youth vote. Being able to speak to the young Republican voice. He also has been hanging out with Republicans a lot lately. Gavin frickin' Newsom over on that podcast of his, Steve Bannon, Ben Shapiro. Who else did he have on there? But just a bunch of unhinged psychopaths. But one leftist voice this week has been taking some flack. This is a story we covered a couple of streams ago. I'm, of course, talking about Hassan. That's right. Some people, some unhinged individuals, have been coming after Hassan for not endorsing Gavin Newsom for the 2028 general election for president.
Science is political. Hassan is right. Newsom would just create a slow decline to fascism. Also, all the liberals wanting to start the vote blue no matter who before the primary, before the midterms, they were really quiet about Zoran. This is in reference to Hassan Piker was on with Jennifer Welsh on it was I've Had It, right?
No, it was a third person show. I'm not as familiar with.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, he was asked Gavin Newsom and J.D. Vance, who would you vote for? Hassan, being in California, is A, both very familiar with Gavin Newsom, and B, in California. And he said he would vote third party. Now, I assume people are not upset about how he's going to vote personally because it's California. And as I've said many times, the issue in a safe state, who you're going to vote for is sort of secondary. But also, and I am someone who votes for the lesser of two evils. But the idea that you would espouse the voting of the lesser of two evils in a primary, because that's where we are. Let's be clear. There is no nominee for the Democratic primary, and there is no nominee for the Republican, there's no Democratic nominee for the presidency, and there's no Republican nominee for the presidency. The idea that you would even be remotely perturbed during essentially what we're in is the pre-primary or the primary for 2028 as to what people are saying. I mean, I would imagine when we were in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is so ridiculous. Everybody remembers when I first covered this story, I initially thought it was a completely different conversation. Like, I thought people wanted Hassan to endorse Gavin for the primary for governor, which would have made way more sense, at least contextually. Like, to be in February 2026 and complaining that Hassan hasn't endorsed Gavin for president yet is fucking wild, just timing wise. Like, to be like multiple years out, like before the general, and be like, why haven't you endorsed Gavin yet? It's like, what?
What you talking about?
What are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb that it just honestly, it kind of just doesn't deserve our time. I'm not going to lie. Which is why we're going to move past this. But, like, I just want to make it clear where I'm at on this, in case anybody wasn't sure. But please don't talk to me about the presidential election of 2028. Like, at all. Until at least 2027. The end of I'll give you December of 2026. Okay, after the general of the midterm is done, then and only then shall we talk about the presidential election. This is your warning. Unless it's about Trump trying to suppress it. And then, yeah, we'll be talking about that. But no, we will not be talking about candidates. It's too far out. It's just way too far out. We need to be talking about the primaries. And that's why I genuinely thought they were talking about that. Because that's what I've been dying to talk to you all about. Is the fucking primaries. Oh, I've been begging for it so badly. Everybody here knows it at this point because I keep mentioning it. Because I'm like, dude, why we're still not talking about the primaries right now? Which means if we don't do anything now, we're going to be left with the worst candidates in the general. Bunch of neoliberal milquetoast fuckwits. Okay? Is that what we want? No. No, it is not. No. No. I'd prefer something different. Please. Now, it turns out that a lot of people want something different. Donald Trump's numbers would certainly suggest it. Let's go here to the best numbers man on the planet, Harry Emden.
Let's take a look at another president, though.
The great Harry Emden.
Look at this. I got 4 numbers across for you on this screen here. They are all second-term lows for the given pollster. What are we talking about? AP Newark, 26 points below water. NBC, 22 points below water. Yahoo YouGov, 20 points below water. Quinnipiac, 19 points below water. So we're ranging from negative 19 points all the way to negative 26 points. You know, Kate, there's this question that folks keep asking, you know, where is the floor for Donald Trump? And I'm not sure there is a floor because
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Has just fallen through it to another low level.
How does this compare to this first term, and how does this compare with Joe Biden?
Okay, so we look at these numbers right here. One of the things that Donald Trump had been arguing, his proponents have been arguing, you know what, he's doing better than he was doing in term number 1. No longer is that the case. What are we talking about here? Okay, net approval rating at this point in the term. Look at this. 22 points below water on average when you average all the pollsters from the last slide. That is actually lower. That is lower than he was at this point in term number 1 when he was 17 points below water. So he's doing 5 points worse, 5 points worse, and he's doing way worse than Joe Biden was doing at this point in his term number 1 when he was 13 points below water. So the bottom line is
Number one lowest of all time. Even worse than Sleepy Joe. Is that me? Am I getting text over here? What's going on? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I will, yeah. I'm like responding. I can't do it. All right. Can't do 2 things at once. Let's go here. Continue to talk about how Republicans are feeling right now with the elections underway. Some are feeling very betrayed for whatever reason. Kyle Kalinske.
All right, y'all, let's have some fun here. So, Nick Fuentes, he is ramping up the rhetoric against Trump, against MAGA, against Republicans, and even against the voters in that party. So this is really interesting to see. He is on the fucking warpath, bro. He is on the warpath. So let's take a look here. The MAGA civil war is going to end the Republican Party. Don't interrupt them, says Maine. And let's see what Fuentes has to say here.
My message in 26, you could take it or leave it. Don't vote. Don't vote. Do not vote in the midterms. The Republicans have to lose. They have to lose. Shit. They have to crash and burn. A cleansing fire is the only thing that will save us. It cannot be fixed. Fuck them. Fuck Trump. Fuck MAGA. Fuck all this stuff. It can't be fixed. If it could have been fixed, it would have been fixed in 2025, but it wasn't. They made every mistake. Liberation Day, disaster. Doge, disaster. Big Beautiful Bill, disaster. Epstein files, disaster. Iran, disaster. The personnel, Mike Waltz, disaster.
He's spitting right now. He's spitting right now. All that shit was a disaster.
Cliff, disaster. Rubio, disaster. Pam Bondi, disaster. All self-inflicted. Trump personnel, Trump policy, Trump strategy, Trump playbook. We tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you. Now we vote. That's the message. Tried it your way. It didn't work. Fuck you. Now we don't vote. That's the message.
You are fat. You are a joke. You are stupid. You are not funny. You are not funny.
You are not funny.
Oh, God. Nick Fuentes telling his supporters not to vote for Donald Trump or Republicans. Oh, God. Oh, it's disturbing. That can't be good. Sasha G gifting 5 sweet Galactic memberships on YouTube. Incredible generosity. Who are the recipients of that generosity? Fatal Imbalance. Zoe Bumbun. Bad Enchilada. Shakespeare. And... wait, 1, 2, 3, 4... What? Why are we missing a membership? Where's the 5th membership, YouTube? Huh? Where? Where is it?
How rude.
This is incredibly rude. We're not even back at maximum. I know we're not at maximum number right now. You know how I know that? Because we haven't even hit the number we were at last year. Last year we were at 225. Right now, there's no way we're at 225. There's literally no way. Hold on, let me check this. There's no way. There's no freaking way. Let me look at this. I need to look with my eyes. I find this highly unlikely. What is the deal? This is incredibly rude. Sasha just paid for a membership. That's 3 bones. You just robbed. Just robbed from us. Just rudely stolen from Sasha and from the community. Unacceptable. We all know it. We all accept it. What are we going to do about it? That's the question here, folks. What are we going to do? All right, I got to get deep in here to figure out exactly the number that we're at. We're at... yeah, no, we're not even... no, we're not even at 200. We're not even at 200 right now. This is just a glitch. This is why YouTube is glitching out hard today. Not sending out notifications for the stream. Supposedly deleting completely regular ass messages from chatters. I've been hearing other glitches too. Should probably report some of them to Down Detector or something. Or to YouTube themselves, I guess. Not cool, man. Not cool. Give us our membership. Give it now.
Give us pizza or give us death.
I'm so offended by this. This doesn't even make sense. What is wrong? Is YouTube just stealing? That's a question I keep asking myself. You guys just stealing from us? We should keep track of this. We should keep track of this somewhere. Might create it like a Google Doc or something. Keep track of this situation in terms of how much people are being charged and whether or not those memberships ever go through. This is a problem we had before, like, and after we got terminated and returned. So this is the first time it's happened since we've been back, but here it is. Terrible. Did I dox my soundboard yesterday, or were you dreaming? Yeah, no, I doxed my soundboard. Yup, I revealed the technology which is behind the Galactic stream. It's true. It's a real thing.
That's in the Bible.
All right, now let's talk about some of the other elections that have been going on right under our noses. Like the election in Texas. Oh, I meant to respond to a comment about this earlier. Columbia Rican, I don't know if you're still listening, pal. But you asked about some of the things we were talking about with regards to early voting. That was specific to Texas. That was specific to Texas. That's what's going on there. The special election. Houston residents headed to the polls a few days ago as early voting began. I even saw someone post a photo of them after having voted with their little voting stickers.
I think the world's taking a look at Texas elections because in some ways Texas politics has become so radicalized. The Republican Party, MAGA, has taken over the entire state legislature and the government. They've now set an agenda that I think is uncomfortable to people in Texas. It's uncomfortable to people around the world. And I think they're wondering what the heck we're doing here.
I voted in the Democratic primary because I believe nowadays we need to make a change, because if you look at who's in power now, they ain't the Democrats, and it's just trying to make a change. And I think people need to get involved.
I still don't think that we're within the realm of probability for a Democrat to win a statewide race. I think that we're...
Thanks, James Carville. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, you can make predictions, but honestly, it's about getting out there and voting. There's no way of knowing. It's democracy. It's about getting out there and voting. That's really what it's about. There's nothing preventing Democrats, like physically preventing Democrats from winning, aside from idiocy. Aside from complete morons in Texas, we're going to probably vote for Republicans. That's the only reason. Is if the idiots are like energized enough to get out there and vote. But it sounds like they're sort of not feeling things. Even Republicans are losing their support for the president. Even Nicholas Fuentes declaring that his supporters shouldn't vote for any of them. Now, one woman won a shock congressional primary in New Jersey. I am, of course, talking about Ana Lilia Mejia. Here's Democracy Now! On that story from 2 days ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show in New Jersey, where we're joined by Ana Lilia Mejia. Last week, she won the Democratic primary to fill the House seat left vacant by New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. If Mejia wins the special election on April 16th, she'll become the first Latina to represent New Jersey's 11th district. Mejia is the daughter of a Colombian garment worker and a Dominican laborer. She's a longtime labor organizer who served as 2020 National Political Director for Bernie Sanders. She also served as Deputy Director of the Labor Department's Women's Bureau under President Joe Biden. This is Ana Lilia Mejia speaking at a Sanders rally last month.
Renee Good and Keith Porter and all the Americans and all the human beings who have suffered under this rising tyranny deserve justice. And I say, abolish ICE now!
In an unexpected twist, AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, may have inadvertently helped Ana Lilia Mejia win last week, even though she described Israel's actions in Gaza as genocide. A super PAC linked to AIPAC spent at least $2.3 million targeting her opponent, former Congressman Tom Malinowski, who's described himself as pro-Israel, but also said he would be open to placing some conditions on
Yeah, I love how what they basically did was, rather than target her, they targeted a guy who had kind of like shifted his position, which was like, he was very pro-Israel. He went from being very pro-Israel to just only like a little pro-Israel, and they were like, that must be punished. That must be punished. And so instead of going after the person with probably the most anti-Israel stance, they went after this guy, and I found it to be hilarious. A hilarious waste of money.
aid to Israel. Ana Lilia Mejia joins us now. So you have two elections in front of you. You have the April 16th election for Congress, which you are favored to win. But then you have to go right into a primary again, because that election is the special election to fill now Governor Mikey Sherrill's seat when she was Congress member. And now you have to run for the seat that you might win. Is that right, Ana Lilia Mejia?
Yes.
And what are your plans?
Yes, and then I have to do it again in November. So by the time that I'm done, it will be 4 races in 9 months. But as an organizer, as someone that is deeply connected to community, I know that it's an opportunity to engage voters in New Jersey's 11th congressional district. I ran this primary thinking and acting like an organizer, so I knew that I had to both introduce myself to my potential future constituents, but I also made a point to run trainings in the district to engage people so that they understood, not only had a better insight on how they could address and meet rising authoritarianism, but how to protect themselves from the rising violence of ICE that's happening across our country and starting to happen in New Jersey's 11th district as well.
And Ana Lilia, could you talk a little bit about how you managed to win despite being outspent by several of your opponents in this race?
So, races we know the biggest problem that we have in our nation is the outsized power of big money. We know that big money floods our electoral system. It then shapes or takes precedent in our policy making. And it is a serious problem, obviously exacerbated after the Citizens United decision. As organizers across the country understand, it's either people power or money power. And in this instance, what we focused on was how to connect with people, how to engage across the district and talk about the outsized power that big money has. So by the time that AIPAC is making its big money spend, we had spent some serious time talking to voters about how that kind of action would end up corrupting our political system, our policymaking system. And I think it worked. It is, from
it would seem to have worked. And she's won. At least the primary, the Democratic primary. She's still got to get to the general in New Jersey, so make sure to get out there for that voting, and then for the other elections that she just mentioned. 4 elections, 9 months. That's a lot. That's a lot. All right. Now, let's go here to the majority report and talk about another election going on in, I think, Nebraska? A strange election in a state that we talk very little about.
Calling from a 308 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it is Kowalski, the last Kowalski of the House of Frank residing in Nebraska.
Kowalski,
it's the
from
Kowalski.
Nebraska.
Oh my
How
God.
are you? What did you, we name dropped you the other day.
Oh, when
When we had Dan Osborne on.
Oh, yeah, I caught that. Thank you for doing that. I've been seeing a lot of chatter with some of the people I know around him. I'm really hoping that he's doing well in like Lincoln and Omaha. It just doesn't seem like there's a lot of energy in the rural area for just about anything. But that could also work in his favor. Like people just don't show up to vote, which I think is going to be the case. I think we're going to see a really low turnout for Republicans, at least in rural areas. So, but
I wouldn't be
was calling
surprised.
in.
Yes.
Oh yeah, there is. It's hopeless, but some hope I've seen. Have you heard of North Carolina 14th District candidate Kate Barr?
No.
Well, I got a random Instagram ad of her campaign last night. I looked into it. It looks like she's employing some might call it the Kowalski strategy. She is running in the Republican primary, and on her website it says the only reason she is doing so is because she is a progressive and the district is gerrymandered to where only Republicans can win. So she is running as a progressive Republican.
I just checked out her site, katebarrcantwin.com, and she switched it to katebarrcanwin.com. Is that her? Your Republican candidate for U.S. House District 14?
Yes.
And
I believe it's the Can Win talks about her platform, which looks pretty good.
Oh, interesting. And so she's running in the Republican primary. She wrote, plot twist, I'm not a Republican, but I am running in the Republican primary. Why run as a Republican? Because I'm an American and I care about my community. Running as a Republican is the only way to kick these corrupt cowards out of office. Your leaders should represent you. You should be able to vote them out with do a bad job. Why not run as a Democrat in the general election then? Instead, they've rigged the maps to make sure the Republican candidate will win the general election every time. So she's running in this Republican primary.
Yeah, I fully support it. I mean, honestly, might as well. Republican primaries are completely open. I mean, honestly, whatever it takes to get progressive ideas into politics at this point. Things that actually help people. And in a place like Nebraska, perhaps something strange like that is what's needed. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm... whatever. We just need to make some serious changes around here. All right. What else we got? What else we got here? Yes, Democrats. Unfortunately, Democrats are still not really gaining much popularity with leadership. Basically going along with everything Donald Trump has wanted, really. When you break it down, you analyze it. They've done almost nothing to fight back or be an actual opposition party. They've merely co-signed practically all of it. Or sat there shaking their fist while doing literally nothing about, like with any of their actual democratic power. And it shows in the numbers.
Democrats were pretty down on their party after losing the 2024 presidential election. And even though they've had a string of recent wins and special elections, morale really hasn't recovered. New AP Norc polling shows that about 7 in 10 Democrats have a favorable opinion of the Democratic Party. And even though that's a majority, that's not really improved from after they lost the presidential election. Separate polling shows that the Democrats are more frustrated with their
Yep, they're still down 15 points with their own base right now, Democrats, from September of 2024, when they weren't exactly energized. They weren't, like, really, like, Democrats were they were spending, like, billions of dollars trying to energize people, and people still were not psyched. And, you know, it's not the same. Donald Trump at the time had higher numbers. He had like 90+ percentage points with his base. All right. We're going to keep talking elections a little bit after this, I think. Do I have more elections today? Actually, that might be it. Well, no, I have one more. I have one more video on that after the Galactic intermission, but as we've been doing all stream, just want to... I couldn't fit it in the title, unfortunately, so I'm just making people aware of it every single Galactic intermission. Welcome to the 2-year Galactic anniversary stream. That's right, Space Fams. You're here for year 2. The beginning to year 3, really. For at least, you know, some people. As February 20th was the day in 2024 when I first started this stream. That's right, 730 days of galactic news. Brought to you by yours truly. And Space Fams like you, galactic patrons, and others. Have all helped in making this show possible. 2 years, haven't done an ad read, haven't done anything like that. Mostly because I thought nobody would want one. But, you know, also, because I like to think that we're completely funded by viewers like you. I like saying that. It feels good knowing that people enjoy the show enough to ensure that the very bare minimum we get the bills paid around here. That we can continue doing the show that you all love so much. Oh, I didn't even put the confetti. We need confetti. We need confetti for this discussion. Ah, boy, it's beautiful. It's beautiful and it's great. Thank you for the birthday wishes in chat. That's right. Galactic News Network is 2 years old. Onwards and upwards, Space Fams. By the way, the newest way for you all to contribute to the Galactic News Network is Throne, where you can buy stuff for me. Things like drinks, snacks, and other things that I need in my life would help out or just look cute. Honestly. I showed you guys earlier what I'm talking about. Just go click the link on Twitch or YouTube in my description. And you'll see what I mean. I'm just adding things that I would appreciate or enjoy having that would be helpful to my life, or some combination of all three. And the Throne takes like a 7% cut, which is honestly not bad when you figure that I wind up paying YouTube and Twitch somewhere between 30 and 40% for all of your donations there. So in a way, it's like we're saving money. It's a win-win-win. It's a win-win-win. So also, that means I don't have to go to the store for buying some of these things. GSL showing his inner PBS kid. How am I showing my inner PBS kid? Oh, because of the viewers, brought to you by the viewers thing? Yeah. Yeah. Also, my inner Democracy Now kid. Anyway, quick galactic intermission, everybody. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube while you're at it. Do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your earned dollars. Throne. Wherever the Patreon. God damn it. That's throwing me off. The Patreon is where you get the most space benefits for your earned dollars, of course. Very stupid. $3 a month. Get you access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens. Shout out at the end of every single show. Secret avatar inside of the Discord server. I keep saying the wrong words. My brain is like not functioning right now. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. And much, 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 much more. All right. That's it for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. Third break is over. Fourth half of the show is about to begin immediately, if not sooner.
Play.
Okay, everybody, we are back. Fourth half of the stream is about to begin. Hopefully you're back in your seats. You've gotten drinks and or snacks, because we are back. GNN Spacecast. Back in action. And holy shit, are you moving slow tonight? Honestly, it's gonna be like a 3-part week ending report this week. Like, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Like, I swear to God. I had to move over a bunch of videos from yesterday here for today, and somehow I'm still moving so slow right now. Not even close to being out of the US. I have 150 videos again, by the way. I don't know how that happened, but it happened. All right, one last video on the elections with iHip News, Jennifer Welch.
All right, every single day we wake up, the President of the United States and the members of his cabinet have broken laws, engaged in incredibly unethical activities. They're kidnapping people, the treatment of children and non-violent offenders, people that literally have paperwork issues with their immigration status, are being in these horrible conditions, denied health care, denied food, crammed in like sardines, just deplorable stuff. And I could report on it all day, every day. And you would just want to stick your head under the pillow and think, what happened to our country? And that is a really good question. And in doing an autopsy as to what happened in our country, we have to look at both political parties. We have to look at everybody's involvement. Now, as you all know, the Ken Martin, the leader of the Democratic National Committee, said that he was not going to release the autopsy on why Kamala Harris lost in the last race. I was dumbfounded. I was beside myself. How do you not release that? How do you not say, here's where we went wrong? Unless you want to keep running on all the bad shit, which is taking corporate money, taking AIPAC money, and being the controlled opposition. I think we can now determine that moderate, pick-me politicians that don't take strong stances are not desirable for people when they—
I believe the term that Jennifer is looking for
coordinated
is
inauthentic behavior.
Coordinated
inauthentic behavior.
To the election box. So the people say, oh, the Democratic Party needs to move to the center. I would say that Kamala Harris did just that. Furthermore, I would argue that a lot of people that are not on the left, that are not Democrats, they see centrist Democrats, establishment Democrats, liberal Democrats, and progressive Democrats all as the exact same thing. So then you have all this fighting in the Democratic Party. Are you a centrist Democrat? Are you a moderate Democrat? Instead of building a coalition, the best thing the DNC could have done to build a coalition is transparency. But they don't. And they refuse to listen to the far left wing of the party. The far left wing of the party, coincidentally, happens to be the segment of the party when you look at the politicians who are fighting Trump the most. Mayor Zoran Mamdani fights Trump across the board, will not tolerate this provocations with ICE. The mayor of Chicago, state governors, the progressive flank of the House of Representatives, the progressive flank of the Senate. These are the people who fight him the most. The moderates, they don't fight him at all. Hakeem Jeffries chuckles, basically say, oh, okay, we'll let you kill American citizens. Just put a camera on yourself now so we have more evidence of it. So the New York Times, I discussed this in an earlier episode, but I want us to dive more into this. The New York Times ran a Dem focus group, and it basically just confirmed everything that I just said. Pop this up, Kylie. A candidate who identifies as progressive, a candidate who identifies as a moderate. This was the question to the focus group. Every single person in the focus group raised their hand that they wanted a candidate that identifies as a progressive. Nobody wants a pick-me moderate. I don't want to piss anybody off. I don't want to.
And in case you're missing it, it's at the very bottom here. Moderate candidate. No one raised a hand. Wow. Seems like people want candidates who are actually going to do things. Not just sit there and take corporate money and twiddle their fingers. Well, we all lose our rights. Okay. All right, and I'm going to have to scoot ahead a little bit. I didn't do, which I think I'm going to have to do for tomorrow. I just totally forgot because of how much shit I've got going on over here right now. I think tomorrow we'll do another 2-year anniversary type stream where we'll actually watch some of my old clips. Honestly, the reason I forgot to do it is because I haven't been clipping all year. Ever since Trump took office, I have not had time to do clips. I need to start doing that more. Although people have been clipping on Twitch lately, at least of the stream, which is nice. I gotta start uploading those to YouTube. I gotta write that down on my board because I keep forgetting to do it. I have so many things on my board right now, like my productivity board. I need a physical object to write my my goals and tasks and objectives on. It is completely full. I'm running out of room. At this point, I need the ability to write in microfilament or something, because there's no space left. Tomorrow, I think we'll pepper in some of the old school GNN clips and things like that, just to, I guess, a way of just taking a walk through what do you call it? Walk down history lane. Memory lane, that's what it's called. Memory lane. Okay. You know what? I gotta do these ones. I actually have to do these ones. I'm trying to skip past videos. I'm just realizing these all link up. This is pissing me off. I have too cohesive of a show. All right, fine. No, it's fine. All right, this is a clip from earlier this week. Actually, this might have been technically over the weekend. like a clip from over the weekend. Can't remember. Majority Report. The dumbest protest.
Talk of
No,
a
this is not the
Democratic
one.
wave.
Very rude of you. Harry, we don't need you. Thank you. I'm skipping you. I'm skipping you today, Harry.
What is this?
This is the Support Billionaires March.
Which number is this? I didn't see this one.
It's at the bottom there.
It is a 19.
A real captivating speaker here at this march to support billionaires.
Is this real?
Follow
the
rich white man.
Yeah.
This is real?
Yeah, this seems like something you would have done in 2004.
It is 100% the billionaires for Bush. There was literally, they would all dress in like tuxedos and go in and, with like a monocle and go, I'm here for George W. Bush. And there are actually people protesting in support of billionaires?
Because of the wealth tax proposed in California.
Ridiculous.
The billionaire wealth.
The
This
one that
is
Jensen Wong is okay with.
Effing insane. Let's watch this.
Should we start later or?
You can tell how troubled Sam is by all of this. He really does seem, just incensed. A, that these guys are stealing his shtick, and B, by the absurdity of it all. I'm not sure Sam knows which one to be more upset by. Them stealing his shtick or or the lack of irony. And the seemingly it's just wild. Oh God.
Or do you want to see some of the lead in?
I want to see some of the lead in.
Yeah.
I don't believe this is real.
Billionaires fund vital sectors of our economy like space tourism and yacht construction. Without them, who would fund our elections?
Oh, thank God. Vital.
This is a joke.
I gotta say, as a guy who does a spacecast, this newscast from space, I'm not sure space tourism is a vital part of our economy.
This looks like.
We'll skip a little bit ahead. There might be some pranksters here. Is there some real stuff here?
Yeah, the guy with the bullhorn is.
Okay.
He seems too dumb to.
This cannot be real.
Capable of satire.
As a class, but by their individual merits. So there are good billionaires and bad billionaires, just like there's good people.
I'll note that there's no rich country that doesn't have billionaires. I think that, you can try and, if you try to get rid of billionaires, if you're trying to fight inequality and not just fight poverty, then you're going to end up with everyone being a lot poorer, with fewer companies being built.
Yeah, why is it that some people think
That was the most incoherent sentence I've heard all week. I don't even know if he knows what he just said.
I don't know why. Sometimes they think that people got rich by stealing from the poor. Yes! Ludicrous! Yeah! That's true. It's true that some people earn their fortunes by playing zero-sum games. But especially here in California and San Francisco, billionaires get rich by starting companies that generate enormous value.
Oh my God.
They make things people want. And to be clear, the 1% do pay a lot in taxes. The top 1% of earners in California pay close to half of the income taxes in the states. What are we going to do if
what
they leave?
now?
California already has the highest income tax brackets in the country.
And they're
Now,
still
I think
there.
that there are some loopholes that we ought to fix. Namely, unrealized gains, use as collateral for loans.
No, this is too sad. This is too sad. That's some libertarian
This
kid
is so incoherent.
who has been doing nothing but locking himself in his room and reading Fountainhead and.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Atlas shrugged, and then this guy was born. Why does he have such a tiny bullhorn? I don't know. Freedom, I guess. I assume it's freedom related. There's something about the free markets. I would assume. But we do, in fact, need to tax billionaires, actually, and we need to tax them more than we do. You know who I know agrees with me on that? These next two guys we're about to listen to. This frickin' weirdo over here. Who is this guy? Who in the hell is this weirdo?
One guy, one time.
This is insane, dude.
This guy and his next guest.
We are on
Hassan
our way
Gast.
to see Bernard Sanders. You guys might know him. He's a little-known guy. Independent senator from Vermont. Caucus with the Democrats. Ran for president in 2016 and 2020. And we're going to be conducting a very short and sweet interview with Vermont Senator Bernard Sanders. He's in the state of California this week. He is going to be appearing in Stanford alongside Ro Khanna to speak about AI. But today's events are of a different note. Today's events are going to be around Senator Bernard Sanders speaking out against billionaires.
Hey, how are you?
Bernie.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again as well. I've been good. I'm gonna give you this microphone real quick. Sure. Here, I can put it on if you want.
Yep.
All right. Right there. All right. So the last time we talked, it was at the oligarchy tour.
I remember. It was in Las Vegas.
Yeah, in Nevada.
Yep.
And we didn't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time today, too. You're a very busy guy. You're all around the country. You're touring. You're going everywhere. And today you're going to be talking about taxing the billionaires, something that you're very fond of, something that you've been talking about for quite a while. What are you doing in California?
Doing two things, both I think enormously important. Tonight I'll be speaking on this billionaire tax initiative that the unions are bringing forward, and I think it's enormously important. As I'm sure you know, never before in American history have we had the kind of income and wealth inequality that we have right now. Got to deal with that reality. You got 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 93%. You got one guy, Mr. Musk, one man, owning more wealth than the bottom 53% of American households. Does that make sense to anybody? And meanwhile, under Trump, these billionaires are becoming richer. And guess what? Many of them pay very little and sometimes nothing in taxes. You probably pay an effective tax rate that is higher based on your income.
Oh, definitely.
Than the billionaires do. So it's insane. And these guys own, increasingly, they own media, there's more concentration of ownership, and they own the political process, making massive campaign contributions. So what this is about is saying to the billionaire class, you know what? Trump gave you and your friends $1 trillion in tax breaks. And at the same time, they cut health care by $1 trillion. 15 million Americans, including 3 million here in California, are going to lose their health care in order to give tax breaks to people who don't need it. That's why I'm here. Enough is enough.
Yeah. So there is one person, the governor of California, that is actually quite critical of the billionaires tax. Do you have a message for Gavin Newsom?
No, he does what he does. He and I disagree on the issue. And that's about it.
Okay. All right. I am a little bit more critical than you are, I guess, at least.
So you're not as nice a guy as I am. That's about it.
That's true. That's true. Exactly. What do you think about the movement that you've been a part of your whole life that has now grown in size and in popularity? 33% of the Democratic Party's base of support now are...
Why did Hassan dress like a potato to this interview? Why is he wearing this large brown sack?
Described democratic socialists. There have been electoral victories for the likes of
Mamdani's victory in New York and
Analia
Mejia's victory in New Jersey. Extraordinary. And great candidates are running all over this country. So to answer your question, I feel very excited about that. And if you ask me why I am optimistic about the future, it is precisely because of great candidates who are coming up, who are prepared to take on the oligarchs. As you know, we did a fighting oligarchy tour, I think in 24 states, 350,000 people came out. Not only Democrats, you got Republicans, you got independents. People are sick and tired of a country where the people on top have it all, while 60% of our people live in paycheck to paycheck. I grew up in a family lived paycheck to paycheck. I know what that's about. People can't afford health care, they can't afford food, they can't afford child care, they can't afford housing. and the rich get incredibly richer. People are saying enough is enough.
Do you feel like internally within the Democratic Party there is this resistance from establishment Democrats towards this sort of change? I like to call it the left flank candidates.
Is that a serious question?
Yeah.
Are you asking, is there opposition?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course there's opposition.
Yeah.
Of course, you know, that's what the struggle is about. The progressive part of the Democratic Party, I'm an independent caucusing with the Democrats, have the crazy idea that maybe we should represent the vast majority of the American people who work for a living and don't have a lot of money. But there are others in part of the Democratic establishment who prefer to spend their time getting campaign contributions from very wealthy people and developing policies which represent those people and certainly do not represent working people. So that is the debate that's going on within the Democratic Party. Now, where there is unity is the need to defeat in every way possible the efforts of the most dangerous president in the history of this country, Donald Trump. And I think to the degree that we can work together in the 2026 elections to defeat Republicans and hopefully return the Democrats to power in the House, maybe the Senate, that's the goal.
So one of the arguments that was unfairly launched against you over and over again in both 2016 and in 2020 was that you were not electable, that the electability argument was on the side of centrist Democrats, more moderate figures. I've been all around the country. I've been all around the world these past couple of years, but especially in the United States of America, both in the oligarchy tour, the No Kings protests that have taken place all around.
7 million people coming out in one day?
Yeah, and the ICE resistance that took place in many places, including Minnesota. The one common thing that I hear from people from all different walks of life is that they are sick and tired of what the Republicans are doing, but they're also very frustrated with the Democrats. And the polling shows that reality as well. There's tremendous dissatisfaction with the Democratic Party at a time when, as the only other viable mainstream party, they're supposed to automatically see a boost in their popularity. Do you feel like the electability argument is turning on its head and more people are finally coming on board with your message, with our message, with a message that centers working class individuals rather than the endless need to moderate for the mythical moderate voter?
The short answer is yes. I absolutely believe that. I think what people are seeing now with their own eyes is not only the ugliness and the obscenity of the Trump administration in so many respects, whether it's ICE, whether it's economics, whether it's healthcare and all that. What they are seeing is a nation in which incredible wealth and power are resting in the hands of a few. And that, by the way, is what this Tax to Billionaires campaign is about. I don't think these guys, the billionaires, are staying up nights worrying that they have to pay a few $1 billion more in taxes. They're richer than anyone can imagine. You know what they're worried about? They're worried about that working people are saying, sorry, we are going to stand up to you. You can't have it all. You don't own this country.
I think it's more so the message, you're right, that or the audacity of hope. The people that feel as though their politicians will be responsive for the first time ever and that change is possible rather than the business as usual politics that they keep hearing about. That
is exactly the point.
To win.
That is exactly the point. That is exactly the point, Hassan. Perfectly said. There we go. Hassan, Piker, Bernie Sanders sitting down in a room together for a little less than 10 minutes. Supposedly, Hassan Chat was very upset that he didn't get more time with the great Bernie. He is a busy guy, and he's only got so much time left on this earth. He can't be just coming and hanging out on the Hassan cast all the time. Come on. Come on. Be serious. But, good to see him once again over there. Meeting up with our boy, Piker.
That's on YouTube.
While we're talking about taxing the billionaires, let's talk the talk about the billionaire in charge of the entire country, Donald J. Trump.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto, as we call him. Because he's a billionaire.
All right, guys, so it needs to be said, there's a lot of funky stuff going on with Trump, with Epstein, not just when it comes to the disgusting sexual perversion and criminality side, but also when it comes to their money, right? And there's been speculation for a long time that, man, Trump is engaged in money laundering of some sort. He's definitely engaged in money laundering of some sort. First, I want to go back and show you this. This was from November, and this is Democratic Senator Ron Wyden basically talking about what we had on Epstein at the time. Listen to this.
Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation right there. Hundreds of millions more flowed through other accounts. Weird. That's even a lot more to investigate. The file shows that Mr. Epstein used multiple Russian banks, which are now under sanctions, to process payments related to sex trafficking.
You know, as we discussed, this is
Now, while Senator Ron Wyden is making some really great points over here, I would like to also remind him of, I don't know if he's ever heard of it before, the Dow.
The Dow right now.
Has he heard of the Dow right now? It's at 50,000. And Pam Bondi would like to remind him of that because she doesn't want to talk about the files. She
this
doesn't want to
woman
do
is
that.
dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I know she doesn't want to do that.
pot operation, a blackmail operation, and that's where a lot of his money comes from. But there's also speculation that he was also doing money laundering. He was also plugged in big time, as you all know, with, you know, powerful governments and powerful figures all around the world, okay? But then we also have this. So this was flagged recently. I wanted to share this with you. The Trump administration paid $128.5 million for this warehouse that sold less than 2 years ago for $29 million to use as an ICE internment camp.
What now?
Who's the owner of the warehouse? PNK, LLC, a subsidiary of Russia.
All of a sudden, it quadruples in value? What? Quintuples? How much did it go from 25 to 125? That doesn't say that again.
This was flagged recently. I wanted to share this with you. The Trump administration paid $128.5 million.
It is. It's a tweet. I just realized it's a tweet he's reading. $128 million. $100 million increase from 29. That's a 5-fold increase in price over 2 years. That is beyond substantial. That is suspicious, is what it is. Unless you built, I don't know, a football stadium or something. I don't know how you go from 29 to 128 million for a warehouse.
Warehouse that sold less than 2 years ago for $29 million to use as an ICE internment camp. Who's the owner of the warehouse? PNK, LLC, a subsidiary of Russia-based PNK Group. Okay? So that is not a normal discrepancy there. Even if there was nothing on the property and then you built the concentration camp on top of the property, to sell it, to pay $128.5 million when it was worth $29 million 2 years ago, that does not fucking add up. The numbers are not adding up there. And then that reminded me of this, and we discussed this recently on the show, but it's important to bring up again. Ready? Epstein confirms Trump knew about his activities and hints at Trump's Russian money laundering. Redacted worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period. The testimony of houseman John Alessi confirmed it. And then, like I said, we went through this email once before, this Jeffrey Epstein email once before. I'll zoom in a little bit here for you, but this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. And he discusses here, basically, there was a brief period where Trump and Epstein broke up. Okay, well, they got back together later on. There was a brief period where they broke up. And the breakup was over this piece of property in Palm Beach. And what happened was Epstein had expressed to Trump, I'm going to buy that property. Okay? And Trump bought the property out from underneath Epstein.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The gist of the story here is Trump paid like $36 million or $40 million or something for this house, basically stole it out from underneath Epstein, and that pissed Epstein off. And then what Trump did is he ended up reselling the house for like $95 million or $100 million. Okay? So again, he paid like $36 million, $40 million for the property. He ended up selling it for nearly $100 million at the peak of the Great Recession, the subprime mortgage crisis and Great Recession. Understand something. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Ain't no way you'd pay $36 million for it in a good market, and then you sell it in a way worse market for $100 million. So people did some digging, and they found out the person who bought it is basically a Russian.
Yeah, this is beyond irregular, right? Like during the housing crash, people were offing properties for, 50 cents on the dollar, 30 cents on the dollar. It was mayhem, right? And especially when it relates to like investment properties and shit like that. It's chaos. And you're telling me that he's over here making profits? He's making millions in profits on one sale? That's weird.
Who's this fertilizer magnate, okay? And what Epstein points out, a way worse market for $100 million. So people did some digging, and they found out the person who bought it is basically a Russian oligarch who's this fertilizer magnate, okay? And what Epstein points out here is that's fucking money. That's what that is. That's money laundering. Epstein has also made claims
illegal
of basically financial crimes at Mar-a-Lago, that there's fuckery going on with the mortgage at Mar-a-Lago. He's made that claim as well. And he happens to know some of the finer details of the financial situation with Mar-a-Lago too. Okay? But here's a great example. Nobody's come up.
It is a great example. You're right, Kyle. It is disturbing. It seems like Donald Trump has been doing some very sketchy things with all of his money. All these billionaires seem to just be doing a bunch of very questionable stuff with all of that money. Whether it's running illicit sex islands or doing financial crimes. Or whatever else. It does seem to be living in a completely different world than the rest of us. With access that most of us could never even dream of. But hey, if you're willing to do all the crimes, what's the saying? There used to be a saying. Now that I'm saying that, oh, that's right. If you do the crimes, you do the times. None of these guys are doing the time though, because they're not like you and me. Nope, they're part of the Epstein class. Now, some Trump supporters are starting to wake up to this very, very slowly. Disturbingly slowly, in my opinion. But waking up nonetheless.
Let's face it, a lot of Americans are very ignorant and self-centered. Everybody around the world can see it, and we even know this too. But we've been conditioned to be this way because we grew up thinking that the United States was the best country in the world and that no other countries mattered because that's what we were told. Not to mention, when you commodify news and defund public education and disincentivize higher education, you eventually get a population that's paralyzed by its own stupidity. And since we've been taught that selfishness is a virtue, so many people don't care or even know about problems unless it affects them personally, which means that Americans who voted for Donald Trump probably aren't going to turn on him until they are personally affected by his harmful policies. The question is, now that we're more than a year into his second term and we're really starting to feel the effects of his policies, are Trump voters finally starting to wake up and realize that they made a mistake? The answer is yes and no. A recent New York Times focus group featuring 11 Trump voters had some critiques here and there, but were mostly satisfied, describing Trump as decent, productive, and even awesome. In other words, there's a sizable portion of the population that approves of fascism and cruelty, and even if they're not doing better themselves economically, all that matters to them is that marginalized people are doing worse. But that's just the main cultists who rented out their brains to Trump a decade ago. A lot of Trump's support in 2024 came from waffling independents who voted for him because they delusionally thought that he would be better on the economy, and they didn't really think that the guy who tried to overthrow the last election was actually a threat to democracy, or they didn't care so long as the cost of eggs and gas went down. Now, among those types of voters, Trump's support has definitely collapsed. CNN's data analyst Terry Anton recently highlighted how Donald Trump is hitting record lows in terms of his approval rating, and Axios reports that multiple polls now show that Trump is even less popular than Biden. Even Rasmussen, one of the most right-wing skewed pollsters in the country, released a poll showing that Biden had an 8-point advantage over Donald Trump when it came to who they thought did a better job as president. And it's so bad that 30 congressional Republicans are retiring, including 6 senators, because they know that if they don't get off the sinking ship, they're going to go down with it. And another really bad sign for Donald Trump is the sudden cultural shift. A year ago, it seemed like everybody wanted to be on the MAGA bandwagon, but fast forward to today, and the grifters and wave riders are now realizing that the cultural winds have shifted yet again. For example, you have podcaster bros like Andrew Scholes go from, bragging about voting for Donald Trump because he gets pussy to admitting that the left was right about Donald Trump all along. There's also Anna Kasparian, who went from denying that Trump was a fascist to apologizing for doing that and admitting that she felt stupid for doing it.
Oh, where's my Anna sound shot? I took it off the board. I need my Anna sound shot. Where's Anna? It's somewhere. Can't be that far. Yeah, there it is.
Trump actually cared about his base because in his first term, he seemed to be swayed by his.
Wait.
I was wrong about Project 2025.
There it is. Found it. I was wrong. Oh, fascinating.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
He should, but I think that these people, the ones that don't have any actual core beliefs, that simply say what they think people want to hear so they can attract big audiences, they are the canary in the coal mine, so to speak, for Trump's popularity, because the fact that the people who don't believe anything suddenly have to pretend that they're against Donald Trump, that is a pretty telling sign that the ship is sinking. But let's hear from Trump voters themselves, because surprise, surprise, they're suddenly turning on him now that they're feeling the effects of his policies. Newsbreak shared a quote from a 49-year-old West Virginian man who says, "I voted for Trump all 3 times. This time I felt like I didn't have a choice because the Democratic candidate was so bad. I've never felt more betrayed by my vote. My partner is losing her federal job, will probably lose our house, and ICE is running rampant above the law with no regard for anyone." This Redditor claims they were an enthusiastic Trump supporter who even wore Latinos for Trump and LGB for Trump shirts, but feels scorned after ICE kidnapped his sister, who's a U.S. citizen. And on a similar note, a 59-year-old grandmother who's a green card holder spent nearly 5 months in ICE detention because she bounced a $25 check more than a decade ago. And while she was in an ICE concentration camp, her husband Jim, who voted for Trump in 2024, was panicked, and he wrote to every congressperson in Missouri, but only got a response from a Democrat from Rhode Island who invited him to speak before a panel about his wife's detention. And as the Washington Post reports, at the event, Jim was asked why he voted for Donald Trump. He paused and said, "Because I was an idiot." But even though he eventually got his wife back, he did lose friends for criticizing Donald Trump. Quote, "The partisan backlash has been swift," he said. "Longtime friends in the Ruby Red County, where the couple lives, have turned their back on him because he criticized Trump. Meanwhile, more liberal neighbors have said his wife's ordeal is a fitting consequence of his vote." But what's crazy is that even fascist politicians from other countries are feeling the pain of Donald Trump's policies.
Honestly, I'm not shocked that guys like that are getting it from both sides. You voted for Trump 3 times. 3 times. You had literally nearly a decade to figure out what this guy was about. Honestly, you had longer than that because he's been a public figure for longer. Like, you had literally a decade to figure out who this guy was, including an entire presidency. and like all this other stuff, including trials, a conviction, multiple, like 34 felony counts, convicted on each count. He had all of this stuff. So many fucking things. And so it's not shocking to me that leftists aren't, and like Democrats aren't rushing to embrace him. Like, I personally, I feel for the guy. He's clearly not the brightest. Even he admits it. And it makes me sad that he was duped over and over again. And that, honestly, it's people like that, like him, who were duped over and over again by Donald Trump. That's why we have Donald Trump 2.0 presidency right now. Right? Like, and to some degree, he's like, we're all victims of the system that like bred this dude. Right? Even he's a victim of that system to some degree now, finally. But, like, I get it. I get it why some of his more liberal neighbors are like, dude, you've been annoying us for like a decade. Because, like, forget, like, it's not like I'm detached from the situation. I don't know this dude in person. I assume he's unbearable. I assume for the last 10 years, this guy has been the worst. And having to live next to this guy as a liberal, I'm sure, sucks dick. So, honestly, I get it. I get it. You've had to share, like, you know what I mean? Like, I think we all can kind of understand that. But I get it. I mean, personally, like, since I don't have to deal with him in real life, I get it. On both sides. Good people on both sides.
Congresswoman Angela Vergara, who was a vocal Trump supporter in 2024 and even founded Latinas for Trump and even celebrated Trump's deportations of Colombians, people from her own country, she posted a tearful video to social media after her son, who was in America, was kidnapped by ICE and held in inhumane conditions in an ICE concentration camp. And she pleaded with Petro's government for help to get him free. But back in the U.S., specifically in Michigan, Al Jazeera reports that some Yemeni American Trump supporters are speaking out after his regime revoked the temporary protected status for their community. Quote, people feel betrayed. They feel backstabbed while...
You know what? Before we get too far from this, I just want to go back to this guy. Because I just want to say one thing about it. Like, fact is, this is advice to this guy. Not that he's ever going to see this. But if I'm this guy, if I were you, pal, I would start making amends. Don't just start crying into your fucking sleeve, all right? I need you to pull yourself up by your goddamn bootstraps, like you've probably been telling all of the immigrants and all the poor people that you know. And I need you emotionally to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and start being a real ally, okay? Radical allyship is the only thing that's going to dig yourself out of this hole. Because it sounds like you've been a real dickbag to be around for like a good decade. And it's not just, people aren't going to just accept you out of nowhere. And yeah, all of your cultist friends are going to be upset about the fact that you're like, you're having a tough time with your wife being in federal detention. It's like, yeah, you were part of a cult. I needed to wake up to that fact and like immediately, if not sooner, wake up to radical solidarity. Immediately, if not sooner.
Free. But back in the U.S., specifically in Michigan, Al Jazeera reports that some Yemeni American Trump supporters are speaking out after his regime revoked the temporary protected status for their community. Quote, people feel betrayed. They feel backstabbed, while Lee Al-Tahif, a Yemeni American activist in Dearborn, said, adding that the decision to revoke TPS for Yemen will likely separate families in the community. Quote, there was hope that he was going to bring a different direction, different policy towards Yemen and the Yemeni community, but we've seen the opposite, absolutely the opposite. Now, Arab Americans were right to feel betrayed by Democrats in 2024, seeing as how Kamala Harris basically gave them the finger while their administration was giving Israel the bombs that they were dropping on the heads of their family members in Palestine. So I fully understand why they felt so mad and why so many of them chose to stay home or vote third party. But this individual affirmatively voted for Donald Trump, which I just can't rationalize, seeing as how, one, it was clear that Trump would be worse on Israel-Palestine than Kamala Harris, and two, in Trump's first term, he literally vetoed a bill that would have ended our government's complicity.
Yeah, and I mean, I was saying all of this stuff 2 years ago. Anybody who was here at that time, it's crazy how long we've been at this now. I feel like we've started to create some kind of a galactic legacy around here. But if everybody remembers, I was on Team Kamala once it became apparent that we weren't going to have a primary, because I did the math, and I'm a cold hard pragmatist, and I said, look at Donald Trump and look at Kamala. She sucks a bag of dicks, but Donald Trump is going to take those dicks, he's going to blend them all up, and he's going to spray them onto all of us. And it's basically, I mean, it's literally what's happened. And I hate that I was right about that. Show us tomorrow? Show what tomorrow? What are you talking about? You're at 14 months. Great job, Boku. Maybe 16. That's a fairly sizable galactic subscribership. It's not the full 24, but you're in the first year. That's not bad. But yeah, I mean, I'll show you the clips of me being on Team Kamala. Oh, yeah. I mean, we were still being like critical. We were being simultaneously critical while me also saying everybody has to vote for Kamala. It was a weird vibe. Like we were like, I felt like I was watching in horror. I knew what was happening. I even called the election. I even said it weeks out. I said it 2 weeks out. I said Donald Trump was going to win. It said we had to get out there and vote. My subscribership was even smaller than it is today. My reach was very, very small. I was saying it, and I hated that I was saying it because for the entire year and a half leading up to that moment, I had been, not entire, what am I talking about? The entire year, all of 2024, I had been criticizing the Biden administration about the genocide every single. It's why I started the stream, was because of that. But I did the cold hard math of it, and I just knew that somehow Donald Trump was going to be worse. Not just, with Israel Palestine, but here at home. And we've gotten all of it's come true. I was warning about the Alien Insurrection Act. I was warning about all these things. And it all came true. Why can't I predict some good things? This has been one of my biggest problems with this show for the last 2 years. When can I start? Can anybody give me the timeline on when I'm going to start predicting good things and they're going to actually come true? Because I predict a lot of bad stuff. And a lot of bad stuff that I predict comes true. I don't like it. Although I feel like somebody could like take advantage of this, like on Polymarket or something, or Kalshi. The Galactic. All right, this is not investment advice. This is not. In fact, fuck both of those things. I take it back. Those things are terrible. Don't do that. We need to abolish those two things. God, they've become so... Oh, God, they have, like, incepted their way into my brain. Like, they're just... It's, like, in everything now. Oh, God. And we actually have videos. I actually have literally 2 videos on this for later. This is what a dystopia feels like, people. If you were wondering, this is it. This is what it feels like. Do I want more of this from Mike? I kind of do, but I don't have time. It's like we're like 6 hours in. I can't keep sitting here with Mike all day. He's saying a lot of great stuff, but I can't keep doing this. All right. Well, some people are waking up to how terrible Donald Trump is, both abroad and for their wallets. And just domestically, just all around bad. People have started to realize that. And of course, the cuts the government has been making are starting to trickle their way on down to the states, like a golden shower of hot piss And New Yorkers are among a number of states who are now facing stricter rules vis-a-vis applying for or what's it called? I can't think of the word now. My brain broke. Applying for or meeting the specifications for things like SNAP, things like Medicaid, things like other sorts of employment assistance. Let's go to New York. News 8 WROC Rochester from 8 hours ago. New York SNAP recipients to face stricter rules starting in March. So 1 week from now.
There are
brace
new changes
yourselves.
coming to SNAP benefits next month, and with those changes are expected impacts for anyone who relies on the food assistance program. Stricter rules to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, are coming to New York. Starting March 1st, federal work requirements are changing for recipients to keep their benefits. Adults ages 18 to 64 will have to record at least 80 hours per month of work to receive SNAP for more than 3 months in a 3-year period.
There's a change in the documentation that's required, and then there's a change in what sanctions will be imposed if people don't meet the requirements.
Angela Odoms-Young teaches nutrition courses at Cornell University. She explains the impacts expected, including an immediate reliance on charitable food organizations.
It's predicted that a lot of people will lose their benefits, and some of that will just be related to documentation. If people lose their benefits, where are they going to go? They're going to depend on those community-based agencies that are providing food, and that's the charitable food system, so that they will go and seek support.
There are certain exemptions to the changes for those with certain disabilities, those who are pregnant, or caregivers. Officials encourage recipients to be prepared before the new month arrives.
The immediate effect is people are.
I love how there's an exemption for pregnant women, but not women with children. Like, this is like literally the Republican bullshit all the time. We care about the kid until it's born, then it can go fuck itself, get a job. Like, it's insane. It's insane. This makes me so mad. This makes me so mad. The cruelty is just ridiculous. And everybody here, anybody here who's listening and thinks this is good and that work requirements like this are helpful, I would point you to like a myriad studies that show it's not helpful and it actually kicks people off who would otherwise actually qualify for these programs because they can't fill out the paperwork in time, or they forget to fill out the paperwork in time, or they're just, you know what I mean? Like, they're too fucking busy or incapable of filling out the paperwork, right? Like for whatever reason, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it could be physical, it could be, you know, whatever issues, right? An inability to actually fill out the paperwork. It could be a disability that it prevents you from doing that. Any number of reasons could prevent you from filling out those forms and making sure that you are providing every 3 months the proof that you worked for 80 hours in the last 3 months, or in the however long I can't remember the exact. It was actually, I think it was more than that. I think it was 80 hours of every 3 weeks. I can't remember, what did they say? I can't remember what it was. It was something stupid. Whatever it is, it's dumb and it's unnecessary and it's unhelpful and it's not going to prevent fraud. It's just going to cause suffering and starvation, like just suffering and starvation and malnutrition. That's it. And it pisses me off. Meanwhile, at least the billionaires and the near trillionaires are going to get a tax cut. That's good. At least Elon Musk can pay less in taxes, because he's almost at $1 trillion. You wouldn't want him to not get there, right? Like, we should all be rooting for Elon to get to $1 trillion rather than making sure that we feed people. Fucking hell. What a terrible world to live in. Okay. You know what else we need that the government's defunding? Healthcare. They're also just ruining it. I mean, they're just ruining the U.S. The U.S. used to be, like, seen as, like, a, you know, the epitome of great... Well, to some degree, right? Like, Like, in terms of health, like science and policy, sure, we didn't have nationalized healthcare. Big problem. But that's not what we're talking about right now. What I'm talking about is the CDC. And, you know who runs that. Dr. Oz and RFK Jr. Those guys. Yeah.
So the subject of vaccines and the CDC and how much people trust the CDC. Where do things stand on that front?
Yeah, RFK Jr. and the CDC have absolutely destroyed their reputation when it comes to vaccines. What are we talking about here? Okay, trust CDC for vaccine information. During the Biden administration, look at that. It was 63%, a majority, yes. Then 59% by April of 2025, 57, 50 by September. And now look at this. Less than 50% of Americans, just 47% of Americans trust the CDC for goodness.
Less than half of America now. Like, this is a complete and utter implosion. And of course, trust for the CDC was much higher before Trump 1.0, right? People lost faith in it the first time around, mostly because of vaccine deniers and people like in power at the time, like Trump. I think it was well over 70% before 2020. And now it's completely imploded. It's underwater with the American people, as it should be, considering who's in charge right now. None of us should trust the CDC. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's what they wanted, is for us to just completely stop trusting the CDC. But really, at least for me, it's just because I know who runs it. Unfortunately, I think this also has something to do with all of the anti-science rhetoric these fucking assholes throw around willy-nilly without the science degrees to back up the talk. It's all really going downhill for America. Meanwhile, we got these guys in charge. These disturbing, deranged.
We couldn't play the music that's in this clip because it's Kid Rock. What's that dumb?
It's Ba with the Ba.
Ba with the Ba.
Does anyone know the second line of that?
No.
Okay, I just know ball with the ball.
To bang, diggy, diggy,
bang,
set the boogie to up jump.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
My name is Kid Rock. Yeah.
The only line I remember is chicks with beepers.
I love a chick with a beeper so hot. The kids are all over.
Don't worry, that line
hot.
is included in the little remix medley that I've made for everybody.
Yes, so I tasked Matt with coming up with a creative solution to the fact that we can't play the Kid Rock song behind this.
Yep.
I'm very eager to see what it is.
I've been working on it the entire show.
Thank you, good sir. Best use of your time possible. And so just you could warning that there is shirtless Kid Rock and, you know, the man who I like to call a used old catcher's mitt in terms of the way that his skin appears, RFK Jr. They are shirtless. They are diving in pools. They are wearing jeans in water.
Jeans
sauna is disgusting.
Disgusting.
Right, I mean, but like RFK Jr. really does have the guy that wears jeans to ski energy. Like, in fact, this whole administration is just guy who wears jeans on the slopes. You know what I'm saying? That kind of 80s tacky, that kind of vibe. If you know, you know.
Yeah, here we go. This is the never knew.
Hassan posted this.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm choking. Oh my god. Oh, I need this sound shot. You know what? I think this is going to come in handy later. You're going to thank me for this. You're going to thank me for this. Yesterday we played this, or whatever day it was. I think it was yesterday. Yes. But now we just need. We just need this now. At this point, I think it's going to come up again in the future. Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, stop booing. There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
There are dozens of us. Dozens, I say.
And I mean, God, at least Tobias looks like, you know, a human being. I don't, the amount of hormones in this man that is now a senior citizen cannot be healthy. Here we go. Matt's debut as a DJ. I don't hear anything. It's coming. Rock out.
Sorry,
work
1 second.
out.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
You gotta go back and also.
Back. Yep.
Did you add that shark, or is that shark originally?
No.
The video is original to the competition. I just have done the mix on the audio here, so here is this.
There are dozens of us. Dozens!
The Dow right
this
now
is
over.
exactly.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000, and the Nasdaq smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming.
No, absolutely not. Look at this jerky. Oh,
this is the Nazi. I'm distracted by the music now, but
flips
in
off
the
the camera.
sauna.
The midnight glasses in the top.
Cold plunge in the jeans.
Oh,
Speakers, the G's with the 40s and the chicks with beepers.
They make me sick.
That's really
Just two guys and we're having a good time. Having a good time. Having a good time. Just two guys and we're having a good time. Having a good time.
This is a human man.
it's also really gay.
This is
I
what
actually
it
noticed
is.
how gay this is.
You just
Look how
noticed
gay this is.
You're drinking whole milk in a hot tub together.
Every
single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
And they're doing push-ups in the sauna together?
Okay, but the Village people were not gay anthem creators. Okay, Matt. The single Village person who survives wants you to know that, and they will be playing every Trump and MAGA rally. It just.
Put it back up and we'll just scroll through it without the music, if you don't mind, as we comment on it.
Was Kid Rock's legs in a cast recently?
Yeah, that's the
he
thing.
looks a little atrophied.
Oh man!
This Jim, and you look like Kid Rock.
He didn't just
Look at
skip
those.
legs.
Look at those twigs. Oh my gosh. He's like a skeleton. Oh my lord. Those bean bowls are in danger of imploding on themselves.
Yeah.
Good God.
You have this Jim and you look like Kid Rock.
He didn't just skip leg day. He's never walked before.
But like, okay, let me just say, as disgusting as Kid Rock is, sheer like body wise, I'm gonna go Kid Rock over
100%.
this roided up
Don't make it
psycho.
easy.
Like, it's so terrifying to look at that man's body. But Kid Rock is like, okay, that's a normal, I don't give an F, celebrity. Who's just like, yeah, no, I have this gym, but I literally never use it. Are you kidding me?
Bobby should have the Wilson football logo branded into his back because his skin is straight up made out of a football.
Oh, it's as coarse as possible. Okay, just pause it. Look at this. This is so gay. They are about to have sex. Yep. In a porno. This is the I mean, there are a lot of gay pornos, I would imagine, that involve like bathhouses, saunas, that kind of thing.
You would imagine?
Where did
I would
you guys
imagine.
get-
I've never seen it before. But
I'm new to the sauna. Can you bring the elliptical in here?
But you've never heard like
sucked any
whose search
big
terms are like coming like a garbage disposal. You know, like that's where you're
Okay, we're being childish. We're being childish. We're being childish. I'm gonna stop.
This is ridiculous.
This needs to come to an end. This childishness
For one day.
Has to come to an end. Can't have this. Can't have this. Did I see the link you sent? I didn't. Maybe I did. Honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't always see who posts the links in the Discord. I see them. I don't always know who's posting them because I'm going through them quickly. Because honestly, the Discord is continuing to grow bigger and bigger. I think we're like approaching 200 members at this point. I can't remember. Where are we at now? 180? 100? I can't remember. We're growing though. We're definitely growing over there, and because of that, I struggle to remember who posts what. So I'm gonna need more specificity than that. You're gonna need more specificity than the link. The quote. Oh, you posted a link in the Twitch? I doubt you did. There's no way that you posted a link in the chat. I can guarantee you right now you didn't post a link in the chat. You might think you posted a link in the chat, you did not. Because you can't post links in the chat. Only mods and Nightbot can post links in the chat. The only way to post links if you want me to see them has to go in the Discord. That's why being in the Discord is so advantageous. It's the same rules for YouTube. Trump derangement syndrome, says Kevin C. Brown on the vertical chat. Thank you, Kevin. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Criticizing Donald Trump means I'm deranged. Oh, God.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
You sound like a loser. What are you doing?
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Why are you here defending
Cyclone Cheeto?
I don't understand. Is this a good use of your time? I will just sit in here and pick. I'll just pick on you for a while. Is that what you want? It probably is what you want. You're like a masochist. You just want me to shame you, you dirty boy. You dirty boy, Kevin. You want me to spank you, don't you? For being a stupid, stupid moron.
You're a little baby.
You're a little baby. You know who else is a little baby just like you, Kevin? The president.
Cyclone Cheeto.
And unfortunately for Donald Trump, Supreme Court struck down his trade war tariffs. Liberation Day thwarted by the Supreme Court. I guess we're going to have to cancel a federal holiday. Federal holiday canceled. No more Liberation Day, I'm afraid, folks. Well, Donald Trump had some other things to say about this.
And I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength.
Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you and congratulations for being on my side. This guy is unhinged.
Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength,
Great job.
And wisdom, and love of our country, which is right now.
You know, presidents usually tend to stay out of the rulings of the Supreme Court. Donald Trump just comments on every single one of them. You know, there's supposed to be like a, separation of powers. And he's just like, actually, I determine what is good and bad at the Supreme Court. I am the supreme arbiter.
Very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have
No
been
way.
ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy.
China!
And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing.
They're
alone,
dancing in
that
the
I can assure you.
streets.
The Democrats on the court are thrilled.
The Democrats on the court. Now, of course, none of the justices are supposed to be partisan, even though we all know they are. The Democrats, the nasty Democrats, as well as the two of the three justices that I appointed.
But they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great
Very
again.
nasty.
They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have.
I mean, it's kind of hilarious. Like, two of the three justices that Donald Trump appointed to the Supreme Court voted against him on this one. He's like, the very nasty Democrat judges. It's like, two of these guys are yours. Well, gal and guy. But it's just, it's like, dude, what are you talking about? There is the nasty partisan Trump appointed Supreme Court judges voted against me in a very nasty partisan way. And they always do. Even though every single other ruling in 2025 was for me, as well as the rulings in 2024. They love me very much until now, and now they're nasty Democrat judges. Very crooked, corrupt,
no.
nasty Democrats.
But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court. And it's happened so often with this.
What? What is he talking about? Politically correct when it comes to tariffs? What is this moron talking about? I don't understand.
You're a moron.
Some people feel like they have to be politically correct about tariffs. I don't know why.
What the fuck is going on?
Court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular. When in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and
fools and
not
lapdogs.
that they should have anything at all to do with it.
All right, we're not going to listen to this whole thing. We can't. I did. It was the worst. It was maybe one of the most unhinged speeches I can recall in memory. Certainly about the Supreme Court, perhaps in history, from a sitting president. It was unhinged and it was pure nonsense. But like, he's over here. He's like, what's incredible is he's accusing the Supreme Court. This is the very Supreme Court that has greenlit every single insane and unconstitutional thing that he and his administration wants to do. He's calling them lapdogs, but not his lapdogs. No, they're lapdogs of the radical Democrats. They're the nasty leftist radical Democrat lapdogs. Oh my God, it's just so unhinged. The whole thing is fucking crazy. I can't go through it. I can't. Honestly, I can't. It's 45 minutes long. Granted, Scott Bessent and Howard Lutnick get in there at some point. Actually, no, not during this one though. I take it back. Not during this clip. This is just the Trump clip. This is minus Howard and Bessent. Oh my God. It's 45 minutes long. 45 minutes. I can't. I have to keep moving. We're 6 hours into the stream. I have to take a break. That's the problem. That's one of the big problems here, is that we actually have to take a break right now. And honestly, since this is the first video on this topic, I think it's the perfect time for us to take a break. We'll come right back to this, though. Do not worry, people. We're going to get through stuff tonight. Swear to God. Dude, this is taking me so much longer than I expected. Why? Why is it taking me so much longer? I have 140 videos. I've gotten through, let's see, 20, 40, 45 of 150, and we're 6 hours in. This is untenable. By that rate, this would be an 18-hour stream. Not doable. Not doable. I've been doing so bad on timing lately. I have no idea what that's about. Anyway, people, just a reminder to everybody, you're on the break. This is the 1-year anniversary of the Galactic stream. That's right. I'm sorry, did I say 2 year? 2 year, my brain is broken. 2 year anniversary of the Galactic spacecast. That's right. At this time in 2024, yours truly started this stream. And we've been going now for 730 days. Now we're going to start day 731 here soon. But it's been fantastic having all of you. Those of you who have been here since the beginning and those that we have picked up in between then and now. You're all beautiful. I love you all. Space Fams. Really appreciate your support. You're having watching the show, liking the stream over and over again, subscribing on YouTube, following on Twitch. Some of you over there on Twitch, thank you for clipping the stream. I see you. I see you clipping them. I'm watching the clips. I'm just forgetting to upload them because I'm a busy person and also dumb. A busy, dumb person. But also, all of your donations have kept this stream alive. Viewers like you have brought this programming to you. That's right. Just want to remind everybody of that great galactic achievement. I now feel like maybe we're beginning to leave something of a galactic legacy, small nonetheless. But it's a beautiful thing. Onwards and upwards, Space Fams. To infinity and beyond. All right, everybody. Hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways that we have available to you. Things like YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. Did you know that you get a free Twitch subscription with every Amazon Prime membership? That's right, every single month you could be using your Amazon Prime to help keep the Galactic News Network alive. Of course, we got other ways to donate: Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody, you know what that sound means. That beeping in your ears is, of course, intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin. That's right. Fourth break is now over. Fifth half about to begin. So we got a hell of a lot to talk about, Space Fam, so get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Alright, folks, here we find ourselves once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. And many of us, including myself, are still trying to figure out what's going on with these tariffs. Now, Donald Trump himself is one of those people trying to figure out what exactly they're going to do about these tariffs. Although, actually, he seems to think he seems to think that he knows what's going to happen. Although it's not clear to me that that's actually the case. Before we get to that, let's see what he had to say when asked about appointing new justices to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great, and Justice Alito too. To add to the group, these are great men.
Right.
They're with a great love of our country and a great understanding of the
great patriots who hate America and freedom. And there we go. Donald Trump couldn't comment. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? That would be horrible. If Donald Trump gets to appoint more justices to the court, it would be a disaster. I mean, honestly, the court needs to be abolished. The Supreme Court needs to be abolished at this point. It's fucking useless. It's just there to uphold fucking status quo at this point. And or drag us back from where we are currently. Like, literally back in time. God. However, this one ruling was at least optimistic. Some people interpreted this ruling to mean that, I don't know, the tariffs were illegal.
Welcome to the News Hour. The Supreme Court struck down most of President Trump's global tariffs today in a 6-3 decision that is a major blow to his economic agenda.
The court ruled that President Trump did not have the authority under a 1977 economic emergency law to issue such sweeping tariffs. The president responded forcefully, using sharp language to criticize the justices who ruled against him, calling them unpatriotic and disloyal to the Constitution. At a press conference, he said he would move forward regardless, vowing to impose a global 10% across-the-board tariff under a different law.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing. And I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed.
Hold on, we already watched
having
part. We already watched part of this. I'm skipping ahead.
And SCOTUS blog co-founder Amy Howe. Amy, it's always good to see you. I want to read part of the Chief Justice's opinion in this case, where he challenges the president's decision to impose the tariffs. He says in part, quote, "The president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs. In light of the breadth, history, and constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it." So what are your key takeaways from today's ruling and this rebuke of the president's approach?
So this ruling didn't come as much of a surprise after the oral argument. It seemed like the Supreme Court was likely to strike down the tariffs. The real question was how many justices would join to strike the tariffs down, and would they be able to coalesce around a particular rationale? I think probably from the justices' perspective, it's not a personal rebuke as much as it's a legal rebuke. Under the court's precedent, for the president to exercise this kind of sweeping power, they're saying Congress needs to be really clear before it hands over that power, and they're saying we just don't see it here this time.
Well, the president, as we saw in that press briefing, he attacked the justices personally, and he also criticized the way they wrote the decision, saying they invalidated the tariffs but didn't clarify what should happen to the revenue already collected.
I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective.
So what do you make of that? And earlier this evening, you have the governor of Illinois J.B. Pritzker, demanding a $1,700 refund per family for the people of his state.
The only real reference to it is in Justice Brett Kavanaugh's opinion for the 3 dissenting justices. The lack of reference to the refunds is complicated by the fact that the litigants who were actually before the Supreme Court in these cases had been promised immediate refunds by the federal government if they prevailed.
Immediately,
and it
if not
wasn't
sooner.
actually part of the question before the Supreme Court. The only question before the Supreme Court was, does this federal law, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, authorize the tariffs that the president imposed?
And they said no. However, Donald Trump thinks that he has some other sort of powers. Yes, indeed. And before we get to any of that, because the president is not planning on paying people back. Just write that down for later. But he is not planning on paying any of us back. Certainly not in his term. Maybe another president can deal with it, but he doesn't want to deal with it. He's determined to continue taxing Americans so that he can get a tax cut and cut our healthcare costs. Healthcare costs. Cut our healthcare
Constitution gives Congress
assistance.
the power to regulate commerce. That the Constitution gives Congress the power to impose taxes.
This Chicago area educational toy company, Learning Resources, was part of the lawsuit challenging the tariffs, arguing the taxes would devastate their business.
We're feeling vindicated. We felt that the tax was an unlawful tax, and we're excited to see the Supreme Court take a very strong stance in favor of the equal application of law to all of us.
Despite the Supreme Court's ruling, President Trump says he will continue his policy by collecting new global tariffs under a different statute.
Today I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122, over and above our normal tariffs already being charged.
Okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves right now with this. Anyways, people are expecting that money. They want it. They think they're owed that money. And I'm fairly certain we are all owed money at this point, considering all of our, all of our goods have continue to cost more under Donald Trump. He promised to lower inflation, and then he literally did something that's inflationary. It's his fault.
And you have to get them all to the same place by, May 31.
I don't take a position for Mr. Trump or against Mr. Trump, nor do I offer him advice on how he should do his job. In fact, I encourage him to do the best that he can because we need him to. But that notwithstanding, it's not political. It's about taxes, and they owe us money. I expect the government to give me my money back with interest. And as soon as they do, we'll start spending it.
With interest.
Because that's what we do. And right now, I'm trying to guide the company back to normal.
Oh my God. That guy wants his money back with interest. I wonder what he's going to charge the government, what kind of interest rate you would expect. I assume this sort of the standard APR based upon like a 30-year mortgage or something. I don't know. Sure that'll happen anytime. Any minute now. Surely that will happen.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism
No, not bipartisan.
of the tariffs.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people.
have said that.
Yeah, a few people.
You
Not
just
bipartisan.
work with Congress to come up with a plan.
I don't have to.
To push tariffs
I have the
through.
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process, not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more
A little
tariffs,
bit more.
and the Congress people, and the
Voted
Congress.
down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
been
but
votes
you
in
know
the
why?
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans.
No bipartisan support or criticism, aside from some Republicans. That sounds bipartisan. Anyways, Donald Trump, he seems to think that he still has the power to tariff the whole country, even though the Supreme Court just told him he couldn't. Using
Let's
the law
be
that
clear
he
about
was
what
using.
today's ruling.
But George Soros funded, Soros-backed hedge funder, now turned Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, Donald Trump's right-hand financial guy, or left hand, whichever one. I guess the left hand. I guess Howard would be the right-hand man. Although, wait, at the speech, I think Howard was actually on the left.
Let's be clear about what today's ruling was and what it wasn't. Despite the misplaced gloating from Democrats, ill-informed media outlets, and the very people who gutted our industrial base, the court did not rule against President Trump's tariffs. 6 justices simply ruled that IEEPA authorities cannot be used to raise even $1 of revenue. This administration will invoke alternative legal authorities to replace the IEEPA tariffs. We will be leveraging Section 232 and Section 301 tariff authorities that have been validated through thousands of legal challenges. Treasury's estimates show that the use of Section 122 authority, combined with potentially enhanced Section 232 and Section 301 tariffs, will result in virtually unchanged tariff revenue in 2026.
Oh, that's good. Oh my god, these guys are insane. They're just trying to burn it all down. Damn, I honestly don't know Section 232 at all. I'm not familiar with this statute. It's a Customs and Border Protection. What I do see is that it appears to be a Customs and Border Protection. So they're using the DHS to tariff America? That's the plan? That's the best I can say here. I can't unpack this whole thing right now. But it looks like Section 232 is a Customs and Border, is a CBP thing. So they're trying to do it through the DHS rather than as presidential authority? I can't tell. I have to go through this. It's not clear to me and 100%. Like, this was all kind of breaking as I was getting the stream together. This was all happening. I was like, oh my God, really? But I had a feeling they would try something like this, and they did immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say necessarily whether this actually applies or not. They're trying to play it off as if it does. It seems to only apply to steel and aluminum tariffs. So I'd have to look into the other sections that he quoted to really break it all down. Maybe we'll have a chance to do that soon. All right, now, while we're talking tariffs, taxes on American people. Let's talk about another tax on American people. On a lot of people's wallets. That is prediction markets. The new form of gambling. Available to you on your phone. All day, every day. To gamble on literally
Immediately,
anything.
if not sooner.
They are racking in cash.
Platforms that let you bet on the outcomes of future events have seen explosive growth recently. Our economics correspondent Paul Salman explains how so-called prediction markets work and why they're so popular and controversial.
These days, you can pretty much bet anywhere, anytime, on anything, like a word Trevor Noah will say on camera.
Potato. If you had me saying potato on Polymarket, you just made a ton of money.
That was a joke. No payoff for potato. But people were betting on what words would be said at the Grammys, not unlike betting on the weather.
According to the prediction markets, at least the chance that New York City gets over 6 inches of snow, we're talking 51% chance.
And get this, if Cardi B would perform in Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime extravaganza, as to whether this was a performance was hot.
You know what I just realized is that people like Trevor Noah or Cardi B or any performer, any sort of public person could literally just be betting on themselves all the time. Like Trevor could have just bet on himself ahead of this and then been like potato and then made a bunch of money. Right? Like literally you just be like start a bet like Trevor Noah will say Johnson 3 times by the end of the Emmys or the Oscars, whatever this was. I can't remember what it was. I think it was the Emmys. It is like so. This is like such a like legalized corruption when you really boil it down, right? Like they like it's insane. Like Donald Trump could bet on himself ignoring the tariff ruling by the Supreme Court and then make money. Like anybody, like any of these people could like just alter the outcome of anything. Just to enrich themselves.
Said at the Grammys, not unlike betting on the weather.
According to the prediction markets, at least the chance that New York City gets over 6 inches of snow, we're talking 51%
the Grammys,
chance.
thank you.
And get this, if...
Thank you. Who was that? Sean. Thank you, Sean.
Cardi
I couldn't
B
remember which
would
one it
perform
was.
in Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime extravaganza. As to whether this was a performance was hotly disputed by bettors yes and no. Now, prediction markets are hardly new.
Prediction markets have been around since the 16th century, much more recently, since around 1988, with the Iowa electronic markets.
We had big political prediction markets running literally on the curb of Wall Street about elections back in the late 1800s.
That was then, but this is now.
Today's prediction markets are a completely different game. One can essentially take positions across a host of different questions, including but definitely not limited to politics. Sports is by far the major category that is currently looked at, but certainly things like Oscars, who's going to be next Federal Reserve Chair. So it's really tapping into this appetite to grab people's attention, to do so in a way that is heavily influenced by social media. So that has really resulted in a mass appeal in a way that prediction markets just didn't have before.
Wagering has skyrocketed on 2 dominant platforms, Polymarket, which takes its bets in cryptocurrency, and Kalshi. In the week leading up to the Super Bowl, trading volume on the 2 platforms was almost $5 billion.
What?
$5 billion sounds massive. It's been wild how much this has grown. It is honestly disturbing. Thank you, PBS. But we need someone else on this story. Dan Toomey of Good Work.
Prediction markets. They are websites that, for some reason,
exist. When you go to one, you'll find an infinite scroll of real-world events and their possible outcomes on which you can bet your hard-earned inheritance. Events like who will Donald Trump talk to in February? Logan Paul first edition Charizard sale price? Will Jesus Christ return before 2027? And when the US will strike Iran? But to this unholy list of questions, I'd like to add one of my own. Why is this allowed?
Illegal.
In the rapidly evolving genus of prediction markets, two species stand above them all: Polymarket and Kalshi. These companies are strikingly similar beasts who together are largely responsible for the recent prediction markets boom. In just the last year, they've partnered with news agencies and sports leagues, launched massive ad campaigns, and each reached valuations of about $10 billion while processing over $1 billion from users every week. Folks, it's
Immediately,
prediction
if not sooner.
Bro thought that pile of snow was cool to stand in front of. I mean, technically, if you want to get technical,
it's science.
Science-wise, it is cool. Very cool. In fact, that pile of snow is probably somewhere around 32 degrees.
You are not funny.
See what I did there? Cool and cool. I did that as like a play
world.
on words there.
We're living in it.
Prediction markets are the future.
Predictions markets, very hot right now.
Google announcing it will integrate Kalshi's data into their search results.
The NHL just became the first major U.S. pro league to strike licensing deals with prediction market platforms.
An everyday person could liquidate their 401k and bet it on how many times the Chipotle CEO is going to say carne asada in their earnings call.
Prediction markets are going to be the next thing, separating your boyfriend from his salary.
I've been getting into prediction markets, and I think more people should be involved.
So we bought $100 that it's gonna go up. I'm locked in, I'm locked in. No! Yo, this is emotional.
But prediction markets weren't always the multi-billion-dollar addiction apps that your husband checks on his phone immediately post-climax. In fact, prediction markets got their start as the insignificant fringe interest of enormous nerds. In 1998, faculty members at the University of Iowa created experimental prediction markets to discover what we could learn from letting people bet on things like the presidential election. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which oversees pretty much all trading, let them run the experiment so long as they kept the money dial turned down for non-profit / academia purposes. But now these things are most certainly non-profit.
What now?
In fact, they're mucho profit.
Did you see this coming? This explosion of prediction markets?
Anybody that says they saw this coming is full of shit, I'll tell you that much. It was so small, there was nothing going on in the background.
Dustin Gauker is a reporter who writes Event Horizons, a fantastic newsletter on prediction markets, if I do say so myself. Dustin explained to me why, at its core, the idea of prediction markets is so potentially valuable in the eyes of the world's beta-blocked VC bros.
Information is money, right? Information is super valuable. The more information you can have about world events and what's to come, that information is power. Like if you can tap into that information, then you have something. And again, this is why major financial interests are really getting into this and really find this interesting.
The major financial interests Dustin is talking about here are, among other things, investment banks and hedge funds, a few of which are hiring traders for prediction markets, titans of traditional news media, Venmo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Donald Trump Jr., who's an advisor to
Banks are hiring prediction market traders now.
This is ridiculous.
Oh boy. This whole thing has gotten out of hand.
Polymarket and Kalshi, and his daddy, whose social media platform is making their own prediction market, Truth Predict. The fundamental argument for prediction markets' usefulness is that they tap into the so-called wisdom of crowds.
All right, just so everybody understands why I'm so floored by this. Like what we're basically saying is the same guys who bet it all on housing and lost and then caused the biggest financial crash of the 21st century. We're now saying go ahead and bet the house on prediction markets. What happens when those bets go bust? There's no house to sell underneath. There's no underlying assets on that shit. Oh my god. This is disturbing.
To an extremely accurate predictive tool. The idea is that if you get a large number of people betting on something, you're going to approximate the best possible guess at the outcome. With modern prediction markets specifically, this has to do with the sheer number of people betting, but also the types of people betting. Experts and people with inside information could be incentivized to get in on the action. These traits were immediately noted by economists in the early 2000s who noticed that the Iowa electronics market was actually predicting political outcomes better than most experts and pollsters. We also saw an example of this in the 2024 presidential election when traditional forecasting methods had the race as a toss-up, but prediction markets saw it as a clear Trump dub. And it's this kind of stuff that has Kalshi claiming their predictions are as good as Wall Street, and as Polymarket CEO Shane Copeland feeling confident enough to talk a big game to this immortal news elf.
And how accurate is it?
It's the most accurate thing we have as mankind right now, until someone else creates some sort of super crystal ball.
But perhaps you're wondering how the Benny Blanco of Peter Thiel's got away with running this multi-billion-dollar company. I thought prediction markets were supposed to be non-profit. And in Iowa, what happened? Compliance. It can be a scary word. Don't matter if you're a prediction.
Okay. Now there's a quick dive into the world of prediction markets, Kalshi, Poly market. Horrible creations that are really just making the world worse, I think. Considering the sorts of things they incentivize, I think it's probably for the best we don't do that. I'm fine with people, you know, doing a little gambling here and there, poker, little sports betting perhaps, so long as it's not problematic to their lives. But there's no way that this is good. This is a good thing for society. Immortal news elf. No, that's the best description of Anderson that I think I've ever heard. Immortal news elf. He's looked the same for like 30 years. He's looked both like 50 and 30 for like 30 years. There's no way of knowing how old. He might be 300 years old. There's really no way of knowing. Oh, God, my stomach feels shitty. It's probably because I didn't eat. Probably because I didn't have real food earlier. That's on me. I'm the big dummy who didn't eat. Oh, God, stretch. Gotta stretch. One day we'll make enough money around here at the Galactic News Network that I won't ever miss meals. These days my options are very limited. Okay. Don't get mad, eat though. Yeah, but I can't, I don't have any food to make right now. We're like, I do, but it's gonna take me too long. I'm already like deep as fuck into this stream. We're like 6.5, 7 hours into the stream. I don't want to go over like 9 or 10 hours tonight. If I make food right now, it's just gonna prolong the situation. Drink ginger ale. Yeah, I've just got cases of ginger ale sitting around at the space station. Come on, Goku. All right. One more piece of tech news before we move on to other discussions. There were a few other things I wanted to talk about before we got to this point. But due to my desire to keep this to a reasonable length stream tonight, and we're already almost 7 hours in, making an executive decision, skipping a couple. Fact is, we still haven't even made it to like the environmental news. For me, that's a problem. Buy a horizontal fridge and stack it with right now. You think it's a good time for that? You think it's a good time? You think it's good? You think I got extra fridge money? or case of ginger ale. I am living on it's tough times around here, man. All right, we're barely getting by, barely managing to pay the bills around here. Can't go buying, just going on random ginger ale spending sprees. What do I look like? A maid of money or something? What do I look like over here? That is my question to you right now. All right, let's go here now. This is horrifying news in the tech world. Earlier this week, hundreds of thousands of YouTube users unable to access this vital service.
Now, breaking news from WRAL. Coverage you can count on.
Tonight, hundreds of thousands of people unable to log onto YouTube and other services. Thanks for joining us. I'm Gerald Owens.
And I'm Michelle McConaughey. For most, good news, you are back online, but there are still some lingering effects. WRAL's Brian Schrader is following all of the developments in the Live Center. Brian.
I know a lot of people watch us on YouTube, and if you logged into the app earlier this evening, this is probably what you saw, an error message that said something went wrong. YouTube officials posted on X that they had some sort of an issue with their recommendations system, and that took down the app and also the homepage for YouTube users, but all new here in the past hour they have posted on X, and we're back. The issue has been fixed across YouTube, and they appreciated all the reports rather.
Oh, thank God. Near catastrophe averted. All right. We're done with the U.S.-based news for today-ish. Because, of course, the United States has invaded the rest of the planet's news time. In more ways than one. That took 6 hours just now. 7 hours. Jesus Christ. All right, we got to get through some stuff here. We got serious problems. Holy shit. What do I even cover right now? I'm going to do the same thing I did yesterday. We're going to do one story. This was even faster than yesterday's story. God damn it, the planet is not doing good right now. And yet here I am skipping the environmental news. Thankfully, there's not a lot of... The reason I'm doing this is because there's not a lot like climate change related stuff to talk about. Weather is happening, snow is happening. But I don't have like a full... Like I certainly have videos we could do right now. I just literally... I gotta keep it moving. It just took so goddamn long. Oh, thank you, Social Butterfly, for feeding the puppy. Very thoughtful of you. Just gotta keep this moving so I can keep it under, like I said, 9 or 10 hours. We still got multiple things left on the list to talk about. The Monarchy, Epstein Files 2.0 with old Prince Andrew. And those Chinese kung fu robots that were debuted here in the Lunar New Year. So one climate change related story, and this is really sort of it's like a trailer. You know, this is a coming soon to Patreons near you. That's right, I'm doing an advertisement for another channel right now. But it's a channel that we use so much, I don't even feel the slightest bit bad about or concerned about. Our changing climate, one of the most consistent and best climate change focused YouTube channels out there, has a new video available on his Patreon. I've got the trailer here for us right now, folks. Inside America's most extreme environmental movement. Our changing climate. 10 hours ago. coming to YouTubes near you.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
It's 2 a.m. on October 19th, 1998, and a man nicknamed Avalon is about to burn down a ski resort.
Ecological terror.
America's most serious domestic terrorist threat.
Radical eco-terrorist group, the Earth Liberation Front.
The ELF.
One of the biggest series of property damage incidents in recent U.S. history.
One of the most dangerous and mysterious groups in the country.
Bonds shattered.
It left me with a really bad taste in my mouth.
Trust betrayed.
Am I really ready for this? Like, this is super serious and super big.
And even a life taken.
There are terrorists carrying on business as usual right here at home.
This is the story of the Earth Liberation Front.
There you go. You can get access to that video or anybody else over on our Changing Climates Patreon. You can also get a bunch of sweet, sweet benefits on our Patreon as well. If you're on Patreon, might as well. But that will supposedly be released in, I think, like a week from now. Should be an interesting video, no doubt. All right. Now, I'm going to do something unprecedented. All right, it's not unprecedented. Rarely done. I'm skipping the space news as well. We're going to have to do that tomorrow, too. I'm just doing the math, folks. If I want to get this down to 9 hours, I think this is what has to be done. Not going to lie. All right, you know what? I'll do one. I'll do one. Do one space news. Just because it's kind of my job. Supposedly.
I don't want reality.
People are telling me that. Whatever. All right. Space before Earth. Astronauts re-crewing the ISS. That's right, if you recall, earlier in the month. Actually, it may have been last month now. Can't remember the exact timing of this. But the ISS astronauts were forced to leave unexpectedly. Unscheduled departure from the International Space Station for some sort of unknown health emergency. And finally, 4 new astronauts have in fact arrived as of Monday.
Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking.
And you can see the short distance between Dragon. And there are still a few steps to complete before Dragon is.
First through the hatch is ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno on her first trip to space. Adeno is followed by another first-time flyer, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway.
There we go. Astronauts back up on the ISS. Successful arrival on the one cooperative space station, well, the one internationally cooperative space station on in low Earth orbit. It's an important thing, really, for our species to some degree, to have this cooperation in space, if I don't say so myself. The spaceman. All right, now to the Earth news. What can I get done here? All right, we're going to start in the United Kingdom, which has been a huge topic of a discussion for us lately. And of course, the arrest of Prince Andrew, honestly, the naming of Prince Andrew in some of these files has caused a great deal of scrutiny. On the monarchy, on the British House of Lords, and all of that stuff. Let's go here to the AP from 2 days ago.
Britain's upper chamber of parliament is famed for its gilded interior, its plush red benches, and its members who wear ermine-trimmed robes and are known as Lord and Lady. But now the House of Lords is in the spotlight for a rather more uncomfortable reason, as a result of documents released in the United States about the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Peter Mandelson, who is a member of the House of Lords and Britain's ambassador to Washington, has had to quit his seat in Parliament as a result of revelations in those documents about his friendships with Epstein. The House of Lords dates back.
For 2 seconds, I totally forgot about Peter Mandelson. I was going on about this whole situation, like, for completely forgetting, even though I had watched this video earlier. I totally forgot. He's honestly a very forgettable man. But he's a terrible human being. Honestly, it's probably because Prince Andrew has sort of taken the spotlight on the creepy sex pest, creepy British royal sex pest.
Its job is to review and scrutinize legislation that is approved by the elected House of Commons. Critics, and it has a lot of critics, say that at best it's a large, unwieldy and inefficient chamber, and at worst that it's a relic of the feudal past. The fall of Peter Mandelson has renewed calls for changes to who gets into the Lords, the way they're appointed, and how they're scrutinized once they're in there. It's no longer the case, as it was for centuries, that most members of the Lords are hereditary aristocrats who inherited their titles and their places in Parliament. These days, most members are appointed by the government of the day, and the Prime Minister has almost unlimited, or at least very great power to appoint whoever he wants, or she wants, for life. And the result is a chamber that is liberally sprinkled with political donors, former politicians, former political aides, and critics would say cronies of various prime ministers. Britain's Labour Party.
Yes, indeed. The cronyship. The House of Cronies. Damn, I'm getting a fuck ton of ads over here. It's advertising to me. I don't know. I mean, you know who I am. I'm literally on my account. And YouTube is like, hey, would you like to see more ads on your stream? Okay. If you say so. It's almost like they're paying me to watch their ads on my stream. Which I guess is effective. I mean, it got my attention because I'm always focusing on the stream. Okay, now let's move from Lord Mandelson, the House of Lords, to the royalty. How the arrest of former Prince Andrew unfolded. According to Channel 4 News.
The UK royal, former UK royal, has been now arrested.
The brother of the king, King Charles, has been arrested.
L'ex principe Andrea per il suo...
The royal family today projecting Britain across the world.
Outside Nigeria, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested.
Around 8 o'clock this morning, 6 unmarked police cars brought non-uniformed officers to the house on the Sandringham estate, where Andrew has been living since the king evicted him from his vast home at Windsor. At the same time, police arrived at the Royal Lodge, Windsor, to search that mansion for any evidence as well. The police didn't release the name of the man in his 60s arrested and taken away for questioning. The king, in a statement, did. The king said, "I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair and proper process by which this issue is investigated in the appropriate manner and by the appropriate authorities. In this, as I have said before, they have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation."
Don't forget, palaces are meant to be intimidating.
Andrew has spent hours under arrest and being questioned by the police Eyewitnesses said the police vehicle he was taken away in was followed by Andrew's own police protection officers in a separate car. The king was said to have had no advance warning that his brother was about to be arrested.
Do you have any reaction to the arrest of your brother, sir? Your Majesty, how are you feeling after your brother's arrest?
The police will have weighed up with very special care what historians believe is the first arrest of a senior member of the royal family since the 17th century. The deluge of evidence from the Epstein files.
Yeah, that'll be the old Oliver Cromwell situation of the 1600s. That's how long it's been. It's nearly 400 years. Long time.
One guy, one time.
Long time.
Suggesting that Andrew, as Prince Andrew, as trade envoy, may have knowingly abused that office.
Illegal.
On Christmas Eve in 2010, Andrew pinged across to Jeffrey Epstein what he acknowledged was a confidential brief from inside government on gold and uranium deposits in Helmand province in Afghanistan. That was just over a fortnight after Andrew returned from visiting Epstein in New York, a trip he later claimed had been a visit to end the friendship honourably. In July 2010, 2 years after Epstein's paedophilia conviction,
how could he not expect a prince to be a right honourable gentleman and then lie about it?
Aww. Awful, awful, awful.
Dude is the worst. Like, every single one of his lies suck. And he's already a bad guy. He can't even lie good. Like, his lies are literally garbage. They get debunked, like, in 30 seconds. What you don't understand is that I can't sweat. You don't understand. At the time, I was incapable of producing sweat. Which is totally backed up by science, of course.
A what now?
Whose top aide emails about setting up a small investment, highly private office for high net worth individuals targeting Chinese. It has the appearance of a joint Epstein-Andrew profit-making enterprise. The email suggests we very discreetly make PA Prince Andrew part of it and use his aura and access. With the same haste seen in some of Lord Mandelson's contacts with Jeffrey Epstein, no sooner have government visit reports for Vietnam, Hong Kong and Shenzhen in China arrived in his inbox, and they are pinged across to Jeffrey Epstein within 5 minutes.
China.
Some say the police should have moved much faster to take statements or consider investigations into sexual assault and trafficking allegations.
Which they didn't do. They still aren't investigating the allegations of all the different crimes that I almost called him Jeffrey Epstein. They're all blending together now. They're all just the same pasty white guy. Andrew, like, has been accused of. Like, there's just no investigations being done by anybody, it would seem, into any of the sex crimes. They're more worried about the financial crimes than the sex crimes. That's basically what the police, whatever they're called in Britain, I'm always forgetting. There's a word for it. But they're just not interested in investigating for some reason. It's very strange. But the financial crimes, that's illegal.
Right to jail, right away.
Which surfaced years before the latest Epstein images and emails.
When the state is the alleged victim, you get this movement of power towards somebody in power. But when a woman is a victim or alleged victim, it moves at a ridiculously slow pace.
The police, who swear an oath to the Crown, may in the coming weeks pass a file to the Crown Prosecution Service. Any case would come to the Crown Court, a story that could end in one of His Majesty's prisons.
What's your reaction to your brother's arrest, Your Royal Highness?
The Princess Royal was visiting Leeds prison just after news of her younger brother's arrest, the tradition of service that the King and his mother long...
The irony. The princess was literally at a prison while her brother was being booked into a different prison. Perfect. Couldn't have been timed any better. All right, let's keep talking the Epstein files. Prince Andrew. With the one, the only, the great coffees.
Andrew has been arrested because of the Epstein files. He got stripped of his title, and now the king is saying, let me state clearly, the law must take its course. I have learned with the deepest concerns the news about Andrew and the suspicion of misconduct in public office. Now, if you're like me, you'd think that misconduct is related to women and the accusations that have been levied against the prince. But that is not the case. It's actually about the leaking of private information while serving as the UK's special representative for international trade and investment. This is because it was discovered that the Duke would sometimes forward information to Jeffrey Epstein that was obviously sensitive, like this, Helmand high-value commercial properties for foreign investment, or this, a trip report for Vietnam, Singapore, Hong Kong, Shenzhen. Obviously, the former Prince Andrew would have access to insider information or confidential information as part of his role, and forwarding that to a financial trading file is probably not a great idea. This is also deeply concerning because it blows a hole in Prince Andrew's big lies where he said he cut off Jeffrey Epstein in the late 2010s, because this is right about the time that he's engaging him once again in all of this contact. So for him to previously had said, oh yeah, I found out he was a bad guy and I cut him off, I had to travel to visit him to cut him off. Suddenly that doesn't hold water when emails come out where you're sharing possible state secrets.
Yeah, and actually, it seems like every single person who's come out and publicly said they stopped hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein was lying. Like, there's like so many of them now. The most recent one is Howard Lutnick, who got outed as is continuing to hang out with Jeffrey Epstein for years, like a decade after he claimed to have cut off the relationship. And that's just the stuff we have. Let's not forget the DOJ still hasn't released possibly more than 90% of the files.
This guy here, Andrew, the former Duke, is sending a message to Jeffrey Epstein asking, I am checking, but as this is a U.S. institution, do you know of anyone who might take a look? Talking about a company called Aria Petroleum, which was sent to him, which says the company needs a $200 million working capital line due to significantly increased business from US DOD. So Andrew would have had access to all this deal flow, all these things, and it looks like, at least in some instances, he would actually seek possible investment from Jeffrey Epstein for some of these companies. I want to call back your mind to this interview because it's so important to realize how this guy has lied to our faces for years before we address the bigger elephant in the room.
He was released in July. Within months, by December of 2010, you went to stay with him at his New York mansion. Why? Why were you staying with a convicted sex offender?
Right. Now, I went there with the sole purpose of saying to him that because he had been convicted, it was inappropriate for us to be seen together. I felt that doing it over the telephone was the chicken's way of doing it. I had to go and see him and talk to him.
Well, there you have it. Prince Andrew says he had to go see and tell Epstein personally that, oh, we can't be friends anymore because you're convicted. I can't do that for you. And this is late in December 2010.
I love how he felt it necessary to go, like, just think about this for 1 second. He felt it necessary to go speak to a convicted pedophile in person. Which, I mean, it sort of conveys a certain level of respect, right? That he still respects Jeffrey, even though he just got convicted of sex crimes. He still felt it necessary as a gentleman, a mighty man of valor, that he had to go to New York to meet with him. I mean, just on its face, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Not shocking that it doesn't hold any water.
He says he went to cut off Jeffrey Epstein because he now knew that he's a convicted. But again, if you look at the dates of all of these deals being passed along to Epstein, all these messages being passed along, it's right around the 2010, specifically December 2010 line where supposedly he had one thing in mind, and that was to cut off Jeffrey Epstein. Actually, he might have been passing along state secrets. Now, obviously, a formal investigation by the UK police is going to commence, but that's what this arrest appears to be about so far. Misconduct in public office, his responsibilities to the people of the UK at the time, and how these emails could have affected that. But it's this larger context of Andrew lying about his association with Epstein that I want to bring to the front of this next conversation, because obviously Prince Andrew's biggest problem with the Epstein files isn't necessarily the confidential information he shared. It's obviously the allegations made against him, specifically by a woman named Virginia Giuffre, who was captured in an image with Prince Andrew at the time when she was a young lady, and then later she alleged to have been trafficked to Prince Andrew and that they had together.
Yes, indeed. All right, we're going to keep this moving. We already watched some of this yesterday, but I felt it was worth a revisit here on the week-ending report. Now to the new stuff. France 24, yesterday. Taxi for Andy, quote-unquote. UK papers rip into ex-Prince Andrew following his arrest.
Week.
It's time now for today's press review, and I'm joined on set by Emily Boyle. Emily, a big day for the British papers today. Of course, a day after Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's arrest. How are they covering it?
Yeah, well, it was a huge story yesterday, and it's still a huge story today, as you can expect, all over the British front pages. Let's start here with the Daily Star, their headline here. Taxi for Andy. Now, this photo of the suspect, formerly known as Prince Andrew, was taken as he got a lift back from the police station last night. He was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Let's go to The Sun. Equally interesting front page here. Now he's sweating, it says, referring, of course, to his infamous interview with Emily Maitlis, where he claimed he could no longer sweat because of his involvement in the Falklands War. The Daily Mail has a historic edition here today. The Crown in crisis. It talks about Prince Andrew's downfall. Looking haggard, shamed and haunted, Andrew is released from police custody. Meanwhile, the Daily Telegraph stays a little bit more simple. Andrew arrested. It says Andrew is the first senior member of the royal family to be taken into custody in modern history. The Guardian uses the same photo as they all use, basically, quoting the King, though, King Charles, ex-Prince Andrew's brother, who said the law must take its course. The paper goes over what it calls an extraordinary day. It says the ex-prince was arrested by plainclothes officers around 8 o'clock yesterday morning, then questioned for several hours about allegations that he shared confidential documents with Jeffrey Epstein during his time as trade envoy. He was then released under investigation at around 7 p.m. Last night. Now, it's rare that The Guardian and the Daily Express have an extremely similar front page, but today is one of those days. This is the Daily Express's front page.
Yeah, it is strange. It's somewhat, it's a little bit weird.
That's really weird.
All right, let's keep going through these. What next on the list? To ABC News. 21 hours ago, former Prince Andrew's arrest marks the latest royal family crisis.
If a picture's worth 1,000 words, the shell-shocked look on Andrew's face says it all.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, in the backseat of a car, seemingly hiding from the cameras, moments after being released from police custody.
This really is a photo for the ages, an extraordinary image. The look of shock, fear, maybe disbelief at what has unfolded. This is a man who has now, once was a Prince of England, has now lost everything. This is the first time in modern British history that a senior royal, any royal, has been arrested.
His release coming nearly 12 hours after Andrew was arrested on his 66th birthday in Sandringham, England, turning Queen Elizabeth's quiet country retreat into a frenzy.
This is a royal estate being raided by Thames Valley Police. This is an extraordinary moment.
His arrest certainly came as a shock, but charges have not followed. Whether he faces charges, that remains to be seen, but the investigation continues.
It's the latest in the long fall from grace for Andrew after his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein and accusations in a civil lawsuit that Andrew forced 17-year-old Virginia Giuffre to have sex with him, claims he always denied. But today's arrest not related to the sexual assault allegations, instead stemming from communications with Epstein while he was trade envoy for the British government. Emails between the two allegedly contain potentially sensitive government documents, some dated to 2010, well after Epstein had already been convicted of soliciting sex from a minor. In December 2010, Andrew sending an email titled Afghanistan, International Investment Opportunities, writing in part, attached is a confidential brief and asking for Epstein's comments, views, or ideas.
These are documents and information that was actually he just shouldn't be passing on to anybody. The reality is it was government information, and that sort of...
Yeah. It's weird. It's weird, Andrew.
Weird.
Although, the fact is, do you know what's weirder?
Weird.
What's weirder? What? What's weird to me is that these are the crimes they're going after. You know? They've had plenty of time on the other crimes. But the second they hear about these ones, they're like, oh, right to jail. It really still confounds me.
By someone like a financier like Epstein to gain, make financial benefit and gain from it.
He was arrested for misconduct in public office, which is a serious offence. If found guilty, this carries a maximum life sentence.
Just hours after his younger brother was taken into custody, King Charles spotted front row at London Fashion Week. Outside the event, Charles dodging reporters' questions.
Okay, so just we get all the picture. While Andrew is being arrested for the things, at least some of the things that he did with his fashion adjacent sex trafficker buddy. His sister is going to visit a separate jail, not the one he's in, and his father, and his brother, King Charles, his brother, right, is at a fashion show. Like, it's wild. Like, you couldn't have planned it better. Like, you literally could not have planned it. Like, it's wild.
Your reaction to the arrest of your brother, sir?
Earlier in the day, he released a formal...
Like, next thing we're going to hear that, like, Prince Harry is down in the Virgin Islands on a yacht somewhere or something. Like what's next? Like, what, really? Anything else you guys want to do on the Epstein list while you're at it?
I have learned with the deepest concern the news about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor and suspicion of misconduct in public office. What now follows is the full, fair, and proper process. They have our full and wholehearted support and cooperation. Let me state clearly, the law must take its course.
This is a massive scandal for the royal.
The law, he says. That sounds exciting. That does sound exciting. However, this is casting a shadow on the royal family, causing a lot of people to doubt their importance, relevance, their interest in actually ruling with, I don't know, what's the word? I can't think of the word here now. My brain just broke. Fairness, I guess.
As things stand.
I don't know. I mean, hard to think of fairness and the monarchy in the same sentence, but I guess that's the word I'm looking for. Let's go here to LBC. James O'Brien.
2 people have been convicted of any crimes as a consequence of those documents. One is dead and the other is Ghislaine Maxwell. Nonetheless, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor yesterday became the first royal to be arrested, or the first royal to be held, if we're going to be technically and linguistically correct. The first was Charles I in 1647. And the question that we ask is necessarily cognizant of the law. I'm not going to patronise you, but you need to be sensible and you need to be responsible.
Daddy can do no
I'm kind of
wrong.
talking to myself at the moment as much as I'm talking to you. So there's no speculation whatsoever on guilt or innocence or on any of those matters that could potentially compromise future court cases. The arrest, of course, was over misconduct, alleged misconduct in public office. It has nothing. It had nothing to do with the rather more prominent contents of the Epstein files. But I actually want to do more or less what I was preparing to do yesterday before we were rather overtaken by events. And I want to contemplate ramifications. It was on Question Time last night on the BBC that I first heard the question posed about whether the royal family can actually survive this scandal. And you know, scandal is itself a negotiable word, isn't it? Because if there is no further action, then can you actually describe the arrest of somebody who is not convicted of any crimes, or even at this point potentially charged with any crimes, as a scandal?
I think you can, James. That's just my opinion. But yeah, I think you can. Especially considering all of the other things around. I think broadly speaking, all of this certainly amounts to a scandal, no? I think it's hard to interpret it really as anything else. I can't think of a better word for it. Most apt description.
I don't know. But I think in journalese, at least, the word is entirely appropriate, entirely normal. And that's what I want to talk about. So King Charles was applauded yesterday when he arrived at London Fashion Week. Make of that what you will. But simultaneously, as I think Nick mentioned to you earlier, he has also found himself heckled during public appearances. Heckled, I have to tell
I think James avoided saying it, but I think he too sees the irony in the fact that Charles is at Fashion Week. Like it's a little weird. This particular moment.
A journalist who'd been present at one of these events and heckled by an individual or two, and they were greeted by sighs of impatience by everybody else present. So most people turning up for a royal visit are.
It's almost like the royals are so out of touch that they don't know that going to a fashion show on the very day that one of your family members is being arrested for sex crimes relating to Jeffrey Epstein, or actually wasn't sex crimes technically, but for a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, a man who was deep in the fashion world, and like to not like see what the optics of that would be like. And just be like, oh, no bother, really, I'm just gonna come over here and sit down. I'm very old, and yet I'm the king. Like that's, I mean, that's basically what it was. It was just so blindingly stupid, in my opinion, for him to show up to that. Just like, dude, really? Are you that unaware of what it like? I mean, it's like, bro. But do you have to be in touch to be a monarch? Some would say no, actually. In fact, It might be necessary. He might come with the territory. Now, apparently, they are continuing to try and distance themselves from this as much as possible, even though all of this happened while Prince Andrew was a royal. They're trying to be like, he's not, I don't even know this guy. Andrew who? Andrew Mount what? How do you pronounce that? No idea who that is. And they're even considering removing Andrew from the line of succession, which would also include his poor children. Oh, God. Oh, that would be so sad. I'm already crying. Inside. I'm fine, but, I mean, the eyes haven't followed through. But
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor said an overdose of adrenaline left him unable to sweat. So what now after his birthday began with a surprise arrest? The former prince has been accused of sharing confidential information with the sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Andrew is now under investigation, but back home. There will be questions for those in his orbit during his friendship with Epstein, such as Amanda Thirsk, Andrew's former private secretary, who arranged his stay at Epstein's house in 2010. The Met Police say they will now be contacting the protection officers who worked closely with Andrew, including those who accompanied the former prince to Epstein's mansion in New York, where they were arranged a room. Attention may also be drawn to David Stern, the German close aide, who now reportedly lives in Dubai. Stern was a middleman deployed by Epstein to gather inside information and even gained access to the Queen. The sexual allegations made by Virginia Giuffre against Andrew Mountbatten Windsor are not the subject of the investigation, but some believe is the motivation.
The misconduct in public office is probably
It's a weird motivation to have. I gotta say, it's a weird motivation to have, right? Like, if that's the motivation, why wouldn't you investigate him for those crimes? Why would you if you had, it's such a strange choice. It's such a strange choice to me. It's like, we hate that he did these other crimes over here, so let's investigate him for these crimes, even though there's seemingly a bunch of evidence for the ones that we're upset about. No, it's too convenient that way, don't you see?
easier offence for the police to start an investigation. It's an extremely difficult offence to achieve a conviction. What may be the case, and there's two lines of approach here. One is that the police are using this as an angle in, as a way of looking for further evidence to back up the misconduct offence allegation, but also to look for evidence in relation to the more serious, in my view, the more serious sexual offending, whether anything like that has happened.
The royal response has been a vague focus on Epstein's victims, but the US president, who has referred to himself as a king, was thinking about the monarchy.
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nicely. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's
I've been exonerated.
Royal family.
This guy is drunk with power. He's drunk. He thinks he's been exonerated. He was named 1 million times in the Epstein files. He was not even close to exonerated. He wishes he was exonerated. He's delusional. Oh my God. Even Caroline isn't on board back here. Even she knows that he's not exonerated. Look at her. She's usually smiling at everything he says. Even she's like, I don't know if you're fully exonerated, sir. Very sad. Very sad. Really bad for the family. It makes me really sad. I just want the best for them. All right. Now, a convoy of vehicles was seen at Windsor Lodge. Andrew's former manse even has like a little fancy welcome sign. Imagine living at a place that has its own welcome sign. Welcome to my house. This way. No horses. Oh, God. Caroline Levitt is not okay to make fun of. We can't make fun of Caroline Levitt. Since when? Since when? We make fun of her every day. It is literally my job is to make fun of Caroline. Okay? I'd be lying if I said it was anything other than that. Be kind. Yes, you're right.
Be best.
You're right. I'm wrong.
How rude.
How dare I? Well, there you go. A convoy of more than half a dozen vehicles here seen leaving Prince Andrew's former royal mansion. Whom or what or why? Unclear. Some think it's the police, but I'm not so sure. They don't look like police vehicles, but maybe that's just because I don't understand. Maybe I'm just a dummy. They just don't look. Maybe I'm too used to U.S. police vehicles. That's probably it. It's me. It's probably me. I'm probably the problem. All right. Caroline's husband is like 32 years older than her. Yeah, that's factual. He is like more than twice her age. It's weird.
Weird.
It's weird.
GSL, where's the convoy theme song? I didn't have one. I wasn't prepared for a convoy theme song. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I failed you.
The arrest of the King's brother in the past 24 hours is one of those shocking moments that will not easily be forgotten, especially in the age of the meme, nor by history either. The last time a British royal was arrested was Charles I in 1647, and the image of Andrew head back, wide-eyed, lying low in the back of a car with a seemingly haunted or terrified expression has dominated the front pages of newspapers and online sites all around the world since it was captured by Phil Noble at Reuters on Thursday night when Andrew Mountbatten Windsor was released after his arrest on his 66th birthday. Investigations continue into allegations he passed on confidential government information to Jeffrey Epstein while he was acting as trade envoy. This is not in connection with Virginia Giuffre, the sexual abuse allegations, that there are 8 separate concurrent police investigations and inquiries ongoing in the UK right now. Andrew has previously denied wrongdoing. He hasn't commented since
I did everything right and they
Trump
indicted me.
This is what he had to say a short while ago.
I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad. I think it's so bad for the royal family.
Undue deference to the monarchy. Richard Fitzsimmons is a long-time British royal commentator and expert on monarchy.
5 subscriptions to the community.
Oh my God, incredible generosity from Omega Star over on Twitch. Gifting 5 sweet subs. Who got those galactic subs? Let's find out. CJ from the 6. Oh, CJ's going to be glad about that. He's already a patron, and now he doesn't have to pay for a sub. J-Bo. Bad Brain. More unk than you. I like that one. More unk than you. Fair enough, fair enough. I'll accept that. Runaway Train Crash. Everybody getting a sub. Runaway Train Crash. Thank you, Omega Star. You're beautiful. I appreciate you very much. Incredibly generous of you.
Good evening, Richard. Welcome to France 24. Thanks for speaking to me tonight. You must have had an incredibly hectic few days. And let me quote King Charles, "The law must take its course." Why do you sense this action has not been taken by him before now? Why these questions are only starting to emerge?
Well, firstly, this does go back to 2011 when Andrew Mountbatten Windsor had to step down as Special Envoy for British Trade because of his friendship with the deceased paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. And on that year, we also had the publication of the photograph of him, which we now know is genuine, with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who tragically committed suicide last year. What we have at the moment is a situation whereby the royals have been on the back foot. They haven't known what's been coming from the Epstein files, and as a result, King Charles's statements have obviously appeared. I mean, when it comes to the law taking its course, I mean, that it states the obvious. The week before that, he'd said that obviously he'd give every help required to any police investigation.
Okay, enough from the royal commentator. Required. This guy is killing me right now. Richard Fitzwilliams, royal commentator, London, UK. Can't do it. Can't do it. Let's go to some reasonable British people. Some slightly less posh douches. Slightly less twitted idiots. The Navarra Media Boys. Michael, take it away, pal.
The fall of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor may well trigger the biggest constitutional crisis in recent British history. As the brother of the King, Andrew has spent his life surrounded by servants, aides, royal family members and government officials, and as allegations of his involvement in Jeffrey Epstein's trade in young girls and women swirl, it's hard to believe that, if they turn out to be true, those around Andrew knew nothing of what he's alleged to have been doing. Any sense of a cover-up or protecting Andrew from the consequences of his alleged actions could spell the end of the monarchy. But some don't see it that way. Veteran BBC journalist Jonathan Dimbleby is also the King's friend and biographer. He spoke to the BBC after Andrew's arrest on Thursday.
He is the King's brother, and I wonder what you think about the damage that this does to the royal family, to the monarchy.
I don't think that it damages the monarchy. I think we have to separate the notion of a family from the institution of the monarchy. I think it's very important. It's very easy to align the two. And I have to say in parentheses, I think that the former Duke of Edinburgh used the most unfortunate phrase when he talked about the family business. It's not a family business, first of all. Secondly, if you take the individuals, the senior, he mentioned, the King mentioned, didn't he, that all the family would continue to help. If you think of the Prince and Princess of Wales, the Princess Royal, the Duke of Edinburgh, they are all doing their duties. They will individually have feelings about this. I do not see that because one member of the royal family has been arrested, maybe, we don't know, maybe charged with a very serious offence, that brings the institution in disrespect. On the contrary, it demonstrates that the institution is functioning.
In one way, Dimbleby is right. The institution is functioning, and that's because the single job of the monarchy is to sustain itself at whatever cost. This time, the cost is Andrew. But for years, it may have been girls and young women.
I'm in London. I was so young. Ghislaine woke me up in the morning and said, "You're going to meet a prince today." I didn't know at that point that I was going to be trafficked to that prince. And then that night, Prince Andrew came to her house in London, and we went out to Club Tramp. Prince Andrew got me alcohol. It was in the VIP section. I'm pretty sure it was vodka. Prince Andrew was like, "Let's dance together." And I was like, okay. And we leave Club Tramp, and I hop in the car with Ghislaine and Jeffrey, and Ghislaine said, "He's coming back to the house, and I want you to do for him what you do for Epstein." I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that even royalty were involved.
That was Virginia Giuffre in 2019, recounting her allegations of being trafficked to Andrew by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell in 2001. when she was just 17 years old. She claimed that on 3 separate occasions Andrew raped her, including in 2001 in London. Andrew, of course, has denied all of those claims. In a 2022 civil suit brought by Geoffrey against the then prince, though, Andrew settled for an undisclosed amount, stipulating that the settlement was not an admission of guilt. Later reports would put the settlement at around £12 million. So where did he get that cash from? Well, it seems to have been a family affair. Earlier this month, The Sun reported that Andrew was loaned the £12 million by his mother, the then Queen, the estate of his father, Prince Philip, and his brother, Charles, now the King. A source told The Sun this.
I just find that detail to be so incredible, and really I think it reveals just how much everybody seemed to know in the royal family. Everybody. Top, the very top, tippy top. Oh my God. Including the current king seemed to be involved in helping this guy, helping the prince pay off. And by the way, huge sum of money, right? This is back a number of years, £12 million. It's approaching like $20 million, depending on when we're talking about here. It's a fuckload of money for supposedly having, like, to pay somebody off who's making according to him, making it all up, right? Like, of course, like, there's no way that that's true. Why would you? I mean, because maybe if it was like, I don't know, like $100 or like $1,000 or like something nominal that he could have come up with himself. But the fact he had to go groveling to Mummy and Daddy and his brother. Oh, please help me. This terrible woman. I need $20 million.
A what now?
Like, it's not, you know, it's not, I feel like it's not what you do if you're super innocent.
Andrew lied to his own family about the extent of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. They bankrolled his payoff to his accuser, Virginia Giuffre. They bought his lies and helped him try and make the problem go away. His own mother, the late Queen, was left heartbroken by the scandal, but she could not face banishing Andrew, who was still her beloved son. Andrew, well, if we're to believe he lied to his family, he didn't only lie to his family, he may have lied to the country too. Virginia Giuffre alleged that this photograph that she said was taken in 2001 proved that she was telling the truth about being assaulted by Andrew when she was 17. In the background is Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, here's what Andrew said about the photo in his notorious 2019 Panorama interview with Emily Maitlis.
She provided a photo of the two of you together.
Yes.
Your arm was around her waist.
Yes.
You've seen the photo.
I've seen the photograph.
How do you explain that?
I can't. Because I have absolutely no memory of that photograph ever being taken.
Do you recognise yourself in the photo?
Yeah, it's pretty difficult not to recognise yourself.
Your friend suggested that the photo is fake.
I think it's, from the investigations that we've done, you can't prove whether or not that photograph is faked or not, because it is a photograph of a photograph of a photograph. So it's very difficult to be able to prove it.
It's a photograph of a photograph of a photograph.
I don't remember that photograph ever being taken.
But it's possible that it...
I'm sorry. It's a photograph of a photograph of a photograph? It's at most a photograph of a photograph. But a photograph of a photograph of a photograph seems like a really weird thing to say. I don't know. I mean, this guy is such a creep. It's a photograph of a photograph of a photograph of a photograph.
So it's very difficult to be able to prove
How
it.
could one possibly know?
I don't remember that photograph ever being taken.
But it's possible that it was you with your arm around
That's
her
me, but whether that's my hand or whether that's the position, but I have simply no recollection of a photograph ever being taken.
So, I mean, beyond that, just being grotesque and implausible, it's that phrase, the investigations we've done, that sort of stand out to me there. Now,
Yeah, no, it's disturbing, Michael. Carl Schmidt with a sweet, sweet super chat over on YouTube. Thank you, Carl. Happy 2-year anniversary. Thank you. Unless dedicated to VGRIB. Oh. That's sweet, Carl. That's sweet. I appreciate all the generosity from all you folks here today on the 2-year anniversary. I think we'll continue celebrating the anniversary through the weekend, or at least through tomorrow. Just because. It didn't even make its way into the title, so who knows how many people don't even know it's the 2-year anniversary. I need to make a post on YouTube. Like a community post, so people know. Because only like 10% of our subscribers are on YouTube. That are like on YouTube are in Discord. So I feel like a bunch of people just have no idea. Unmentioned in the Epstein files, Liam Neeson.
Sounds like there are many people working for Andrew who are actively trying to build a case that Giuffre was lying about the picture. You know, in other words, there may be many people working to protect Andrew's reputation, right, which is the job of people who work for the royal family, to defend the institution, to defend their reputations. Now, as it happened, there's good evidence now in the Epstein files to suggest the photograph was, in fact, real. In a 2015 email exchange between Maxwell and Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell is working on the text of a witness statement about Virginia Giuffre's accusations. Maxwell denies the sexual allegations, but does say this. In 2001, I was in London when Virginia Giuffre met a number of friends of mine, including Prince Andrew. A photograph was taken as I imagine she wanted to show it to friends and family. Right, so clearly this is a real picture. Ghislaine Maxwell, in her defense, is going for the argument, yes, this all happened. Well, this is in this meeting happened, but I didn't force anyone to have sex. Andrew's strategy is to say the picture never happened in the first place.
Everybody is to say, actually, it's not what you think it is. It's totally fine, actually. No big deal. The Epstein class's response is, actually, I don't recall doing anything wrong. Can you prove it? That's basically the vibes. 2026, people. Take it all in. Quite a time to be alive. All right, well, that's going to end our Epstein files-related discussion for the day. Until, at least, actually, I take it back. It's already Saturday. God damn it. God damn it. I can't even say that. It's officially Saturday. From Japan to Alaska. I mean, so there's no way we're done talking about the Epstein files for the day, but for the stream, we're done. How about that? Does that satisfy the itch? All right, there we go. That at least makes it more clear. I don't want to lie to you, Space Vamps, because it's official. We've somehow transitioned from one day to the next here together on this stream. And I can't guarantee you that we won't be coming back to the Epstein files tonight. In fact, I would be wrong to do so, because I can almost guarantee you the exact opposite of that. I'm foreseeing there being more to talk about as it relates to the Epstein files in the near future, I'm afraid. Now, we didn't take a galactic intermission here in the very last stretch, mostly because I just want to try and get as much in here as I can before we end the stream. Like I said before, I'm trying to keep it like less than 9 hours. We're like somewhere between 9 and 10 hours, right? That's where we're at. And right now we're almost at 8 hours. So I'm not even going to take a real break, but I will at least say a few things right now. First off, I was going to say this. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for having supported this stream. For the last 2 years, officially as of yesterday, the Galactic News Network has been bringing you your news on YouTube. And it's incredible, honestly. And Twitch. It's been back and forth. We're streaming to both now, of course, but we've had some hiccups. But thankfully, we're now streaming 2 streams to YouTube, 1 to Twitch. The journey has been incredible, everybody. Having you all here through it has been beautiful, and your support has been intrinsic to the success of this stream. Without it, we would not exist. We would have ended this. I would have ended long, long ago if it weren't for space fams like you. Without all of your contributions, without all of your support, without your showing up and watching the stream, liking the like button on YouTube, donating, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits and subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App and PayPal donations, and Patreon memberships. It's all helped keep us alive. It really has. I cannot thank you all enough. There was many times during all of it that I didn't think we'd be able to make it this far. That I'd have to quit and take a job at McDonald's or something. Thankfully, that hasn't happened. And we continue to bring you your news approximately 5 days a week, although last couple months have been a little iffy due to unforeseen circumstances, mostly health related. But I'm not only glad to be back on YouTube here in the year 2026, I'm glad to have all of you folks in my life, watching the stream, things like that. Honestly, like, you all bring me strength on days when I have none left. I think of you and think, no, I have to do the stream today, no matter how tough the news is. No matter how difficult what we have to talk about may be, we must bring the spacecast for the space fams. Some say it's my duty. It's certainly my job. Now, one way, the newest way to contribute to the Galactic News Network is Throne, where you can literally go shopping for me. Buy me drinks, snacks, tea, chips, granola bars, nuts, protein powder. I've been trying to work out again lately, jogging, doing some weights and things in my spare time when I'm researching for the show, whenever I can find an extra minute. Jogging rather than walking to the store down on planet Earth. Also some bike supplies, a sweet horse logo for my new e-bike that you all helped fund over here on Throne. Some other bike maintenance stuff, some shirts I added from Temu, whistles, stuff like that. I'm going to continue adding stuff here when I come up with it. Stuff that I need and or want, I'll put it up here. So that if you're thinking, hey, I'd like to buy StreamLord a random present to have it show up at his door, well, that's how you do that. If you're ever thinking, I'd like to give something physical to StreamLord, that's the way to do it. It'll literally show up at my door. And I'll have to do nothing. It's very, very cool. And honestly, they charge 7%, which is technically much less than what Twitch or YouTube charge. So it really is, it's a win-win-win for everybody, if you're into that sort of thing. Splash, son! With the Galactic membership engaged, welcome to Galactic Individuality. New membership, enjoy the 17 emotes that you now have access to, among other things. Some secret content out there. Feeling of galacticness, no doubt. Alright, everybody, enough celebrating on the space station here. We gotta get back to the show. I can't just be sitting around. This is one of the reasons why it's taking me so long tonight. But we gotta recognize the 2-year anniversary somehow. And I appreciate you all. All right. The bike is awesome. It's true. The bike is awesome. I have to give it an actual name right now. It's just Black Stallion. Hence the horse, the bronco, the bucking bronco logo. Matte black, of course, to match the bike. $10. Honestly, it sounded reasonable to me. I'm like, I mean, is it necessary? No. I mean, some would say it's super necessary, like my desire, but for the functionality of the bike, nah. I feel like it would look dope, look sick. You love your e-bike? You have an e-bike as well? Yeah, honestly. I haven't even gotten to use it yet. I live in New York down on Earth. It's been freezing cold. Streets covered in salt and snow. Honestly, the snow has been the bigger problem than the salt, although I am worried about rusting up my beautiful new e-bike. Thankfully, it's starting to melt slowly but surely. You can see, I saw a patch of grass the other day. And a hint of sunlight. I'm fairly certain at some point soon it's going to melt. Swear to God, it's coming. I used to bike a shit ton until my other bike got stolen. I had an even more expensive bike, if you'll believe it, at one point that I left outside of my residence years ago that I have not been able to replace ever since. I don't know how many years it's been. What year is it right now? It's been like 7 years since I've owned a bike. Holy shit. I love bike. I used to bike everywhere. It's free, good exercise. I mean, once you're done paying for the bike. Bikes have got to be the most stolen item ever, it's true. I've doubled down on security for the bike. Quadrupled down on security for the bike. It's so secure, I'm not even going to tell you all what security measures I have employed. Top secret, okay? That's the kind of clearance you need to know what kind of security is on my bike. I do not recommend anybody try stealing that. All right. I mean, I'm very protective of that bike. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's the apple of my eye right now. It's all thanks to you, Space Fams. You know who you are. You think that the decal would give the bike confidence? I think you're right. I agree. I couldn't agree more. Unfortunately, I'm sort of maxed out on extra spending cash right now. Hence why I put it on Throne. Somebody's making those things on Etsy. That's where I'm buying it from. Where you would be buying it from if you were, any of you were to be so generous as to help me out with that. Although really, it's really not top of my list on things that are needed right now. Although, I don't know if anybody noticed, we completed the Galactic... Anybody notice we completed the financing of the Galactic deficit? It's incredible. Your generosity on today, I mean, it's just wild. It's unprecedented. We were only halfway through that thing. Now it's all gone. And I'm just sitting here talking. I never do this. It's because I'm feeling sentimental. It's the 2nd year anniversary, so I'm just talking. I gotta stay focused over here. We're like 8 hours in now. Literally. Okay. Let's keep this moving. Now, of course, it is Ramadan. Holy month for Muslims. And people have been trying to celebrate in the ways that they can. Depending on location, it's more or less difficult to celebrate. People in Gaza probably having the hardest time on the planet right now as it relates to celebrating the holiday. Perhaps not shocking to anyone. It's very sweet of you, Columbia Rican. I love you guys too. Each and every one of you. Guys, gals, non-binary pals. Ducks. And really everybody else in between, as I can't think of right now. We got everybody around here. You're all great in my book. We're almost at 1,400 subs, I know. We're like 2 away right now. Or something like that. We're like hella close. 4 away. Now, let's quickly talk about Gaza. As things still suck there. And I remember back in the day, remember when Joe Biden was president?
In a race.
Remember like in the early days of the genocide and Israel took a break for Ramadan? And they were like, we'll be nice. We'll be nice. We'll stop murdering people for, for like a week. How's that sound? Aren't we great guys? Well, that really isn't happening right now under this current regime. 11 Palestinians murdered earlier this week. This is from Monday.
Let's speak to our correspondent, Noga Tanner-Polsky, to find out more. Noga, what's the latest information that you have about these strikes this Sunday?
The last information that we got, Will, remains what the Israeli army announced as its intention. It said specifically, and this is quite rare during the ceasefire, it did say specifically that it was launching an operation, a counter-terror operation in Gaza. I'm highlighting this because during the period of the ceasefire, we haven't heard much about military operations per se. We've heard about this strike or that strike or a response the Israeli army has said to such and such attack, but rarely have we seen the word operation. So this may be several hours long or even longer. We don't know. I did try.
A several hours long military operation that killed at least 12 people in Gaza, carried out by Israel during the supposed ceasefire, one day before Donald Trump held his Board of Peace meeting. We're just living in the upside down right now, where literally just nothing makes sense. Like you're told one thing, but the exact opposite is happening. And it's like right in front of you, and they're like, "What are you talking about, stupid?" It's a peace. It's ceasefire. It's a ceasefire. What are you talking about? AIDS getting in. No problem. No big deal. Everybody's fine in Gaza. They're living the high life. They've got all the food and everything that they need. Child in Gaza crafts Ramadan lamps due to Israeli blockade. This is the nicest lantern you'll ever see in your life. Well done. You're so creative. Because there are no lanterns in Gaza, because the Israeli occupation does not allow them, Mohammed used empty cola cans and turned them into lanterns for the month of Ramadan. He used them to decorate our tent. You're very creative, Mohammed. You can tell he's very proud of his son at that moment for doing something to bring a tiny bit of joy to the family. It's just a little bit of effort and ingenuity, a little Ramadan innovation from that young boy. Meanwhile, Israel was annexing the West Bank formally in the Knesset. This is from 4 days ago.
Grip over the occupied West Bank. The Israeli cabinet voted to approve the start of a land registration process.
any pieces of land in a certain area that are not privately owned that a person can show a deed for will be considered state land. This will make it very easy for Jewish Israeli settlers to acquire it.
This is ridiculous. Yeah! Israel just formalizing what we already know. Is they already completely occupy the West Bank, essentially. And this is really what they want. They just want to annex the territory. They refuse to admit that that's what they're doing still, even though it's become wildly apparent to absolutely every single person watching. Like, literally, even the UN came out and said, hey, guys, we'll get to that, actually. We'll get to that. Hey, thank you for the follow, Greg Best, 90.
Muslims around the world.
Honestly, Greg, I think you might be the best. I'm trying to think, do we have any other Gregs? I mean, considering that you've decided to follow us on Twitch, you must be pretty good. At the very least. You're certainly better than people like Greg Bovino for that. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation.
Palestinians in Gaza, like millions of Muslims around the world, usually shop for the Ramadan essentials during this time at markets full of activity. This year, meat, vegetables, and fruit have returned to the markets, but the reality for many families remains far from normal.
Ramadan is a month of blessings, but the conditions here are extremely difficult. People come to buy fruit and...
Sorry, everybody. I just realized I had the volume super low.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Sometimes I'm not the smartest guy.
Palestinians in Gaza, like millions of Muslims around the world, usually shop for the Ramadan essentials during this time at markets full of activity. This year, meat, vegetables, and fruit have returned to the markets, but the reality for many families remains far from normal.
Ramadan is a month of blessings, but the conditions here are extremely difficult. People come to buy fruit and vegetables, but most of them can't afford the prices. The majority of people in Gaza are impoverished because of the war. Most of them rely on soup kitchens for their daily meals and depend on food parcels to survive.
Ramadan is a time for family gatherings and celebration. But Israel's ongoing genocidal war on Gaza has robbed thousands of families of that joy. Yassar al-Batniji is a mother of 9. She lost her husband last year in an Israeli airstrike.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Mother of 9. Fatherless. 9 fatherless children. Living in starvation conditions in a fucking tent camp. Can't even celebrate the goddamn holiday, dude. Fuck you. This world is so fucking perverse. I hate this timeline. Sometimes I just do. I just look around around me, around my surroundings here. You know, surrounded by the news. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I just say, fuck this timeline. Can we recycle this? Where is Scott Bakula? And yet, he has not appeared one time. Not one time, Scott. Where are you, pal? Bakula. Bakula. Where art thou?
One guy, one time.
We need you one time, buddy. Even if it's by default, you're too kind. Nah. I mean it, pal. Whatever happened to Greg Bovino? I assume he's preparing for Operation New York or Operation Virginia or something. I don't know. Just preparing for the next state is my assumption. I think that's a fair assumption. It's basically literally what they've been saying. All right, we're done with Minnesota. We're going to go somewhere else now. You're welcome. It's like, go fuck yourself, pal. That's not an improvement. We just need to abolish these agencies fire these assholes and get some accountability going around here. That's just my crazy idea. It's just my wild, radical idea of justice. Speaking of justice, still not a lot of justice in Gaza. Some people trying to enjoy an iftar meal, a breaking of the daily fast during the month of Ramadan.
الاطفال يعني جيت بس هيك يعني عمل شويه ترفيه لهم غير يعني
It's nice as a change of pace to let them be happy a little bit. 2.5 years is enough. Let them come and be happy for a little while. As you can see, they are happy. We've been in war for over 2 years. We've witnessed horrors. We're incapable of coping with these difficult circumstances, so we had to participate in this mass iftar to improve our morale and the morale of our children, God willing. Ah, boy. Okay, let's go back to talking about that annexation of the West Bank to the UN, where on Wednesday, leaders gathered to discuss this latest Knesset bill, which passed the Israeli parliament, which effectively is a de facto annexation of the territory. There's literally no other way to put it. We literally just got done going over this, but I'll say it one more time. Literally any land in the West Bank, which is Palestinian territory, which cannot be claimed by private property deed, is now officially Israeli land.
We're witnessing the gradual de facto annexation of the West Bank as unilateral Israeli steps steadily transform the landscape. I echo the Secretary General's grave concern regarding the Israeli Security Cabinet's reported decision to authorize a series of enforcement measures and transfer of authorities in areas A and B of the occupied West Bank. If implemented, these measures will constitute a dangerous expansion of Israeli civil authority in the occupied West Bank.
Illegal. Nearly 300 structures were built per month.
Okay, I can't listen to this genocidal psychopath, but suffice to say, he came out and said some of the most unhinged and just like genocidal things you can imagine. Just this like wildly like privileged and like what's the word? I can't think of it right now. Like having, I need a goddamn thesaurus over here. But like having like a great deal of expected, like having privilege, but expecting it at all turns. There's like a word for this. And for some reason, my brain can't think of it, but there's definitely a word for that. Yes, words. They're not. Sometimes I forget them. You know, when you're like 9, 8, or however many 8 hours and 15 minutes into a stream, stuff starts to be difficult. Words-wise. Entitled. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of that word. It's evading me. So frustrating. Thank you, Sean. It's just this incredibly entitled demeanor. Like, just yelling about how, like all of these just nonsensical things. He's like talking about the Bible. He like started talking about like Judea and Samaria. Like it was insane. It was insane. It was unhinged. It was fucking unhinged is what it was. I didn't appreciate it one bit. You wouldn't appreciate it. I guarantee you, if you're dedicated space fans, you wouldn't appreciate it either. We've had enough. I've had enough, like honestly. Too much. Now, you may remember this. We've been from time to time going to this video. I think during this month of Ramadan, should listen to this song created from the sounds of war. Okay. Oh boy, Greg Best found us on YouTube now, too. Look at that. Honestly, I recommend people, if you're on YouTube, follow on Twitch, vice versa. We lost the YouTube channel for 3 months last year. Anything could happen. But on either platform, something crazy could go down, you know? If you're not already following us on the other social medias, how are you going to know what the hell is going on? How are you going to get your galactic news? You're not going to be able to do that, and it's going to be bad for you. It's going to make me sad. It's going to make me sad, too. All right. Oh, Greg also got to the word entitlement as well. I missed that. I was looking at the YouTube chat. Sorry, Greg. All right, let's keep this going. I'm gonna move on. Quickly talk about Iran. Because really, I mean, by Monday, we could very well see, I mean, honestly, over the weekend, who knows? Literally at any point between now. Like, I mean, honestly, who knows? With Donald Trump, literally anything could happen. And the fact is I did not hear anything good out of those peace talks in Switzerland between Iran and the United States from earlier the week. Which leads me to believe that the possibility of a potential war with Iran is more likely than ever at this moment. So let's go here to Democracy Now! From Wednesday. They head on Trita Parsi. Talk about this extremely dangerous situation.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to news from the latest round of talks between the U.S. and Iranian officials, which took place in Geneva, Switzerland, Tuesday, against a backdrop of heightened saber-rattling between the two nations. President Trump's ordered a buildup of U.S. forces in the region, including 2 aircraft carriers, dozens of warships, hundreds of fighter jets, and multiple air defense systems. On Friday, President Trump told reporters regime change in Iran would, quote, be the best thing that could happen, unquote. Shortly after the talks began, Iran temporarily closed the Strait of Hormuz, a key international waterway. And Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned, quote, the strongest army in the world might sometimes receive such a slap that it cannot get back on its feet, unquote. After Tuesday's talks, Tehran's foreign minister cautioned more work still needs to be done on reaching a nuclear deal, but expressed some optimism about the negotiations.
I can say that in this round, there were quite serious discussions and a more constructive atmosphere than in the previous round. Various ideas were raised, and these ideas were seriously discussed, and finally we were able to reach a general agreement on a series of guiding principles. From now on, we will move based on those principles and enter into the text of a possible agreement.
Three unnamed Iranian officials told the New York Times Iran had indicated an openness to suspend nuclear enrichment for 3 to 5 years in exchange for lifting sanctions and the embargo on its oil sales. Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking on Fox News, painted a more mixed picture of the talks.
I think the president has a lot of options. We do have a very powerful military. The president's shown a willingness to use it. He also has a remarkable diplomatic team. He's shown a willingness to use that, too. And so what the president has been very clear with the Iranians, and actually I just talked to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner this morning about some of their negotiations is...
Oh, my God. I can't. Like, remarkable diplomatic team.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Little Marco's Steve Witkoff, the real estate developer, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. Is that the team you're talking about, Jared? That's the A-team? Really? The remarkable diplomatic team of Steve, Marco, and Jared.
And actually, I just talked to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner this morning about some of their negotiations is the United States has certain...
So it is them. So it is them. It is, in fact, I was not wrong. He was talking about those guys. They're the dream team. Marco, Steve, and Jared. Really, I feel like Marco's sort of playing a supporting role. He hasn't been very much front and center.
Primary interest here is we don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, author of several books, including Losing an Enemy, Obama, Iran, and the Triumph of Diplomacy. Trita Parsi, talk about what's happening in Geneva, the U.S. moving in aircraft carriers, one the largest in the world, the USS Gerald Ford, which he had just previously, Trump had, off the coast of Venezuela, where they attacked Venezuela and then abducted the president, Maduro, and his wife.
We have a very dangerous situation because both sides actually believe that a short, intense war may improve their negotiating position. The Trump administration, of course, believes that because of its overwhelming military power that it has now gathered in the vicinity of Iran, it will be able to take out Iran militarily rather quickly and then force it to capitulate. The Iranians have a different calculation. They believe that they have the ability to inflict significant damage on the United States in the short term, including on civilian oil installations in the region, closing down the Strait of Hormuz that would shoot up oil prices. And the initial cost of this to the United States would be so immense, and the United States would recognize that it would have to go for a longer war, which it cannot afford. And as a result, it would get the United States to back off. Essentially.
Yeah, and actually, literally, like right after Trita said this, like, I mean, very shortly after this, like on the same day, Israel literally shut down the Strait of Hormuz while doing a military test drill, right? It was, I don't know if it's it's not unprecedented, but it was certainly an unexpected situation. Doesn't happen all that frequently. It alarmed a number of people over there in that very important trade route that Trita was just mentioning, which connects the Persian Gulf to the rest of the ocean. Sort of an important little strait, really. It's not that little, actually. It's kind of big. Ah, boy. All right. If they wanted an A-team, where's their Mr. T? I guess Tim Scott could be their Mr. T. His first name's already T. He's one of the only black guys in the administration. Although he definitely does not give Mr. T vibes. Like, honestly, if we had to go by vibes, like, Tom Homan is Mr. T. Like, if I had to go strictly by vibes, it would be Tom Homan is Mr. T. But he's not on. He's actually none of the guys. Neither Tom nor Tim. Neither Tom nor Tim are on the foreign policy team. They're all internal policy. It's HUD and whatever it is, BPD or whatever. I forget what I fucking. God damn it. God damn it. Getting sidetracked again. All right, to China. Actually, how are we doing on time? Let me look. 8.5 hours, you say? Okay. Yeah, all right. We're going to start here. Fastest way to do this is going to be doing this. Here. Ah, boy. I moved very slowly tonight.
I'm staying in the race.
Moving very slowly, but I'm staying in the race.
At the International
Homan is like a dumb Hulk. Yeah, there's no one-to-one for Mr. T on the Trump administration, not gonna lie. There's no real one-to-one there. A pity the fool.
At Yiwu International Trade City, China's largest wholesale market, customers are crowding one small shop. They are looking for a soft toy popularly known as the crying horse. Shop owner Zhang Woqing said the plushie was originally designed as a happy-faced Lunar New Year decoration, but a manufacturing mistake turned its smile into a frown and created a viral hit.
The crying horse came about because a worker sewed its mouth upside down by mistake. After that, my customer said they wanted to return it because the mouth was upside down. At the time, I didn't say anything and didn't think much about it. I just said, then send it back to me. But later they said, no need to return it.
Not long after, Zhang discovered photos of the toy circulating online. It has gone viral ahead of the Spring Festival holiday, which this year marks the year of the horse in the Chinese zodiac. Some young white-collar workers in China say the plush pony's dour expression mirrors their long hours and workplace stress. Zhang said people joked that the crying horse is how you look at work, while the smiling one is how you look after work. By afternoon, stacks of the sad steed had sold out, with staff rushing to restock. As demand surges, Zhang has decided to keep making and selling her surprise hit.
There you go. An accident at the horse factory turned into a viral sensation. And that's why I got this pony over here on my desk. Sad, sad horsey. Taking over the Lunar New Year.
Well, it's almost time to ring in the Lunar New Year, the year of the horse. And while some people in China are celebrating, others are embracing a more melancholy start to the year. This plushie, which is being called Crying Horse, is flying off the shelves after a worker mistakenly sewed the smile on upside down. But NBC News correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer shows us how the stuffed animal is helping turn frowns upside down.
With the Lunar New Year approaching February 17th, China is decorated in traditional red and gold. This year marking the year of the horse in the Chinese zodiac, with an unlikely icon trotting into the spotlight
that's sick.
And looking not so happy.
Honestly, drone shows are getting better and better. Like, this shit is
with an
wild.
unlikely icon trotting into the spotlight and looking not so happy about it. That's because this horse plushie was designed to be sporting a cheerful smile, to be a mascot for good fortune. Except a factory worker made a mistake, sewing the faces of the soft toys upside down, accidentally mass-producing holiday horses with a distinct frown. The store owner who ordered up the toys says photos of the flawed, frowny faces with their wide eyes were posted to social media. And soon enough, China's internet was in love with Kukuma, or cry-cry horse.
Guguma! And that's why I have this plushie on my desk, everybody. It's all explained now. People were asking about it, and now you have your full answer. We talked about it earlier the year. It's a few weeks ago, leading up to the Lunar New Year. Apparently some people forgot about it or missed that stream. And when you do that, you miss galactic lore, people. Thankfully, all of our streams stay populated on YouTube for our Twitch viewers. So if you ever are like, oh, I missed the stream from like 2 weeks ago or something, and it's not on Twitch anymore, you can always just go to the YouTube. Also, hopefully will be soon in the year 2026. I will be posting videos again. Short length videos on YouTube like we used to do. Back in the day. All right, now to another horrifying thing going on in China. 4 days ago, Kung Fu robots revealed. On the night of the Lunar New Year, if I'm not mistaken. So much about this is terrifying to me. Like, the fact you can see, if you pay attention closely, like when they were working with the kids back here, like when they were doing these pre-planned, like these are clearly pre-planned. Where is it? Back here. You can see them adjusting, and I mean the robots. Whatever sensors are in here, the robots are clearly adjusting to the movements of their partners, if you will. And that one honestly scared me. I was like, oh my god, they're sentient. They're sentient, they can see us, and they're
immediately,
coming for us.
if not sooner.
Like, it's terrifying. They go through like half a dozen different styles of Kung Fu and do all these insanely acrobatic techniques that like a year ago were like physically, like just like impossible with the available technology. And now they're just robot soldiers. Robot Kung Fu soldiers coming for us all.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Help! I'm being repressed. Stop it. Wait, some dude got kicked in the nuts? I totally missed that. No, I didn't see that. I didn't cover that because I didn't even see it. Sparkle. Did you send a link in Discord? This is the sort of thing that Discord's meant for. If I was that kid, I'd be scared too, grabbing that robot's hand while it's holding that fucking sword. Like, he honestly looked kind of scared. He's like, I hope I don't die.
China! I have to have my China.
There you go, people. Chinese robots are coming to take over the planet. The Majority Report covered it while they were on. I've been missing the show lately. My sleep schedule is so fucked up. Sure, it's all over the internet and easy to find. You're probably right. That sort of video should be pretty easy to locate. One would think. Robot kicking man in testicles. does sound like the sort of video that would make its way around the internet in a way that would be easily locatable. I think it's a good instinct. I think that's a good instinct. No, that's a man kicking himself in the nuts. Do I need to search Chinese robot? Maybe it's racist algorithm over here. I can't find it. See, just send me the video. I somehow I can't find it. There's tons of videos of people getting kicked by robots. I have no idea which one you want. You're exactly, Violet. Exactly. Thank you. You're assuming there's not more than one. There's like a dozen of them. All right, we'll do a couple more clips in China. I think we're gonna call it because we're almost 9 hours into the stream. I thought this was a good one to do, but before we get to that one, let's actually do this one. It is the new year after all, the Lunar New Year. Speaking of which, for you Gregorian calendar followers, if you've already failed in your New Year's resolutions, Lunar New Year, Chinese New Year, as some people call it, is a perfect time for you to get a second shot at those. You know, many of us fail quickly, but Lunar New Year, just, you know, month later, or depending on the year, you know, changes. But, you know, sometime between New Year, like the Gregorian calendar New Year, and New Year, you make a mistake. The Lunar New Year gives you a second shot. All of your hopes and aspirations for the year 2026. Really any year. All years. That's the great thing about diversity.
I have to have my China.
So now join us with the jet set for a trip to Hong Kong. You may be surprised to find they're wishing everyone a Happy New Year. Kung Hai Fat Choi. But don't be put off by the Chinese New Year celebrations in February. Just appreciate the wish behind it. Happy New Year, and may you make lots of money. A brisk trade in special lucky letters is just one centuries-old tradition that must be followed at Chinese New Year. Hong Kong celebrating with a 3-day holiday, and Hong Kongers out to look their best.
China. China!
Special
China!
New Year cakes, a very popular tradition with the kids. There's a serious side to the celebration too. Joss sticks and candles at the family altar, and food laid out for the spirits of ancestors. Gold paper representing money is burnt in token of sacrifice, and prayers for good fortune in the new year must be said. And the tradition of firecrackers. The Chinese invented gunpowder. Some of them wish they hadn't.
That's right. Money, firecrackers, food, celebrations, wishes of prosperity. All part of Lunar New Year. Now to one man from the West who has recently returned from China. Might be familiar with him. Hassan Piker. Well, Hassan went on with South China Morning Post earlier this week.
China?
Growing up in Turkey, I always had an anti-Western intervention attitude because I saw the impact of what America was doing in the region. But it wasn't until I came to the United States of America where I realized that I was living in a country in Turkey where there was at least some robust social safety nets in spite of the country's overall poverty in comparison to the United States. The radicalizing moment for me was the first hospital bill that I got. And that's, I think, when I realized, like, yeah, I was already against American intervention overseas, but I did not understand the importance or the necessity of social safety nets, things such as healthcare that I was basically taking for granted until it was taken away from me. And I think this is a very common experience for a lot of people that come to America. We watch a lot of American television growing up. We love America. We think American culture is amazing. And then those of us who are fortunate enough to actually come to the United States of America very quickly realize that it's not as great as things are presented on TV. We oftentimes in the West will look at state media broadcasters, like the Chinese state media. We'll say, "Oh my God, they're so biased," and yet it's every state has its own version of the exact same thing. In the Western world, I would say some countries have state media, and then they also have independent private media. But the independent private media is still very much invested in normalizing the cruelty that you experience. We're seeing that with even like the ICE shooting that just recently took place and the mass protests and mass mobilizations that are happening. But then also, yes, externally, there is this broad vision of America, this non-representative ideal of America, the land of freedom and prosperity that is presented to the rest of the world through not only mainstream outlets, but also through Hollywood as well. And this is a part of the soft power initiatives that America has obviously crafted expertly. A lot of people living in liberal societies.
Absolutely, Hassan. Now, quickly, just Sticks Dragon. Now, I'm not saying that everybody has to have New Year's resolutions. Merely that if you had aspirations, right? If you had them and they were, shot down early by choices, mistakes made.
Tiny mistake.
And you have a second opportunity with Lunar New Year. I'm not suggesting anybody needs to have their own New Year's resolutions. To each their own. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work. And I totally understand that.
Don't even realize that they're being propagandized against because they've so internalized everything that they're seeing as the simple objective reality. And that, to me, has created this unique moment of crisis now, with instances that basically break that consensus reality that the media has been able to hold together, that causes people to lose faith in mainstream outlets, which I don't necessarily think is a positive thing either, because in that new democratized world of the media that I am a part of as well, there are plenty of bad faith actors that are simply using this anarchist information landscape to keep fomenting dangerous racialized propaganda. So that credibility of mainstream news is falling apart because Trump oftentimes is saying the quiet part out loud, whether it be intervention in Venezuela and the real reasons for it, or whether it be credibility lost because of their endless need to defend the interests of the American State Department, which is heavily aligned with the interests of the state of Israel in conducting a genocide. Why do people love Zohran Mamdani, but might be critical of someone like myself, regardless of the similarities in our ideology? Well, he's a politician, so of course he's a lot more careful and a lot more optically sound, and has a way with moderating his commentary in a way that is suitable for liberal audiences. That's number one. My job, on the other hand, is to snap liberals out of this reality that they have deluded themselves into believing that liberalism is not failing actually, and that this is the only pathway forward. So we play very different roles in that regard. As far as the rest of the left goes, I mean, yeah, that's just how it is. People have had historically have always had ideological delineations that they make massive, that create massive tensions in every anti-capitalist movement historically, anarchists against Marxist-Leninists, anarchists, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks. Historically, there's always been different ideological delineations where people argue endlessly, post endlessly. The old version of that I assume is just like pamphlets or writing letters to one another, critiquing one another with regular frequency. So it's a very common thing. I try to
Strongly worded
bring everybody
letters
under this singular banner to the best of my ability, but there's always going to be issues with that. But you know, it is what it is. I always say, look, as long as you're on the right side of these issues, as long as you put empathy first, as long as you put people first with your worldview, and you fight back against cruelty, cruel systems, systems of oppression, capitalism, racism, patriarchy,
all of the things. Yes, Hassan, we know you're fighting them. We see you, pal. We're not going to watch this whole thing. Maybe we'll watch a little bit more of it later this weekend, but I'm just going to skip towards the end here.
can actually come to this to the conclusion. People can actually see the reality of American cruelty, Israeli cruelty, American foreign policy in general.
Do you think more young people, when they listen to you on Twitch talking about China, sharing your experience in China, could come to be curious about China and the Chinese, and maybe treat their next door neighbor or the next, student sitting next to them not as a spy or somebody who's a threat to the national security, but some as a human being?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that is my hope. My hope is that we develop a better understanding of other people and recognize that the countries that are our government in the United States of America or the Western governments have presented as foreign adversaries are actually comprised of people with the same exact interests as us. That everyone wants everyone wants an easy life. Everyone wants a fulfilling life, a job, and a roof over their heads, and a hot meal, and clothes on their back in the same exact ways. And I think it's important to stress that and cut through the divisive rhetoric. That like there is no reason for the average American to hate China. There's just no reason whatsoever. It's especially silly because, I mean, this is our largest trade partner. 30% of all of our commerce comes from China. It's the industrial base of the entire planet at this point. And yet, in spite of all of that, Americans have been taught to hate China, this country that we heavily rely on. And I find that to be not only hypocritical, but also very stupid. And the same goes for Americans that demonstrate hatred towards Iran or Americans that demonstrate hatred towards Venezuela. These countries have done nothing to the United States of America, really. I mean, maybe with Iran, as far as like our interventions and interference in their backyard has caused them to at least every now and then push back militarily. But beyond that, I mean, what has Venezuela ever done? What has Cuba ever done to the United States of America? Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we still have so much smoke for them. We still have to constantly intervene in their affairs. We still have to constantly destabilize, constantly cripple their economies. And outside of that, or in a way to justify this constant enforcement of American hegemony all around the world against all of our adversaries that we've declared our adversaries, our enemies, there's a steady flow of propaganda that must come in to get people on board with this kind of cruelty. So they see that as like enemy.
Yes, indeed. But they managed to pull a lot of people along with the cruelty, Hassan. Sadly but truly. Too many. Although I feel like they've lost some of that recently with the latest batch of state-sponsored violence in the Middle East. I do feel this is losing its salience. American robots will be basically doing Epstein things. Yeah. American robots. I mean, the American robots are what? Elon's robot? And I guess, I'm trying to remember their name now. Boston Dynamics and those guys. All right, people, to wind up this stream, to end it all, 2 clips of something else that happened this week. Final discussion for the week-ending report. The final week-ending report, or the first week-ending report of year 3, or the final of year 2, however you want to see it. All right, people. Great job, everyone, for making it this far. Let's go to talking about the Board of Peace.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do.
Pretty much whatever we want to do, says Donald Trump. Now, he said a lot of things. In fact, he said like an hour's worth of things, insane things that probably most people shouldn't say when they're the president of the United States. But he said all of them, including this really fantastic moment. This really fantastic moment from the board. The Great Board of Peace. The inaugural meeting.
Many of our friends in Europe are attending today, and we're eager to have them become full members. They all want to become full members, and we've had a great response from Europe. And Europe is, it's where I come from, where so many people come from that are in the United States. But we have a great relationship with Europe. We have a great head of NATO. He is a fantastic man, and he's doing a great job, really great job. I'm excited to announce that Norway has agreed to host an event bringing together the Board of Peace. Oh, I thought when I saw this note, I'm excited to announce that Norway, I thought they were going to say that they're giving me the Nobel Prize. Oh, this is less exciting. Oh, it says, I'm excited to announce that Norway, and I'm saying, oh, great, I'm getting a Nobel Prize, finally. Finally, they got it right. But I don't care. I don't care about Nobel Prize. I care about saving lives, just so you understand.
Yeah, just so you understand, he doesn't care about the prize. He was just really excited, but for 2 seconds, he thought he was going to get it. Totally normal behavior from a deranged
We have a demented,
lunatic.
unintelligent person running the United States of America.
And if you want more of my takes on this idiotic debacle, we did a whole live stream. We did a whole live stream dedicated specifically to this event on, Thursday morning? All right, everybody. Well, there's part 2 of this week-ending report. Part 3 coming to you on Saturday. Ow. Ow, that hurts my ears. Well, we got through another stream. was quite difficult and also long. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afrophonics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mo Noip, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D-Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, The Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for the low, low price of $3 a month. Nadia, the first person to press 1. Good job, Nadia. BCAT number 2. All right, I think I'm going with this playlist today. I'm just feeling it. I'm feeling it. Fact is, like, I don't even think I can take a nap right now. I got shit I gotta do this morning. So I need some bangers to keep me awake. Get my body moving, ready for the day. No breaks for StreamLord today.